Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Broccoli Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Had Artificial Kinetic Quirk. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. As long as all the pieces were available, there was always a way to solve a problem. That was something Midoriya Izuku had discovered at a young age. His philosophy had formed when he could barely stumble through his apartment. His mother had enjoyed puzzles. She didn't attempt anything fancy. There had been 200 pieces. Izuku remembered staring at the image in wonder. His mother had completed the edges, allowing him to see the outline of the picture. Instead of grabbing the nearest piece, he examined every section of the problem before him until he discovered the order leading to the solution. Everything came together perfectly in his mind. Unfortunately, his fingers didn't yet have the coordination to solve the puzzle before his mother ushered him away from the short table. That day taught him the most important lesson of his life. As long as all the pieces were available, there was always a way to solve the puzzle. This was even true for the problem of being quirkless. Izuku remembered the worst day of his life with perfect clarity. The doctor had sneered at him, telling him that he would never develop a special power. In a world filled with the extraordinary, he was ordinary, which made him less than everyone else. At least, that's what other people thought. He could tell based on the looks in their eyes. Doctors, teachers, Kaken, and his mother either gained expressions of disgust or pity just by gazing at him. Kaken deemed him a Deku, someone who was worthless, and everyone agreed with the sentiment. They were less vocal than Kaken, but their actions proved what they were thinking. Every kind of doctor imaginable dismissed him as quickly as possible. Some refused to even see him. Teachers neglected him to the point that they overlooked bullying. Kids his age took advantage, mocking him with every passing moment. Some even attacked him. Telling adults about the harassment didn't help. After all, he was a worthless Deku. There was no reason to side with him over children who had actual potential. His mom didn't help. When addressed about his lack of powers, she would start crying. She would exclaim apology after apology, as though she gave birth to him the wrong way. Her sobbing only intensified when he brought up his dream. Izuku wanted to know if he could be a hero. Midoriya Izuku refused to give him an answer, because she didn't want to break his heart. The same thing could be said for his father. Midoriya Hisashi worked overseas. That was what his mom claimed. The time difference was so vast that they couldn't speak through videos or phone calls. Instead, Izuku could only share messages with his dad. Each time, the man would tell Izuku that he would have to find a path forward on his own. There had never been a quirkless hero. Many would claim that it was impossible. To achieve such a dream, his father declared that he would have to defy all the odds and do what no one believed could happen. Izuku was smart enough to read between the lines. His father obviously didn't believe in him. As time passed, Izuku noticed how people treated him when they knew the truth. They looked at him with pure disgust, as though he had a disease they could catch. Strangers were fine because they were ignorant, but the moment they learned what he was, their demeanors changed. He was quirkless. He was Deku. He was worthless. There was only one exception. Heroes were beacons of hope to the world, and none of them were better than All Might. No matter how many times Izuku watched the countless videos of his favorite hero, he felt awe. All Might believed in everyone. All Might treated everyone equally. All Might wouldn't think that he was a worthless Deku. At the same time, Izuku was not foolish enough to believe that the greatest hero the world had ever seen would encourage him to run out into the field defenseless. Izuku was at a terrible disadvantage. Life wasn't fair. People weren't born equal. He didn't have a quirk. He didn't have natural athletic abilities. He didn't have charisma. In almost every way imaginable, he was below average in heroic standards. The green-haired boy only had one advantage over everyone else. Not even Kaken could deny that Izuku was unbelievably smart. So, that led to one possible solution. The right pieces didn't exist to solve the hero puzzle. As such, Izuku would have to make the pieces himself by creating his own quirk. Test number 1. Izuku stood in front of a camera. His wild, green hair fell over his freckled face. He had moved to a secluded section of the park for his tests. Kachin's explosions really hurt. Like really, really hurt. I hate when he blows me up. Anyway, it got me thinking. What if I could stop the explosions? What if I could absorb them and then shoot them back? He would be so shocked and angry. And he would throw 10 times more explosions at me. You know what? I don't think this is a good idea. Think of All Might, Izuku. He believes in you. Izuku coughed to clear his throat and mind. He held up a rubber glove he fused with pieces of metal and a strange pulsing blue orb in his palm. The 6-year-old boy hated that he couldn't see his father, but there were benefits to having a parent who worked all the time and had seemingly unlimited funds. As long as he explained why he wanted something, his father would pay for it. Usually, Izuku asked for All Might merchandise, but over the past few weeks, he began requesting parts for his experiment. Behold, the first model of the impact glove. Izuku waved his hand. The process is really simple. You see this core? It's what I call an energy converter. I read a lot of textbooks for this. Energy can neither be created or destroyed. It can only be converted. So, I thought, what's stopping me from creating something that converts active energy into stored energy and then releases it later? Behold, the power of the impact glove. Using his free hand, Izuku tossed his rock into the air. He raised his glove in order to catch the stone. Instead of wrapping his fingers around the projectile after it touched him, the green-haired boy allowed the object to bounce off the blue core. A yelp exited his lips the moment after the stone pieces clinked against each other. The momentum wasn't absorbed at all. Instead, the rock had awkwardly rammed the sapphire gem into his palm. Oh wow! Izuku rapidly flailed his arm around in pain. Tears hung from the corners of his eyes. That didn't work at all. There was a direct consequence for being the only quirkless student in his class. The teachers didn't care about him at all. They never called on him. They never relied on him. They never acted as though he actually existed. Sometimes, he thought it was a miracle that they remembered to grade his assignments and exams. None of them put a lot of effort into his work, though. Izuku could tell that they didn't care about his grades. He always answered every answer correctly, but they never gave him a score higher than 80%. This wasn't done maliciously. None of them simply cared. He was their easy break. The teachers rushed through his answers, making mistakes in the process. At first, Izuku tried to argue, but his words fell on deaf ears. They would yell at him for distracting them. Sometimes, he would even get detention. Izuku decided the points weren't worth the effort. No one was failing him. His mom didn't get upset with him. Plus, his grades wouldn't matter when he became a hero. So, Izuku answered everything correctly and accepted lower scores than what he had earned. The greenette didn't want to waste time, so he decided to take advantage of the situation. If his teachers didn't pay attention to him, he didn't have to pay attention to them. Izuku had already memorized the textbooks anyway. As such, he spent most of his school days working on his notes. He wrote about his favorite subjects, heroes, quirks, and his experiments. There was no way that he could actually work on his gloves in the middle of class without being called out, but Izuku could rework formulas and theories. To everyone else, he seemed to be a giant nerd writing in his notebooks without a friend in the world. They thought he was a loser, a worthless Deku meant to be ignored. No one talked to him. Izuku wouldn't lie about the fact that he felt lonely. He wished someone would be his friend. At best, people made fun of him when he approached them. At worst, they would push him to the ground even as teachers watched. That made Izuku keep to himself during free and play PRDIS. He tried to make the most of that time by working on his impact glove, but he couldn't always stop the tears from falling down his face and onto his invention. Test number 58. Izuku held up his latest version of the impact glove. His previous versions looked like a rubber glove with metal randomly glued to the surface. Now, the steel was neatly fused with the material. His core was also wider and brighter than before. I reworked the circuits. Upon touching the core, the energy should transfer from the rock to the core. Here we go. Once again, Izuku threw the rock into the air. He repeated his usual process. The stone bounced off his palm before dropping to the dirt. Blinking, the boy lifted the glove up to his eyes. He glared through his protective goggles. Well, I didn't feel the impact nearly as much, but it was still there. Progress is progress, though. Maybe I should whoa. Izuku yelped when his glove's core exploded. The shards bounced off his goggles. He instantly dropped to the ground and rolled over the dirt. When the smoke died down, he stood up, rubbing the tiny cuts spread across his freckled face. Well, it's still better than Kaken's explosions. What the hell is this, Deku? Katsuki held up Izuku's newest notebook. All this is gibberish. Izuku fidgeted before his friend turned bully. Just nerd stuff, Kaken. Trying to find an equation that makes you actually likable? One of Katsuki's lackeys snickered. I guess. Izuku's gaze was locked on his shoes. It won't work. Another follower pointed at Izuku. Once a Deku, always a Deku. IIVJ just been looking at support equipment, Izuku trembled. That was true. He decided to read about the latest advancements in technology used by heroes. The ideas helped him improve the impact gloves. Katsuki raised an eyebrow, deciding to give up on being a hero, huh? Good. A support character like you doesn't deserve to even be on the same road as me. Know your place. To Izuku's relief, Katsuki tossed the notebook away without destroying the paper. The lackeys looked like they wanted to antagonize Izuku further, but Katsuki was bored with the harassment. As long as Izuku didn't seem like he wanted to be a hero, the explosion user was content. Nerd stuff was below him. Not to say that Katsuki wasn't smart, but the scowling boy didn't care about technology unless it helped him. Izuku sighed as his bullies walked away. That could have gone a lot worse. He remembered all of his notes, but writing his data down helped him further develop his plans. The green-haired boy was glad Kaken found that notebook instead of the hero ones. Seeing his records on quirks would have only further infuriated his former friend. Test 112. Izuku held up his latest impact glove. The rubber material had been replaced with leather. He had organized the smooth metal in a way that reinforced the swirling, blue core. I think I've completely stabilized the containment sequence. This time, it should absorb all of the energy. And not blow up. That's the important part. Izuku repeated his usual experiment. He had been copying the same trial every week since he first thought of the impact glove. His success had been minimal, but the boy wasn't willing to give up hope. As long as he learned from every failure, his efforts weren't fruitless. The child waited for the stone to bounce off his glove's core. To his relief and shock, the rock stopped right as it made contact with his device. Instead of bouncing away, it remained in place. All of its momentum had been absorbed. The green-haired boy lowered his glove in shock. He wore a thick plastic mask over his face to avoid injuries. Dropping the rock, Izuku examined his glove. The core was glowing brighter. His invention had finally been modified enough to absorb incoming energy. I did it, Izuku muttered at first before shouting. I did it. The impact glove was a success. It worked. It actually worked. Oh Kami! I made a quirk substitute. I can't believe it. Well, I just realized something. How am I supposed to get the energy out from the core? I, never got this far before. Izuku. Inko peeked into her son's room. Dinner's ready. Go wash up. Let me just connect this wire. Izuku held a magnifying glass above a pair of tweezers. He finished hooking the tiny cable from his impact glove's core, through the metal reinforcement, and into the control panel on the back of the device. Inko observed her son for a moment before directing her gaze across the space. Her child's room was a mixture of all-might merchandise and technology. Posters of Izuku's favorite hero were mixed with blueprints and notes. Figurines were separated by old versions of the impact glove. A whiteboard sat by a bed covered in all-might sheets. Inko couldn't even begin to understand the equations her boy had written. Sometimes she thought he was playing pretend. As promised, Izuku turned away from his work desk once his task was completed and walked to the kitchen. She watched as he washed his hands. Izuku? How has school been? The same. IIT try MIB best, Izuku noted. His usual social stuttering returned when he wasn't working on his inventions. "Any friends?" Inko asked. "And not why yet." Izuku scrubbed soap beneath his fingernails. "Even Katsuki-chan?" Inko pressed the issue. "We don't talk much anymore." Izuku rinsed his palms. "Oh," Inko rubbed her hands together anxiously. "What about you? Are you doing okay?" "Why fine. Just working on MIP project." Izuku turned to smile at her. Finally making progress. It's going to make chiro. I swear it. "Oh, of course," Inko grimaced. Her reaction was noticed by her son. His smile dropped into a neutral expression. They ate dinner in awkward silence. When he was finished, Izuku thanked her for the meal, cleaned his plate, and returned to his room. He worked on his impact glove until bedtime, when he kissed her on the cheek and went to sleep. Staring at his closed door, Inko wondered how badly she had just damaged her relationship with her son. Test 312. Izuku tossed the rock into the air. He allowed the stone to land on his impact core. The projectile's momentum was completely absorbed by his invention. Then, he released the energy out in a burst of blue power. His attack pushed the rock back into the air before it fell back down into the glove. Izuku repeated the process several times until he was satisfied. As you can see, the impact glove is fully operational. Izuku turned back to the camera. It can absorb the energy of anything that it touches and then push it back at the attacker. Now, the problem is timing. Doing it on a simple rock is one thing, but what about something much faster? Izuku moved in front of a baseball pitching machine. The device had been set to its max velocity. He stood in place, waiting for the first throw. His impact glove stopped the first ball, but he was unable to react in time for the second pitch. By the time he finished training, the boy was covered in bruises. During the experiment, he found that his invention worked perfectly. Its operator was the problem. He could not react to more than one target at a time. Izuku would need a lot of practice to make the impact glove functional in battle. Middle school seemed to start off better for Izuku than his other years in education. There was a group of guys who seemed like they wanted to be his friend. They even invited him to sit with them for lunch a few times. Having actual friends felt like a dream to Izuku. He shared his enthusiasm for heroes, and they seemed interested in his thoughts. Their time together progressed so well that his classmates eventually asked him to go out to eat with them. Izuku arrived at the fast food restaurant in good spirits. He sat down at a table and waited for them. When they were 5 minutes late, he thought nothing of it. When they were 15 minutes late, he ordered some food. When they were half an hour late, he texted them. A few of the numbers responded with notifications that he was blocked. Some of them were the wrong numbers altogether. When he went to school the next day, Izuku found that his desk was covered in graffiti calling him worthless, quirkless, and Deku. His supposed friends led the entire class in laughing at him. None of the teachers punished the perpetrators. Instead, they ordered Izuku to scrub the writing away. He spent his entire lunch and time after school cleaning his desk. That was when he realized that quirkless people could never have real friends. Instead of heading to the lunchroom or staying in his classroom during breaks, Izuku walked up to the roof every day. He used the time to work on his notes and impact glove. Despite his best efforts, the teenager couldn't stop himself from crying on several occasions. The greenette had hoped that the pain of being ostracized would fade one day, but enduring the harassment never got any easier. Every day, someone called him names, vandalized his belongings, or acted like he didn't exist. No one who knew he was quirkless treated him well, but that was his life. A worthless Deku wasn't allowed to be happy. Izuku ran across his secluded training field in the park. Baseballs were flying at him from 3 different pitching machines. Each of the devices had been programmed to target him. His right, gloved hand moved on instinct as he sprinted at top speed and flipped through the air. Each time a baseball would rocket at him with speeds up to 320 kilometers per hour, he would either dodge, absorb the energy, or release an impact burst to knock the projectiles away. The teenager had been training himself relentlessly to use the impact glove. He had researched how best to improve his physical form as a kid in middle school. Izuku followed an intense workout routine. Despite his mother's wishes, he ate the strictest diet imaginable, full of protein and vegetables. Free time was always dedicated to training or research. Food became about being the ideal fuel for his body, instead of something to enjoy. His entire life was dedicated to becoming a hero. Izuku endured the baseball barrage until the machines ran out of ammunition. He had successfully avoided, blocked, and dodged several dozen attacks which would have broken his bones. Sweat coated his skin after several minutes of defending himself. The teenager had mimicked a few of his favorite heroes' footwork and movements. Izuku was a far distance away from a pro, but he would say that his dedication had raised him to a level well above most kids his age. Because he halted development on the impact glove, Izuku focused on his training. He ran tests almost every single day. After over 300 trials, he decided that he was satisfied with his results. The teenager wasn't going to stop his physical exercise and practice, but it was time to move on to the next. Test 620 complete. Izuku wheezed as he turned to the camera. Time for the next step. I need to get the impact glove to absorb significantly more energy. Izuku knew how this would end. He wasn't an idiot. Girls normally wouldn't so much as breathe in his direction. They looked at him as though he was a disgusting pervert infected with the worst diseases known to man. The fairer SEC had no interest in the Quirkless. In fact, many of them had openly proclaimed that they would prefer to date someone blind, deaf, lame, and in a vegetative state. Such insults didn't exactly make a lot of sense, but they still hurt when a cluster of teenage girls laughed at his hurt expression. When he found a love letter in his shoe locker, Izuku knew it was a prank. Someone was playing a trick on him. He was 99% sure. Unfortunately, that 1% was the problem. Izuku respected the sanctity of the love confession. If someone was willing to express their feelings, he wanted to face them with dignity. The greenette knew the end result, but he stepped behind the school at the designated time anyway. The girl who approached him was pretty. She had long brown hair. Her quirk gave her deer antlers, which was weird. Bucks usually had antlers, not doe. Izuku had plenty of questions for her about her ability, but he knew he would never get the chance to ask her anything. He stared at her neutrally as she was about to speak. Hey, Midoriya, I've had something that I've wanted to say to you for a long time. The girl played with a lock of her hair. I'm completely disgusted with you. Your hair is so frizzy and wild. You're super pale and ugly. Your freckles make me want to vomit. Plus, you don't even have a quirk. I'm totally shocked that you even come to school considering how worthless you are. Izuku didn't react when a cluster of giggling girls rounded the corner. They held up their phones, recording the interaction. He merely bowed, stuttered an apology, and walked away. No matter how much the situation broke his heart, he refused to give them the satisfaction of crying in front of them. Izuku was actually quite proud of the fact that he managed to make it home, lock his door, and play music loud enough to drown out the sound of his sobs before he broke. His mother didn't even realize he had wept into his pillow for hours over the lost 1% that anyone really, could ever love a worthless Deku. Test 650. Deku pointed his impact glove at a boulder. His previously simple invention had been modified into a gauntlet that coated his entire hand in a thick, black exoskeleton. He had free range of motion to the point that he didn't feel the metal covering his fingers. The final version of his impact core pulsed with green light instead of the previous blue. Energy rushed out of his palm, ramming into the enormous stones several times his size. Half of the rock dissolved before his power. The rest of the boulder went rolling dozens of meters away. Meanwhile, Izuku remained completely unharmed. He stood shirtless in the clearing. Muscles bulged across his form. After years of working with his invention, the greenette barely felt the backlash in his arm from a single burst. Izuku turned back to the camera. Green-tinted glasses covered his face. He had created the spectacles to measure bursts of energy, including quirk outputs. That way, he could adjust the impact glove accordingly to absorb incoming attacks. Trial complete. The impact glove is complete. I've done it. I made a quirk. I made a fully functional quirk. The teenager dropped to his knees. He swung his head back. Tears rolled down his face as he cried out in victory. Izuku had done it. With this, he was no longer a worthless Deku. But that, you demon liar. Katsuki blocked Izuku's path after class. You're still trying to be a hero? Izuku grimaced. Of course, his teacher simply had to announce during class about where he was applying. UA was his first choice. Principal Nizu was famous for being intelligent and open to new ideas. If there was any hero school in the country which would hear his case about his invention, it would be All Might's alma mater, I never allied Titu Yuk Kaken. You were supposed to use that big nerd brain of yours to build things to support me. Katsuki poked Izuku's forehead. That's how this works, Deku. You're the support character. I'm the main character. IIW want T to H help people. Izuku trembled in anxiety. He believed in the power of the impact glove. If he fought Katsuki, he was certain he would win, but he refused to defend himself and get his invention confiscated. The Greenette would rather take a beating than lose his chance of becoming a pro hero. You can only help people by helping me. Katsuki snatched the notebook out of his hands. What is this? Mount Lady? Izuku had witnessed Mount Lady's debut that morning. Most of her new fans cared about specific aspects of her body and outfit. He was more interested in her quirk. Gigantification was interesting. Izuku didn't have much information on her yet, but he theorized about the limitations of her ability. What sizes could she grow to? Could she increase the size of a specific part of her body? Was there an in-between limit? Izuku contemplated all those questions along with his notes about various other heroes. Despite all this, Izuku knew better than to tell the truth. I think she's pretty. Katsuki scoffed. He tossed the notebook back to Izuku. Thankfully the answer had placated him. Of course. Love-struck Deku. How many times did you fall for the fake confession? Izuku lowered his head. Girls had pulled that trick on him 5 different times. He didn't have the heart to turn down their requests to meet them. I'm sorry. Demon right you are. Katsuki rolled his eyes. Don't be an idiot. You can go to UA. Just be in the support class. It's the best you're ever going to get. Use that big brain and make things to help me. You can get rich and get girls that way, you weirdo. But Bakugo. One of Katsuki's lackeys whined. You said that we can't apply to UA at all. Demonstrate. Katsuki swiveled around to glare at them. Extras like you aren't allowed. Deku is a supporting character. You two need to fade into obscurity. He can be in the background because of his brain. That's how this works. You're so cruel, Bakugo. The other lackey cried. Despite his words, he didn't argue further. He's like everyone else, followed. Katsuki like a lost puppy. The explosion quirk awed everyone in the school. Everyone wanted to be on Katsuki's good side. Remember this, Deku. Katsuki glared at him while stomping away. You can never be a hero. Stop hurting yourself over all this. Know your DMN place. You'll be much happier. Izuku watched Katsuki leave the classroom. He refused to be bullied out of his dream. The Greenette was determined to be a hero. Every day of his entire life had been dedicated to fulfilling his dream. That was all he had. Without it, he might as well swan dive off the roof in hopes of getting a quirk in the next life. Izuku was heading home. He had slipped his scanner glasses on while examining his completed impact glove. Perhaps Katsuki was right. Being in support wasn't a bad role. He could help heroes, make money, and be safe. That wasn't a bad life, but it wasn't the life he wanted. All he desired was to have just one single person see him and be inspired with hope, just like when he watched All Might. Is that even possible, though? Izuku muttered to himself. Discrimination against the quirkless was common. Quirks were always taken into account for most forms of higher education and jobs. Those without powers could be dismissed with ease for someone with better abilities. There were no laws protecting the quirkless. That was a fact of life. Most people who were similar to him were much older than he was. People below 30 without quirks were almost unheard of at this point. His breed was dying out, and society took great glee in letting him know it. He could very well be denied positions simply because of his lack of a quirk. Support tech companies could turn him away with ease. UA might accept him, but what about after graduation? The Greenette wouldn't have any sort of fame in the support field like with the hero program. Agencies would turn him away without a second thought. Perhaps, inventing could be a backup if he didn't succeed in the hero course, but his dream remained true. Izuku wanted to help people directly. His only wish was to make the world a better place by showing that even the quirkless could be heroes. Izuku was pulled from his thoughts when his glasses flashed, feeding him information. A quirk was activating behind him. He moved out of instinct. Years of training with the baseball pitching machines allowed him to roll out of the way before a slime villain could grab onto him. The teenager slid out of the road tunnel in a defensive stand. Izuku had never taken official self-defense lessons from a martial arts school, but he had used online videos and recordings of himself to perfect his form. "Oh, my new body can move." The sludge villain cackled. His entire body was constructed from oozing, green slime. "Impressive. Now, I want you even more." The sludge villain lunged at him. Thankfully, his equipment was already in place. Izuku raised his impact glove. He didn't want his invention to be taken from him by the police, but he had no choice but to defend himself. Green energy erupted from the gauntlet's core. Izuku always made sure to keep enough power in his invention for an initial burst. His attack sent sections of his opponent flying in all directions, splattering the tunnel walls with ooze. "Oh God!" The sludge monster groaned in a combination of pain and dizziness. Izuku took a deep breath. He had done it. The Greenette had defended himself. His invention had saved him, perfectly mimicking a quirk. Unfortunately, the sludge villain was rapidly reforming. His mind raced with ideas. Only 20% of the glove's energy had been used. If he unleashed multiple attacks, his foe might stay down from the pain. After all, his impact burst seemed to hurt the slime creature. Of course, there was also the option to run. Before Izuku could decide what to do, he heard a manhole cover shift beside him. "That was impressive, young man. It's rare to see someone untrained handle themselves like that." Izuku gasped as his favorite hero and inspiration popped up from the sewers. The man was coated in bulging muscles. A wide smile covered his broad features. His blonde hair was spiked up, mimicking animal ears. "All Might." "That's right. I am here." All Might shouted. He rushed towards the villain faster than Izuku could follow and gathered the slime into an empty bottle of cola. "Although you did most of the work. Well done. You have my apologies. I lost track of the villain for a second in the sewers." "Oh my God." Izuku pulled out his latest notebook. "Can I have your autograph?" "Of course. Always happy to sign something for a fan." All Might took the notebook from him. As the hero was writing his name down, Izuku fidgeted. "Can I ask why you AQ question?" "Of course. Anything for the young man who helped me." All Might didn't bother hiding how impressed he was with the teenager. Izuku took a deep breath. He used all of his willpower to keep himself from stuttering. "My name is Midoriya Izuku. I have trained for years to be a hero and invented this glove to help me. Do you think that I can become a hero even though I'm quirkless?" All Might paused after finishing his autograph. His piercing gaze locked onto Izuku. "You're quirkless." Izuku flinched. He knew what was coming next. "Wife." "Well, I'll be. Consider me impressed." All Might beamed in joy, passing the notebook back to Izuku. "That device made it seem like you had a quirk. I never would have guessed. Of course, you can be a hero." Izuku's heart skipped a beat. Really? "Of course. You move better than most first-year students and have created a machine which fooled even me. I can tell how hard you've worked every day for your dream. I mean, just look at you." All Might laughed, gesturing at Izuku's fit frame. "Normally, I would tell you to be realistic, but you've already aimed for the stars and lifted yourself higher than most people your age. Quirk or no quirk?" Izuku was overwhelmed with joy. "Thank you. Make sure to apply to UA. I'll tell you a secret. I'm going to be teaching there next year. I can't wait to have you as my pupil. But don't tell anyone." All Might walked away. "Now, if you'll excuse me, I must bring this fellow to the authorities. Until next time. Thank you for your support." Izuku watched in awe as All Might leaped away with the strength to fly over several buildings. His favorite hero was gone in the blink of an eye, but the Greenette was satisfied with the results of the encounter. He stared down at the signature. This would be his family heirloom. Izuku would treasure the notebook, framing the page with the hero's name. If he ever had any children, or even friends, he would proudly proclaim this as the happiest day of his life. Izuku hadn't realized that he had sunk to his knees on the ground. Tears were rolling down his face. That wasn't anything new, except that this time he was crying out of joy instead of despair. Everyone in his life had always mocked his dream. Not a single person believed in him, except for All Might. The greatest hero in Japan and maybe even the world told him that he could become a hero. In the eyes of his idol, he wasn't a worthless Deku. He clutched the notebook to his chest. Izuku placed his forehead on the ground. The Greenette screamed in triumph as his tears dropped onto the pavement. Finally, someone had told him the words he had always wanted to hear. No one could ever deter him ever again. Kaken, his teachers, his classmates, and even his parents didn't matter. Izuku was going to pass the test to attend UA. Izuku was going to overcome the odds. Izuku was going to become a hero in honor of All Might, even if the journey killed him. As long as all the pieces were available, there was always a way to solve a problem. Disclaimer: I own nothing. Chapter 2, Hell Year. There was a change in Izuku that everyone immediately noticed after his meeting with All Might. When his mother questioned him, he simply showed her the autograph. That was enough to placate her. Thankfully, he didn't have to tell her about the villain attacking him. His positive mood spread to his father, who immediately agreed to have the signed page laminated and framed above Izuku's workstation. Izuku made sure that the proof that All Might believed in him was the first thing he saw in the morning and the last thing he saw at night. Everyone else noticed his new energy as well. Other students mocked him, wondering if he finally accepted that he was a worthless Deku. None were more vocal than Katsuki. The explosion user demanded that he abandon his dream of being a hero. Izuku refused. Now that All Might supported him, dismissing his ambitions, even in the form of a lie, felt wrong. His stubbornness infuriated Katsuki. For the longest time, his friend-turned-bully had stopped harassing him because everyone thought Izuku was going to join the support class. Learning the truth caused Katsuki's previous behavior to return with a vengeance. School became hell for Izuku. People called him names from the moment he walked through the doors. His desk was covered with new graffiti every day. Katsuki threatened him against applying for the hero course, blowing up all of Izuku's notebooks and backpacks. While the explosion user never attacked him directly, others were not so kind. Many groups assaulted Izuku if he wasn't careful and didn't run out of the school right as classes ended. He was left with many bruises and bloody noses throughout the year. Izuku knew better than to fight back. If he used the impact glove on anyone, he would never see his invention ever again. Besides, Katsuki would destroy the machine if he ever brought it to school. The Greenette kept his creation at home, leaving him quirkless. He knew deep down that he could have beaten his attackers if he wished. His training had made him faster and stronger than his peers, who rarely exercised outside of their quirk usage. A palm strike to the solar plexus, the throat, or the nose would take them all out of commission, but Izuku held himself back. All of the teachers turned a blind eye to the harassment. None of them would take his side if he defended himself. After all, the other students were the ones with actual potential. A worthless Deku wasn't worth ruining the futures of their favored pupils. As such, Izuku endured the punishment without complaint. He learned to accept the pain. He scrubbed his desk every day. He hid his actual bag and books in a storage locker every morning. Izuku covered all of his bases to avoid any possible scenario where he could be automatically rejected by UA due to marks on his record. Thankfully, the instructors didn't care enough to purposefully sabotage him. They were still lazy with his grades. Izuku only approached them if he scored less than an 80%. He couldn't allow them to completely dismiss him. The Greenette made sure that he only ever bothered them if they became too lackadaisical. Putting in the tiniest bit of effort for him was easier than being harassed multiple times by the Quirkless student, after all. While Izuku hated school, he managed to preoccupy himself all day and every day with thinking. The teenager would often stare off into space, re-evaluating equations, what work needed to be done, and how best to train his body. He had decided that he needed a second impact glove. Katsuki could fire explosives out of both palms. Izuku needed to be able to use both hands in order to be a proper hero. Thankfully, constructing a new gauntlet was simple compared to developing the first weapon. The real problem came with training his left hand to move on instinct like his right palm. Izuku had prepared 2 extra baseball pitching machines in order to help him improve. Dodging and using his original impact glove was second nature to him after training every day, but his weaker arm lingered behind his expectations. This forced Izuku to work overtime to compensate for the less trained appendage. At the same time, he realized he needed to work on empty-hand self-defense. Izuku couldn't allow himself to be useless if his impact gloves malfunctioned. Unfortunately, he couldn't locate a dojo willing to take in a quirkless student. They sneered at him as they turned him away, saying that he was a lost cause. Thankfully, the internet existed. Izuku dissected every video he could of self-defense. He memorized katas, sparring drills, and various techniques. The Greenet understood every theory, but there was a problem. Someone could not improve in self-defense on their own. The best he could achieve were artificial helpers. There was free game developer software for people to use with VR helmets. Stick figures could be made to move in various sequences. Izuku adjusted the program to function on his scanner glasses. He programmed common attack patterns into the faceless enemies. They rushed around him, throwing punches and kicks. Blocking, dodging, and counterattacking wasn't the same without physical contact with real bodies, but the important aspect was training himself to move on muscle memory. Finally, Izuku decided to push himself to his absolute physical limits. He was already fit, but he would need to be better than everyone else if he wished to be a hero. The best way he could think to improve himself was by doing volunteer work. Takoba Municipal Beach Park had once been a beautiful, bustling part of his town. Regrettably, people used the area as a dumping ground. A once stunning ocean view had become a landfill, and Izuku took it upon himself to clean the entire section of the beach covered with trash. He strapped the garbage to his back and carried the litter away. All the while, he worked on his footwork. Stances and leg stability were the most important aspects of unarmed self-defense. With weight holding him down, Izuku improved his techniques by leaps and bounds. At the same time, his training allowed him to push his muscles to new heights. The process was exhausting. Izuku was thankful for classes simply so that he could physically rest. His mother had noticed his increased training regime. After all, he was eating twice as much now. He no longer consumed any meals outside of the strictest diets designed for Olympic athletes. Of course, Inko wasn't happy about his decision. Izuku knew he seemed obsessed, but his dream was the only thing he had in life that was worth living. Thankfully, she didn't try to stop him. Inko silently supported him every step of the way, even though she clearly didn't believe he could be a hero. Luckily, his absurd training schedule explained away the wounds he received from his bullies. At least, that was the case at first. As the months crawled by, Izuku became faster and stronger. Halfway through the 10 months, he became slippery enough to escape his assailants with ease. None of them could keep up with him. That never stopped them from trying, but even bringing in greater numbers didn't help them. Izuku was actually thankful for their assistance as time passed. Their actions allowed him to test his dodging and blocking skills. As long as he never threw a punch as he escaped, he couldn't get in trouble with his school. At the same time, the other parts of his training provided results. He could use his left impact glove just as well as his right. Izuku could defend himself from the barrage of 5 different pitching machines. The Greenet had finished cleaning the beach as well. People often visited the ocean now. Watching children run across the sand and couples standing by the water filled him with joy. For the first time in his life, Izuku had made something better. That made a new problem. He no longer had a way to exercise by carrying the heavy garbage. Luckily, his father appreciated the work he put into improving his body. Hisashi bought him as much equipment as he wanted, allowing him to push himself even further. At the same time, he combined his impact gloves with his martial arts training. Izuku was happy with the results. By the time that he was done, he was using his inventions to help him move through the air and dodge in unique ways instead of simply absorbing incoming attacks. The greatest weakness of his impact gloves was that they needed to absorb energy to be functional. If he didn't have any power stored, he was simply wearing normal gauntlets. That was why he had developed the habit of repeatedly tapping the cores during his downtime, progressively building might into his weapons. Izuku had worked around the KNKS of only being able to absorb a single attack before needing to burst out the energy. Now, the limit was far higher. He designed the improved gloves like a fuel tank. Energy went into the container, steadily building until it could no longer hold anything else. At that point, the machine would crumble if Izuku attempted to block any more incoming attacks. Thankfully, releasing the buildup was easy. He could even unleash a small, steady stream of energy if need be. The upper limit wasn't enough to endure something like All Might's full force. Even 2 impact cores together would crumble before such an overwhelming level of power, but Izuku was positive that a single glove could stop the momentum of a semi-truck moving at top speed. At least, he believed that theoretically. He wasn't stupid enough to test his theory by walking out into traffic. Near the end of the 10 months before his entrance exam, Izuku was proud of his results. He had forged himself into a wall of muscles while still having his flexibility and maneuverability. Both of his impact gloves had met his high standards. The teenager had made the world a better place. Even his time at school had improved. Everyone was too busy with studying for entrance exams to harass him. Although, there had been another love confession prank. That time, Izuku hadn't fallen for the trick. The 1% chance that anyone would be interested in him romantically had died. No girl in the world would ever want to date someone who was quirkless of all things. He realized that his love life would be non-existent until he died. Such a fact hurt, but he felt that he was better off accepting the truth now rather than lifting his hopes to unreasonable expectations. No one so much as wanted to be his friend, let alone his lover. In fact, if his parents weren't related to him, he doubted even they would want to associate with him. His only focus was on his dream. Izuku knew he could be a hero. All Might believed in him, but there was something out of his control. UA had to approve his impact gloves during the physical portion of the entrance exam. He hadn't received a word about his special request. Outside tools were not normally allowed unless they were necessary for quirks, but Izuku prayed to any deity who would listen to him that they would make a single exception for him. Because if they didn't, Izuku wasn't 100% certain he could pass whatever trial they placed in front of him. Before we end today's faculty meeting, there was one more topic I'd like to discuss, Nizu announced, glancing across the table of the facility meeting. The tiny, white animal in a striped suit sipped his tea. We have received a most interesting request from an applicant for the hero course this year. He wishes to use outside tools. He's asking to cheat? That's a bold strategy. Present Mike ran a hand through his blonde mohawk. I wouldn't say that he's asking to cheat. He just wants to even the playing field. Nizu seemed delighted by the turn of events. Well, it must be something special if you're bringing it up, Vlad King crossed. His massive arms. His spiky, silver hair emphasized his square, stern features. What has you so worked up? Behold! Midoriya Izuku. Nizu pressed a button on a remote. The screen on the wall flickered to present the green-haired teenager. Izuku trembled with anxiety in the picture, even though it was an official school photo. He doesn't look that special, Snipe adjusted his cowboy hat. Many would agree. He is, after all, quirkless, Nizu explained. Every member of the staff shared surprised looks. Quirkless people were allowed to apply to UA, but few rarely dared to even try. The population of the powerless was shrinking more every year. Most of the populace without quirks were adults. The fact that Izuku had the guts to even reach out to UA impressed most of them. Well, I can see why the cutie would want to bring in a weapon. Midnight leaned forward against the desk. The dark-haired, voluptuous woman was being as provocative as always. But doesn't this go against the rules? The only equipment you usually allow are tools the students might require to use their quirk properly. You are correct, Nizu nodded. This is a very interesting case, though. It was first brought to my attention by All Might. Aizawa groaned. He was a dark-haired man wearing a sleeping bag. His bloodshot eyes rolled. Really? What did the muscle head say? Just that he was impressed when a quirkless kid saved himself from a villain and that I should keep my eye out for his application, Nizu grinned. Recovery Girl blinked. The tiny, wrinkly woman didn't believe her old ears. Wait, the boy saved himself? But how? Let me show you. Nizu pressed another button on the remote. The image shifted to a video. Hello. MIN name I is Midoriya Izuku. Izuku trembled in front of the camera. He was used to recording himself, but creating a video for someone other than himself was nerve-wracking. Not a lot of confidence, huh? Vlad King muttered. Hush. Midnight eyed the recording in interest. These are my eye impact G gloves. Izuku took a deep breath, steadying himself. They allow me to absorb eye incoming attacks and redirect the energy B back. I'll show you how they work. The entire staff watched with wide eyes as Izuku turned to multiple picture machines. They were impressed by how he started running around the clearing. As promised, the impact gloves absorbed the momentum of the baseballs and released the power in the form of green energy. There was no way to fake such a sight. He would have to be the greatest video editor in the world to trick their keen eyes. When the recording was over, Nizu pressed a button on the remote once more. He has sent in dozens of documents explaining his case. I was very impressed by the details put into the impact gloves. This is stuff that goes well beyond what most of the biggest support equipment firms in the world could do. It's groundbreaking stuff. And a kid did it by himself? Present Mike inquired. Are you sure his parents didn't buy it for him or something? Nope. I looked into them. His parents are well off, but they don't have the means to break our current understanding of science, Nizu cackled in glee. I believe the boy when he says that he made the machines himself. Well, he should definitely be accepted. Power Loader finally spoke. Passion filled the eyes behind his mask, shaped as a yellow excavation claw. Ginger hair flowed out from behind his head covering. This kid is brilliant. He can change the world by working in the support class. But he only signed up for the hero course. Nizu leaned back in his chair. He wants to use his technology to be a quirkless hero. That's never been done before, Aizawa mumbled tiredly. Indeed. This will be a first. As you all saw, he moves unbelievably well for someone without formal training. Nizu took another sip of his tea. However, I can tell that he will not be able to pass without those gloves. The decision about whether or not to allow this exception to the rule will determine his future. Present Mike shrugged. He basically has a free pass to general studies or support. It's not a big deal if he can't pass the physical part of the exam. That's illogical, Aizawa noted. One look at the kid can tell you that he's a ball of anxiety. Failing because we denied his request would crush him. It would feel like we were being as bigoted as the rest of the world. Midnight raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? Quirklessness rates are dropping, but discrimination against the quirkless is rising. It's not only legal but socially acceptable, Aizawa scowled in disgust. You can hear it from politicians, comedians, and even a few pro-heroes. Lost both your legs in an accident? Well, at least you're not quirkless. Got fired and have no income? Could be worse. You could be quirkless too. I'm sure you've all seen it. Those lines always get a round of laughter. Everyone lowered their heads in shame. None of them had a problem with the quirkless, but they didn't pay much attention to the plight of the powerless. They tried not to think about the people they couldn't help or save, but Aizawa was closer to Izuku's situation because he had an unusual and hated quirk. After all, the underground hero could make anyone just as powerless as Izuku. You are correct. Businesses can turn away applicants if they are quirkless. In fact, they can refuse to serve them too. Assaulting the quirkless is rarely prosecuted as well. Nizu's normally joyful features shifted with rage. In fact, the leading cause of death for the quirkless is suicide, and the percentage is steadily rising year by year. That's just awful, Vlad King clenched his fists. But this might be a path towards changing that. Nizu declared. All Might believes in this Midoriya Izuku. And so do I. I've done the math. He will pass as long as we permit him to use his gloves. Midoriya-kun will travel down a difficult road. One that's even more dangerous than our other students. He will face troubles that none of us can imagine, but I believe without a shadow of a doubt that he can be a hero if we give him this one chance. If we are the one group of people in the world who lift him up instead of pushing him down. It sounds like you've already made up your mind, Snipe mentioned. So, why even bring this up to us? Because I wanted to put this to a vote, Nizu sighed. We will face a lot of criticism because of this. All eyes will be on us and Midoriya-kun. We will get a lot of hatred. Undeserved. Hatred. But hatred nonetheless. And it might influence our students. Perhaps, the bad press and drama will hinder their growth. There's no way of knowing. By helping Midoriya-kun, we will be hurting ourselves, our school, and maybe even our students. I'm not so selfish to place this burden on all of you without your consent. So, if even one person thinks that this is the wrong course of action, I will deny his request. A heavy silence spread across the room. Everyone shared nervous expressions. They wanted to help the poor boy and to give him a real chance, but the consequences made them hesitate. None of them knew if they were willing to sacrifice an entire generation of future heroes for the sake of a single person. Sometimes, heroes had to play the numbers game. It was a disgusting fact that they had all grown to accept. I can't believe we're even discussing this. Of course, we're accepting his request. Aizawa stood from his chair. If all of this is true, then we have a gifted student in front of us. One who is willing to work harder than anyone. I'd rather take him than a student with the most powerful quirk imaginable. If he's lying, then he'll fail. If he's telling the truth, he'll succeed, but I won't accept us denying him the chance to prove himself among his peers. Midnight smirked. That's rich coming from the guy who expelled his entire class. I stand by that decision. None of them were suited for hero work. Midoriya might very well be the same way. I don't know, but it seems like he has potential. Aizawa placed his hands on the table. I won't accept us crushing that possible potential. If he fails the test with his inventions, that's on him. If he passes and later proves that he doesn't have what it takes to be a hero, that's on him too. I'll even tell the truth to his face in that case. It has nothing to do with the fact that he's quirkless. It's about him, not his lack of power. And the other students? Vlad King questioned. They need to be able to handle bad press and stress. If they can't endure a sliver of criticism from just being around someone who's quirkless, then they don't deserve to be heroes. I'll expel them without a second thought. Aizawa's bloodshot eyes scanned the table. And if even one of you thinks otherwise, then I'll quit. I won't work with anyone who refuses to do what's best for their students. Present Mike laughed. Well said. It will be an interesting challenge, Power Loader agreed. Recovery Girl hummed in thought. Have you already asked All Might? He'll be joining us this coming school year. Nizu nodded. He has agreed as well. So, no one has any objections. Very well. I will approve Midoriya-kun's request. We'll see if he has what it takes to be the world's first quirkless hero. Next chapter on November 28, 2025. Chapter text. Disclaimer. I own nothing. Chapter 3. Results. Izuku stood in front of the gate leading into UA. He gaped at the sight of the enormous school grounds filled with different gyms and training grounds. The teenager could still hardly believe that he had been given special permission to use the impact gloves. Maybe, the staff didn't believe that his invention was real and were humoring the quirkless kid. That didn't matter to him. For once, Izuku had a real chance, and he was going to make the most of it. Even after Katsuki passed by him, cursing him the entire way, Izuku didn't move. Instead, he allowed the waves of students to pass by him for a few minutes. He gathered all of his courage and stepped forward to his one opportunity to achieve his dream. The written exam didn't scare him in the slightest. Izuku had been memorizing textbooks for years. As long as the grading was fair and accurate, unlike at his middle school, he would earn a perfect score. That had never been what worried him. His true concern was that the impact gloves would be put to the test in an actual combat situation for the first time. Normally, Izuku would be thinking through his equations and probable fight scenarios, but he was distracted when he took his seat in the wide auditorium. That was unusual for him. Even being assigned to sit next to a grumbling Katsuki couldn't pull him from his wonder. To Izuku's delight, the exam proctor was a famous pro hero. Present Mike. Izuku trembled in awe. Shut up, Katsuki growled, silencing the greenette. Present Mike explained the rules of the exam. They would all be divided into 7 different locations. Each area had been designed as a mock city. Robots would be roaming the streets, and their job would be to take out the machines. There would be 4 variations of enemies, ranging from 0 to 3 points. An intense examinee with glasses had asked a question about the 0-pointer, interrupting Present Mike. Such a sight annoyed Izuku. He was sure the pro hero was going to explain the whole exam. Questions should have been held until the end. That was the best way to gather new information. Thankfully, his irritation faded when he and Katsuki were separated. UA probably wanted to keep applicants from the same middle school away from each other so they couldn't collaborate. Of course, Izuku was sure his former friend would simply attack him, shattering his opportunity to pass. That was seemingly one problem solved. Except, the greenette had another antagonist waiting to harass him. Hey! The intense guy in the glasses grabbed Izuku's shoulder, causing the Quirkless team to jump and squeak. Why yes? Izuku trembled as the stranger glared at him. His antagonist had sharp eyebrows and a dark bowl cut. He noticed that the speaker had a muscular frame. The young man's legs were especially defined. Perhaps, this person had a quirk requiring extreme levels of fitness. Outside tools are prohibited without special permission. The stranger pointed at the impact gloves. Are you trying to cheat? No. IIW's G given S special P permission B by T the S school. Izuku pulled out the pass sent to him by the principal. The stranger examined the note. I see, Midoriya-san. Very well. Never mind. You may continue. Izuku took back the pass. He didn't appreciate that the intense stranger had singled him out. Now, everyone was glaring at him, wondering about his strange behavior and the special exception for the exam. Most assumed that the impact gloves were necessary for his quirk. After all, there were a few other people with tools, like the sparkling blonde guy. That didn't stop the other examinees from outright mocking Izuku's timidness with whispers and jeers. Even without knowing that he was quirkless, the crowd had dismissed him as a worthless Deku. And begin. Present Mick's voice echoed through the streets. A switch flipped in Izuku's mind. In social situations, he was a nervous wreck, but this was like his training regime. The alarm had sounded, just like with the baseball pitching machines. He had ingrained himself to move at a moment's notice. As such, Izuku sprinted away from the starting area. Everyone else cried out that he was a cheater, but Present Mike corrected them. Do you think that you're going to get a big signal when you're a hero? Go, go, go. The timer has started. Izuku had 10 minutes to earn as many points as possible. The handout had shown pictures of the robots. Everyone knew how much each enemy was worth, but Izuku cared about the designs more than memorizing their numbers. He had identified structural weaknesses in each of the machines. A 1-pointer would fall apart if struck right above their wheels. 2-pointers had long, vulnerable necks. On the other hand, 3-pointers had armor all over them except their bottoms. 0-pointers were the odd ones. They didn't seem to have any structural vulnerabilities. Every piece was covered with enough armor to stop any sort of attack from a high school applicant. Izuku didn't plan to attack any of those robots. There was nothing to gain by destroying a 0-pointer, but he didn't like the idea of having no plan. He guessed the biggest weakness would be around the head and neck area. That was the most likely place the control panel was located. If he can unleash bursts from both gloves onto the frieliest part of the protection, he might be able to harm the wiring enough for it to lose power. Of course, that was a big maybe. Izuku kept the possible weaknesses in the back of his mind as he charged through the streets. A 1-pointer turned to him. He blocked the robot's punch with his left glove and destroyed the base with his free hand, causing the machine to crumble. That was a single point. Izuku had no idea how many he had to earn. There were 40 open spots in the hero classes, but a few of them were reserved for recommendation students. Izuku assumed he would have to score within the top 35 to be accepted into UA's heroics course. The next robots that Izuku encountered were a 2-pointer and a 3-pointer. Izuku destroyed the long neck machine by blasting its throat with the extra energy he had previously gathered from his former opponent. He then used his free hand to block an attack from the 3-pointer. Before the machine could react, the green net slid under the device and obliterated its vulnerable underbelly with another burst. Izuku rolled out from under the broken metal before it collapsed. A sigh of relief left his lips. That was 6 points in total. When he arrived at the school, he made sure his gloves were at 50% energy capacity in case of an emergency. His confrontations with the first 3 robots had left them at 45%. Izuku would have to be careful. If he didn't absorb more power, he would run out of fuel and be defenseless. The green net turned to race towards a 3-pointer which had leapt in the air, but a flash out of the corner of his eye directed his attention to the side. A screaming applicant was about to be crushed by a 1-pointer. A tiny burst of energy from his gloves sent the defeated student sliding away before the final blow could be dealt. The machine turned to him. Izuku blocked the blow to his head and used that energy to destroy the robot. "Are you okay?" "Why, yeah." The applicant raised a thumb. "Do you need me to help you to the medical tent?" Izuku checked on the young man. The other examinee's legs were still functional. "What? No way. I don't have time for that." The applicant jumped to his feet and rushed away. Izuku shook his head. If the aspiring student could walk, then he wouldn't worry about the other teenager. His focus had to be on earning points. Unfortunately, he was immediately distracted by another scream. The green net found himself in a loop. Someone new would get in trouble. Izuku would save them and destroy the robot. When he asked the other person if they needed medical assistance, they would push him away. Part of him was relieved by their answers. While Izuku was happy to help others, he knew that he needed to focus on raising his score if he ever wanted to pass. There were far more 1-pointers than there were other robots. Other applicants were overwhelmed by the superior numbers. Izuku had helped several other people from getting hurt, but his actions had hurt his score. He only had 20 points at the moment. To be safe, Izuku would prefer to be between 40 and 50 points, but he was rapidly running out of time. He was about to rush to the nearest 3-pointer when the ground began to quake. A gigantic 0-pointer crashed through a building, sending everyone sprawling. Izuku's jaw dropped. The sketch hadn't hinted at the robot's true size. He would have to be close to 100% capacity in both gloves to dent the machine's control panel, if he could even reach that high. Everyone around him was running away, including the intense stranger with the glasses. Izuku was about to follow after them when he noticed something behind him. A girl with short brown hair, hazel eyes, and a permanent blush on her cheeks had fallen onto the ground. "My leg," the girl groaned. Izuku didn't realize that he had started moving, but the next thing he knew was that he was standing over her. He raised his palms, blocking the enormous 0-pointer's punch at the girl. His inventions flared in alarm. They had previously been almost empty, but now the gauges were at full capacity. Even a single more newton of force would have damaged the impact gloves. Thankfully, his tools had been almost completely empty at this point, and he had barely managed to stop the attack. Before the robot could realize what had happened, Izuku spun around, scooped the girl into his arms, and sprinted away. She gasped in shock. "Huh? Sorry for touching you without your permission," Izuku exclaimed. He was careful about where he placed his hands as he carried her bridal style. "Hold on tight. We have to keep moving." Thank you very much." The girl's face had grown crimson. Izuku glanced around him. All of the students were screaming as they fled. The 0-pointer had recovered and was catching up to him. He would be able to dodge by running into a nearby ally, but the others might not be so. Lucky. They were in danger. He had to save them, but he couldn't do anything while holding this girl. "Hey, what's your quirk?" "Zero gravity." The girl examined the pads on her fingers. The name and her actions allowed him to understand her power. "How much can you lift?" "A few tons." Izuku gained a wide, beaming smile. All the puzzle pieces were in place. He could now solve the problem. Perfect. "All right. When I tell you, take away my gravity. Why? The girl asked. Izuku slid into an alley. The robot passed him, focusing on the other participants. I'm going to take that thing down, and I need to get up high to do it. But it's a 0-pointer, the girl pointed out. So? It's about to hurt people. Izuku placed her onto the ground. Please, turn off my gravity. The brunette gaped at him in shock. Her flush had intensified upon seeing the joyful confidence spread across his face. He had a look in his eyes promising her that everything was going to be okay as long as he was here. She didn't hesitate to tap him with her fingers, turning off his gravity. Before she could ask him what came next, he rocketed away by using his impact gloves. Izuku had trained himself to use his inventions to move while off his feet. Energy bursts could fling him through the air, but that usually required large amounts of fuel. That problem disappeared when all of his weight vanished. A minuscule surge of power was all that he needed to fly out of the alley. No longer having gravity holding him down felt slightly nauseating, but he forced himself to adjust to the feeling. His focus was on using the appropriate force to curve through the air and soar up to the 0-pointer's neck. The robot didn't notice his approach. He flew with the speed of a rocket towards its one vulnerability. Instead of slowing his momentum, the greenette moved his palms forward to its nape. His eyes landed on the tiny control panel carved into the metal. The quirkless teenager had thankfully managed to save almost all of his energy for one attack. Izuku could only hope that his calculations about the 0-pointer were correct. 0 gravity impact. Izuku cried. Energy burst from his hands, fusing together in a wave. The assault tore through the control panel, obliterating the wiring inside. Releasing a groan, the destroyed machine collapsed to the ground before it could reach the other applicants. All of the other examinees had slid to a stop, gaping in awe of the person who saved him. Turn back on my gravity, Izuku shouted. While weightless and in the air, his attack had an equal pushing force on him as the machine. He was sent flying away as a human missile. The girl did as he requested, pressing her finger pads together. With his gravity returned, he plummeted down to the ground like a rock. Everyone gasped as he was about to crash into the pavement. Their eyes widened when Izuku landed palms first, absorbing the impact of the fall into his gloves before rolling forwards to avoid crashing face first. Right as he popped back up, the timer rang, ending the exam. Izuku immediately turned around and rushed back to the girl. He had only tested absorbing the impact of falls from the height of a tree. Descending from buildings had only been hypothetical. Thankfully, his calculations had been correct. If they hadn't, his arms would have been crushed to dust during the landing. The greenette found that the girl had scooted to the end of the alley. Her face couldn't be any more red. Both of her pupils were dilated. She was gaping at him in awe. That was amazing. I've never seen anyone adjust to not having any gravity that quickly, she announced. Oh, I just did the math in my head. Izuku had calculated how much force would be required to move him if he was weightless but still surrounded by air pressure. I'll help you, the girl stammered when he picked her back up in his arms. Beep. Would you prefer me to just lend you a shoulder? Izuku asked innocently. This is just faster. Besides, you're super light. Her heart was beating faster than when she was about to be crushed by a robot. She liked being in his arms. The greenette's hands were defined and powerful. Thank you. Izuku jogged around the defeated 0-pointer. The medical tent should be back at the oh my god. It's Recovery Girl. The famous healing heroine was walking down the road, passing out gummies to the applicants. I came to check on you all. Is there anyone in need of medical attention? Excuse me, Recovery Girl. Izuku rushed in front of her, never noticing the stares he was receiving from his peers. The stranger in the glasses had a conflicted expression spread across his face. Her leg is hurt. Could you please help her? Of course, dearie, Recovery Girl noted as Izuku lowered the injured girl to the heroine's height. To almost everyone's shock, she kissed the injured applicant on the forehead. Huh? The girl blinked as her leg recovered in an instant. She felt slightly more tired though, stumbling as Izuku placed her on her feet. Once again, he made sure to be careful about where he placed her hands. Here, dearie. Eat these. Recovery girl handed the girl some gummies. They should help. Make sure not to move around until you've got your energy back. Thank you, the girl bowed her head. Recovery girl turned to Izuku, and you? Are you hurt? No. I'm not hurt. But oh god. I'm talking to Recovery girl. Izuku repeatedly bowed to her. He spoke at an extremely fast pace. It's such an honor. I went back and read all about your career from when you were active. You healed an entire town after they were hurt by an earthquake. It was so amazing how you spoke to them all so calmly. I could tell that they trusted you so much. A true hero. Always making people feel better. Physically and mentally. Recovery girl waved him off before he could continue rambling. Oh my. You'll make this old lady blush. I didn't know there were any young fans these days. While I'm flattered and I'd love to hear you praise me more, I do have a job to do. Of course. Thank you. Izuku never stopped bowing out of respect as she walked away. In a delighted mood, Recovery girl went back to checking on the students. Izuku stood up, cursing himself for not having a notebook available. He would have cut off a finger for her autograph. Unfortunately, the rules stated he couldn't bring any paper with him. The greenette wondered if he could find one of the handouts and wait until everyone else was checked out before approaching the heroine. Again. The girl next to him tilted her head as he mumbled his plan under his breath. You're muttering a lot. Are you okay? W's is saying all to that out loud. Izuku flinched. I'm sorry. Be bad habit. The brunette blinked. His personality had completely shifted now that the danger was defeated and the exam concluded. He looked mortified and disgusted with himself. She was shocked when he bowed, begging for forgiveness over picking her up without her consent. No. It's fine. You saved me after all. My name is Uraraka Achiko. Midoriya Izuku. Izuku acted as though he expected to be slapped. Well, Midoriya-kun, you must have had a lot of points if you were willing to throw caution to the wind like that, Achiko noted. Izuku grew pale. The P points. I see completely forgot. I only had T20. 20? Achiko blinked. And you still helped everyone? Ij just kind of moved on in my own, Izuku muttered. This was it. He was destined to fail now, like a worthless Deku. But that's not fair. Achiko puffed out her cheeks. That robot should have been worth 30 points at least. Not 0. And you did that to help everyone. Let's go talk to the proctor. I'll see if I can give you some of my points. That's okay, Izuku lowered his head. She was only being kind to him because she didn't know that he was quirkless. It's not okay. Achiko grabbed his hand. Come on. But Izuku didn't have the willpower to fight her off. He could have easily pulled himself away, but the teenager allowed her to drag him to the starting area. Excuse me, Mr. Present Mike. Achiko pulled Izuku to the hero. Can I speak with you? What do you need, miss? Present Mike eyed the two of them. Midoriya-kun gave up a lot of time helping me and everyone else, Achiko insisted. Can I give him some of my points? He deserves more than what he got. Present Mike raised an eyebrow. Are you sure about that? Achiko's expression was firm. Of course. It's the right thing to do. Present Mike glanced at the trembling Izuku and smiled. Don't you worry about it. There's no harm in spilling the beans now that everything is over. There were more than just points for taking down the robots. There were also rescue points. Are rescue points? Izuku's eyes widened. Present Mike laughed. Yeah, we're heroes here. You don't think that we take into account that potential heroes might give up their precious points for other people? Those are the type of students we want most. I can promise you, Midoriya, you've gotten more than your fair share of rescue points. Izuku was openly crying now. Really? Really? Now, get out of here. Be young and enjoy yourselves. Present Mike pointed at their hands. In their rush, they had forgotten to let go of each other. Both of them blushed, releasing their hold. Present Mike continued chuckling as he turned to walk away. Before he could get far, Izuku spoke again. The greenette grabbed one of the leftover pamphlets and held it out. Can I have your autograph? Izuku was beaming in joy. He stared at the autograph in his hand as he marched towards the gates of UA. Present Mike was as nice and heroic as he imagined. Of course, the man probably didn't know that Izuku was quirkless. After all, he was one person in an entire ocean of applicants. The situation would have been far different if the pro had known the truth, but Izuku would take any sort of win he could get. That was pretty crazy, huh? Achiko noted from beside him. Izuku froze. He had completely forgot that the pretty girl was behind him. Why yeah. Achiko stopped next to him. They had arrived at the gate. All of the other applicants had already shuffled away, leaving them alone. I hope what he said was true about the rescue points. I doubt Ichiro W would lie. Izuku was trembling before her inquisitive gaze. True, Achiko tilted her head. Are you okay? You're acting way different than during the exam. W wasn't thinking be back then. Izuku gently slid the autograph into his bag. He didn't want it to get wrinkled by his shaking. That wasn't you thinking? I'd hate to see what you could do with your full brain power, Achiko giggled. You were incredible. I've never seen anyone adjust to my quirk like that, let alone use it to fly. W is J just S science, Izuku grimaced. They were getting close to the part of the conversation that he hated. So, you're super smart and super confident in the middle of danger but overthink things during normal conversations? That's really cute, Achiko blushed. Oh, you think so? Izuku's shaking slowed slightly. Of course, I wish I was that smart. I could probably use my quirk better if I was. I get really dizzy and sick when I overuse it, Achiko explained. It feedback O overload F from T the gravity? Izuku asked. Huh. Achiko blinked. I mean G gravity I is C constant. The everything H has it. B but S still T that P power J just D doesn't D disappear. Why you C can't J just erase it? Izuku shuffled uncomfortably. And maybe why your Q quirk A aborbs it? NT the F feedback and makes YUS sick? It's J just 80 theory. Absorb the gravity? Achiko tapped her chin in thought. Maybe. I do kind of feel full the more I use zero gravity. See, can you increase something's G gravity? Izuku wondered. No. I've never figured out how to do that, Achiko shook her head. Have you tried while S stealing something else's gravity? Izuku suggested. I haven't, Achiko stared at him in wonder. Maybe I'll test that out. It might not work, but no one thought to do that. Thank you. You just keep helping me, huh? Why, you're welcome, Izuku pointed away. He wanted to stop the conversation on a positive note. If they continued talking, she'd eventually ask about his own abilities. I should get G going. Hey, Achiko reached into her pocket, pulling out her phone. Her face was a deep scarlet, but a girl needed to be bold in the current era. I might have more things to ask you about my quirk. Maybe you could help me? Could I get your N number? Izuku lowered his head. His gaze locked onto his shoes. He didn't want to see her face when he told her the truth. She deserved to know that he was a worthless Deku. Why you don't want that? Achiko took a step back at his hurt, resolved tone. Of course I do. Why would you say that? B because N no 01W wants MI number. Izuku took a deep breath. I am Q quirkless. You're quirkless? Achiko was shocked. But I saw those energy bursts. F from MII inventions. Izuku waited for the inevitable fallout. I don't have a Q quirk. Really? Achiko could tell by his pained expression that he was telling the truth. Oh wow. You're even more amazing than I thought. Izuku's head snapped up to face her. You didn't even need an intelligence or tech quirk to make those gloves. But you did that all on your own without any help. Achiko's eyes sparkled. That's the most incredible thing I've ever heard. Why you really think so? Izuku didn't know how to handle such a twist of fate. This could be a trick to hurt him more later, but he felt futile hope bubble in his stomach for the first time in years. Yeah. Achiko's smile couldn't be wider. I've never heard of a quirkless hero before. That's because none exist, Izuku admitted. Then you'll definitely be the first. Achiko's words shocked Izuku to the core. Joy surged in his heart. You'll definitely pass. They'd be stupid to turn you away. I don't know about me though. I know you have to go, but could I please have your number? Your ideas about my quirk could really help. Okay. Izuku pulled out his own phone and, for the first time in his life, exchanged numbers with someone who wasn't his mother or father. The time waiting for the results passed in a blur for Izuku. He was worried about the tests, but having someone texting him every day helped. Achiko was ecstatic the day after the exam. She told him that his theory was right. The zero-gravity user started with something small. Achiko stole the gravity from an apple and put the extra force into an orange, increasing its weight. Izuku was shocked when she continued responding to him after discovering a new part of her quirk. He thought she would get sick of him after a day. Of course, he couldn't stutter anxiously over text, and she still needed him for quirk ideas. That was probably why she didn't toss him like an annoying, worthless Deku yet. When he had nothing left to give her, she would drop the act, showing her true disdain. It was the inevitable conclusion for someone who was quirkless. Until that happened, Izuku was enjoying having a pretend friend. He knew the end results would hurt, but people said that it was better to have loved and lost than never to have loved at all. The quirkless teenager would cherish these memories for the rest of his life. Texting someone made him feel like he was actually a worthwhile person. Although, his heart ached when he thought about Achiko eventually laughing in his face for thinking that she would ever be his friend, but until then, he would help her any way he could. Besides messaging with the girl, he continued training and adjusting his impact gloves. The machines had functioned perfectly during the exam, but he needed to think of ways to make them even better. Even if Present Mike lied and he failed, Izuku wouldn't quit. He would work his way into the hero program from the general studies class if he had no other choice. Even with Achiko and his inventions distracting him, Izuku was still nervous while waiting for the results from the exam. He could hardly sleep or eat. His mother was worried, but she didn't press the issue. Inko was simply preparing for the fallout. She thought he would fail. Izuku knew this fact, and her doubt only made him more depressed and anxious. Thankfully, the day finally came. They received a letter from Yue. Inko wanted to read the message with him, but he kicked her out of his room. He didn't want her around when he broke down crying. Either result would leave him completely overwhelmed with tears. Izuku opened the envelope, yelping when a hologram of Nizu appeared. Don't worry. This is a projection. I'm Nizu. What am I? A dog? A mouse? A bear? It doesn't matter. I'm the principal of UA here to give you results. Midoriya Izuku, I heard that Present Mike spilled the beans. Naughty of him, but I can understand why he told you about the rescue points. You performed admirably in the exam, placing the needs of everyone else above your own without a second thought. Well done, Midoriya-kun. Your villain score was 20. Not anything impressive. Sorry about the bluntness, but it's true. That's not what matters though. For almost every robot you destroyed, you saved someone. Along with the zero-pointer. We heard everything. You could have gotten away but decided to take down the robot because other people needed your help. You didn't hesitate at all. Plus, your ability to work with Uraraka-kun with no prior planning impressed all of the staff. As such, we decided to award you with 80 rescue points. That leaves you with a total of 100 points. The second highest score was over 20 points below you, meaning that you are the number 1 applicant this year. Congratulations, Midoriya-kun. We will be eagerly awaiting you to join us at UA this year. Don't get cocky though. This is only the beginning of your hero academia. Izuku dropped to his knees. He stared at the holographic image of Nizu. Hot tears were rolling down his face. For a moment he was completely silent. When he tried to speak, the teenager could only release a low His words were lost to him. All he could do was sob. Pulling the acceptance letter to his chest, Izuku wept as hard as when All Might supported him. This was his new happiest moment in life. Oh, Izuku! Inko yanked the door open. She rushed to his side in an attempt to comfort him. I'm so sorry. I know you tried your best. Not even his mother's casual dismissal of his accomplishment could bring down his mood. Shaking his head, Izuku pulled the letter out. He tried to speak, but he could only continue to sob. Instead of telling her the results, he passed her the note. She eyed the page even as the hologram faded. Inko's jaw dropped. Why you passed? Izuku nodded. That was all he could do. You passed. You did it. Inko began to cry as well. She pulled him in for a hug. My baby. You did it. You passed. You're going to be a hero. I can't believe it. I'm so sorry. I should have believed in you. You super, wonderful boy. I'm such a terrible mother. Izuku wept into her shoulder. It's oin. Why you're and not terrible. No. It's not okay. I thought I was trying to protect you, but I was just holding you back. Hurting you. Inko sobbed. I'm so sorry, Izuku. I was wrong. You did this all on your own. I'm so proud. Support you no matter what from now on. You can achieve anything you want. You can be a hero. You can. Izuku hadn't thought this day could get any better. Hearing the words he longed to hear from his mother broke him. He collapsed into a weeping mess. His mother struggled under his weight but held him. She repeatedly apologized to him, but that wasn't necessary. Izuku had already forgiven her. Next chapter will be out on December 5th, 2025. Chapter text. Disclaimer. I own nothing. Chapter 4. Class Impressions. The 2 months between receiving his acceptance letter and the start of the school year passed in a blur for Izuku. His life drastically improved, making the time zip by even faster. For the first time in his life, his parents supported him. Inko enthusiastically asked him about his inventions, training regime, and diet. Hisashi reached out to him daily, inquiring about UA. Both of his parents actually believed in him and didn't think that he was a failure. He was actually worthwhile in their eyes now that he had succeeded. It made Izuku wonder if this was what it was like for everyone who was born with a quirk. The other change came from Achiko. Having also been accepted to UA, she messaged him daily, asking for his advice on how to train the new aspect of her quirk. He was slightly uncomfortable at times. Thoughts of a pretty girl being interested in him at all made him giddy, but cold, hard reality dragged him back down to earth. Izuku refused to get his hopes up on having any sort of friend. At the same time, he didn't wish to be rude until she inevitably threw him away. As such, he always responded with intricate questions about her practice sessions and detailed explanations about how to further empower zero gravity. To his shock, Achiko even wanted to train with him personally. Considering that she had just moved to the city, lived alone, and had no friends in the area yet, the fact that she was using him as a distraction made sense. They would meet at the park every few days. He would demonstrate how the impact gloves worked and assess her growth. She even exercised with him. The girl was shocked by his fitness regime and nutritional habits. Apparently, most teenagers didn't treat their bodies like temples. His meals only consisting of baked meat, rice, and vegetables received more of a reaction from her than when she heard that he was quirkless. Achiko eventually dragged him out into the town, forcing him to try pizza and ice cream. Izuku allowed the splurge with minimal complaints. The best athletes and pro heroes in the world often commented how they used cheat days in order to maintain their diets. He didn't experience many cravings, having never eaten anything unhealthy for most of his life. Unfortunately, the real problem was something far more real to Izuku, and he had no way of explaining the situation to Achiko. W8. C can't WEG go s somewhere else. Izuku trembled in anxiety as the girl led him to a pizza restaurant which was popular with people their age. He knew how busy the business could be, and how quiet the building could become when the owner yelled at an unwelcomed guest. Don't be like that, Achiko pulled open the door. You're not getting out of this. Consider this our celebration for getting accepted to UA. But Izuku trailed off after seeing her stern expression. He lowered his head and shuffled inside, knowing how this would end. Oh wow! Achiko smiled at the ice cream collection and the rows of pizza on display. All of the booths and tables were taken, but there were a few open spots to sit in the corner. What are you going to get, Midoriya-kun? Did you want to try pineapple pizza? I've heard there's a huge debate about whether or not it's good. Izuku rubbed the back of his neck. Hey! The man behind the counter shouted. He pointed at Izuku. What did I say last time? You're not welcome here. Get out. I'm sorry, Watsuki-san. Izuku bowed. I don't want your apologies. I want you out. Watsuki raged, earning the full attention of the restaurant. Everyone glared at Izuku in awkward silence. Midoriya-kun, what did you do? Achiko stared at Izuku with wide eyes. Emi? And nothing. Izuku was on the verge of tears. No quirk. No service. Watsuki pointed at a sign behind the counter dictating the rule. Achiko's gaze shifted back to the owner. Anger spread across her features. You're turning him away because he's quirkless? This is a respectable establishment, and he's bad for business. Watsuki grimaced, remembering the loss of customers he had the week after he served Izuku ice cream. That's unbelievable. Achiko flushed with rage at the ignorant hatred on display. She was shocked when many of the customers nodded in agreement with the owner. Yuyuraraka-san. Please. Let's just go. Izuku placed a firm hand on her shoulder. He looked defeated and determined not to get in the way of the other patrons. Fine. Achiko puffed out her cheeks. She didn't want to give the owner any money now anyway. Hey. You should stay away from that boy. Watsuki called as they left. I read online that breathing too much air close to the quirkless can take away your quirk. Achiko would have screamed something back at Watsuki if Izuku didn't pull her out of the establishment. He quickly muttered a warning that they didn't want to get in trouble before starting UA. Only when they were in an alley away from the restaurant did he release her. Her rage hadn't faded in the slightest. I can't believe that. There are a few places like that around here. Izuku rubbed his arm awkwardly. MIC classmates made a fun of around here, and people learn that I am quirkless. And new places are you usually find because they don't know. Are you for real? You think that other people would kick you out if they knew you were quirkless? Achiko's eyebrows rose. Her parents hired a few quirkless employees. They seemed like nice people, and her father often praised them as hardworking and kind. In retrospect, she wondered if her parents' acceptance of the quirkless was what limited how many jobs their construction business received. The thought made her sick. She never knew how ignorant people could be. And maybe, Izuku rubbed his hands together in worry. There's an all MIT themed food stand around here. They sold hot dog once. It's apparently his favorite. Might was known to be very careful with his image and brand. A business owner had to go through extensive background checks to even be allowed to put up posters and autographs of All Might. Because the #1 hero would never turn away the quirkless, restaurants and shops endorsed by him would follow his example. Then let's go there to eat. Achiko grabbed his arm, dragging him away. W8. It's the other WA. After that event, Achiko became more adamant about getting to know him. She realized that he was a loser hated by everyone. It wasn't difficult to notice how anxious he was about every social interaction. Achiko was determined to get to know him, asking about his hobbies, interests, likes, and desires. Izuku responded in return. All the while, he was surprised by her enthusiasm. The girl didn't need to pretend to be interested in him to receive his help. This long game before rejecting him was weird. Izuku couldn't help but wonder what her new plan was. After months of extra training and practice, the first day of classes arrived. Having his mother fuss over him and being proud of him before he left was an odd experience. His father even texted him a message of support. Achiko had apparently been assigned to the same class. As such, she asked to meet up on their way to UA. Izuku felt odd about walking with another person, let alone a girl, but decided to enjoy the moment while he could. After all, she was going to abandon him soon enough. UA was even larger than he remembered. There were multiple buildings for the heroic students to use during training. Thankfully, the staff made large signs to direct new students on where to go. Izuku could see why. Unless someone had memorized the layout of the grounds, getting lost would be easy. Achiko gushed about everything they saw until they arrived at Class 1A. Izuku kept quiet for the most part. His focus was locked on praying to any deity who would listen to his hopes of not being in the same class as Katsuki. Remove your foot from that desk. Such an act is insulting to those who came to UA before us as well as the craftsman who made the desk. The guy with the glasses and intense eyebrows pointed at Katsuki. The explosion user had his feet propped up onto the desk. Like I give a dimmin. What middle school are you even from, extra? The universe hates me, Izuku mentally decided. He whispered to Achiko that they should find their desks and avoid the drama. Hopefully, Katsuki wouldn't notice him while arguing with the guy with the intense eyebrows. Unfortunately, both of the shouting students spotted him as he tried to slip past them. Deku! Katsuki sneered at him. You actually decided to show up, huh? I am mean. I was accepted, Kikaken. Izuku lowered his head. Deku! Achiko eyed him in curiosity. It was obvious that he didn't enjoy the nickname. Excuse me. I am Ida Tenya. The glasses guy rushed to Izuku before Katsuki could erupt with rage. I wish to apologize. You perceived the true nature of the test, while I did not. I truly misjudged you at the start. You were the more worthy applicant. IIW is just lucky. Izuku noticed that all eyes were on him. The other students were assessing him. He recognized the sparkling guy from the exam, but everyone else was new. They were all curious about the top-ranking student, especially because the vast majority of his 100 points came from rescues. If you'll excuse me, I'd like to find my seat B before C class S starts. Of course. You're always prioritizing the proper things. Tenya clenched his fists. The teacher will surely chastise this delinquent in my place. What did you call me, you demon extra? Katsuki slammed his hands on his desk. Enough. All of you are too rowdy. This is the heroics course. Not a social hour. Aizawa surprised them all by slinking into the room like a caterpillar while wearing a sleeping bag. In response to his arrival, everyone found their seats and grew silent. It took you 8 seconds to quiet down. Not very logical of you. Time is precious for heroes. Remember that. Everyone grimaced at the chastisement. They remained silent as Aizawa Shota introduced himself as their homeroom teacher. Izuku felt as though there was something familiar about the man, but he didn't have a chance to mentally flip through his list of heroes. Aizawa ordered them into their gym clothes and to meet him out at the training grounds. He made a special note that they should bring their necessary equipment for quirks as well. Based on the way his bloodshot gaze darted to Izuku, the quirkless teenager assumed that the teacher especially meant him. When they gathered on the training grounds, Aizawa explained that they were skipping the entrance ceremony. He wished to personally assess their quirks and abilities. They were allowed to use their full strength during the normal fitness tests, unlike in their previous schools. The teacher wanted to make sure that they would be worth investing time into for the hero course. Aizawa even decided to use the top-ranked student as an example. Midoriya, what is your record throw in middle school? Aizawa questioned. 67 meters, Izuku stammered. His words caused Katsuki to frown. The explosion user hated that they were effectively tied in fitness exams during middle school. Use your gloves however you wish. Aizawa tossed him the softball. The only rule is that you can't leave the circle. Izuku blinked, but he nodded. Everyone noticed as his shaking stopped. A focused aura enveloped him. All the students who were in the same exam as him recognized the change from the robot battles. His mind raced with numbers and equations. There were 8 tests. He couldn't use up all of his energy for the softball throw. Plus, damaging the ball would shorten the distance the object traveled. The Quirkless teen pulled his arm back and used a perfect throwing technique to launch the ball. At the same time, he utilized 5% output from his gloves to carry the ball a little under 700 meters. Almost every student gaped at the sight, except for the explosion user. Huh! What the hell was that, Deku? You don't have a quirk. Everyone went silent. Almost all of the students stared at Katsuki with raised eyebrows. Izuku's demonstration was obviously a quirk in their eyes. This caused the greenette to flinch. His confidence disappeared. He had hoped to have a few days of peace before everyone started harassing him for being quirkless. It's MI impact G gloves. Wait, a guy with spiky red hair and sharp teeth blinked. You mean you're actually quirkless? Midoriya Izuku was allowed to use his own inventions in order to participate in the exams. Aizawa cut everyone off. As you can see, his intelligence allowed him to create a device which mimics an energy-absorbing and releasing quirk. That was good enough for the staff, and it will be good enough for you. There will be no discussions about this. If Midoriya can keep up with the heroics course, he will be allowed to continue. It's only logical. Does anyone have a problem with that? Everyone was silent, even the seething Katsuki. Although, a few of the students eyed Izuku in curiosity. The two most interested in him were the girl with the dark ponytail and the sparkling blonde from the exam. While the girl was observing his gloves, the guy had a pained expression while observing Izuku. The sight made him slightly uncomfortable. Good, Aizawa noted. And just so you know, the person who scores the lowest in all 8 events will be deemed worthless. I will expel them on the spot. So, you better give it all you've got. Izuku gulped at the reveal. Aizawa was simply explaining the difficulties and unfairness of the world. They had to give their best at all times, or they wouldn't live up to the standards of heroes. Such a speech actually filled Izuku with determination rather than anxiety. He had long since adapted to fighting injustice. This was his dream. Izuku absolutely wouldn't fail now. The basic fitness tests were simple for his impact gloves. His right gauntlet had already used 5% of the normal half-tank that he left in the inventions. As such, Izuku went to work filling the impact cores. He repeatedly tapped his fingers against his inventions. A full minute of doing so refilled 1% of the energy. The process was slow without an incoming attack to absorb, but the wait period between his tests allowed him to be ready to give his best. For the 50-meter dash, he used energy pulses to send him flying towards the finish line. His gloves sent him soaring through the air for the long jump and greatly increased his strength during his grip test. Thankfully, those exams only required quick bursts. Endurance running and side-to-side jumps were harder to utilize, but Izuku did use pulses to propel him and increase his speed. Upper body training and toe touches were far more difficult. His impact gloves didn't help at all. Thankfully, his years of training put his normal fitness level well above most of his peers. By the end, he ranked 5th overall in the exams. Being below Katsuki hurt, but he was simply happy that he wouldn't be expelled on the first day. Something about the look in Aizawa's eyes told Izuku that the teacher wasn't bluffing. The quirkless teen felt bad for Mineta Minoru, the guy with the pop-off quirk. His sticky spheres would be extremely useful for capturing villains. At the same time, the orb's softness would allow him to safely catch civilians. Izuku thought Mineta was far from being a worthless Deku like him. Of course, the leering gaze the other teen gave the girls made his skin crawl. There were plenty of interesting quirks on display. Creation, ice manipulation, engine legs, a living shadow, and many other abilities left Izuku in a state of awe. His classmates were impressive. Only the versatility of the impact gloves kept him in the top quarter of the class. He would need to be careful. One slip-up would result in him losing his spot. Izuku made special notes of everyone's names and powers, looking forward to learning more about them in the future. Even if they all were disgusted by him being quirkless, Izuku wanted to help the next generation of heroes. By the time the exams finished, Mineta dropped to his knees in despair. "No, I'm going to be expelled." Huh. Aizawa tilted his head. "Oh, I was lying about that." "What?" The entire class stared at him with wide eyes as the teacher turned away from them. "Of course, it was a lie," Yaoyorozu Momo scoffed. "It was fairly obvious. I was just trying to motivate you all to do your best. It was the most logical course of action." Aizawa shuffled away. "Your syllabus is on your desks in the classroom. Go read them and prepare yourselves. Things will only get harder from here." Katsuki scowled at their instructors retreating back. Who the hell does that guy think he is? Eraserhead, Izuku realized, gaining everyone's attention. He finally remembered where he had seen their teacher. In his mumbling trance, he forgot that he was speaking to other people. He's an underground hero. Not much for the spotlight, but has been credited with more assists for villain captures than anyone else. His quirk is erasure, allowing him to temporarily nullify someone else's quirk by looking them in the eyes. Interesting, Tenya stroked his chin in thought. So, in a way, you'd probably be his worst possible opponent, Midoriya-san. That was true. Aizawa's quirk was useless against Izuku. They would effectively be two quirkless people fighting each other. Perhaps, that was why the teacher glanced at him multiple times. Izuku had been afraid that Aizawa was planning to expel him, but perhaps the truth was different. Eraserhead was probably told many different times that he couldn't be a hero with such an unorthodox quirk. If there was anyone in UA who could relate to Izuku, it would be Aizawa. Based on the way Aizawa spoke, Izuku didn't think the instructor had been lying. The underground hero was not known for his bluffs. Eraserhead had been intending to expel someone if they didn't have any potential of surviving UA. By passing Izuku, the teacher had acknowledged him as having the ability to become a hero. It was a backhanded approach to approval, but the green net would take it. After all, this was one of the handful of times anyone had praised his abilities in any way. Instead of reacting to Tenya, Izuku headed towards the changing rooms. There was an entire first day of school they needed to experience still, and he didn't want to linger, allowing other people to judge him for being quirkless. As he moved, Izuku deactivated his impact gloves, slipping the technology off his hands and tucking them under his armpit. His actions caught the attention of many of his classmates, who eyed what was effectively an artificial quirk in interest. The rest of the morning passed in a blur. Various teachers introduced themselves and explained the curriculum for the year. Izuku was close to foaming at the mouth upon meeting the various heroes, except for Midnight. She made him deeply uncomfortable, even as most of the other boys drooled over her. Mineta looked like his head was about to explode, even without Katsuki's help. Before Izuku could process all of the information his teachers gave him, lunchtime had arrived. Oh, Midoriya-kun. Achiko blinked as he walked away from everyone heading to the lunchroom. Where are you going? Yes, Tenya adjusted his glasses. I've heard that UA has excellent lunches for a reasonable price. Izuku jumped at their attention. No one in his classes had ever noticed when he snuck away during lunch, unless they were planning to attack him. I am H heading T to the S support C classroom. IIW wanted T to C check IIO out. HFP permission T to W work O on MIG gloves T there. What about your lunch? Achiko gained a worried expression. Izuku held up a rations bar often used by pro heroes in the middle of patrol. The food had all the nutrients and calories a person needed for their afternoon meal. For civilians, the product was sold at absurdly high prices, but anyone training to be a pro hero was given exceptional discounts. IIMG good. LCYUF for A afternoon C classes. But Achiko watched him rush away. It must be difficult. He has to maintain his equipment religiously while our quirks will always be with us, Tenya noted. Yeah, Achiko lowered her head, remembering how Izuku was often treated for being quirkless. He has it a lot harder than any of us. Ignorant to the conversation, Izuku made his way to the support classroom. He had memorized the map of the school while reading through the syllabus. Of course, locating the first-year workshop wouldn't have been difficult even if he became lost. The amount of noise coming from the chamber was enough to direct anyone to the scene of the argument. Demenit, Hatsum. I told you to go eat lunch. Power Loader shouted. But I have to finish this one thing. It will drive me crazy if I don't get it done. The girl called Hatsum argued. She was a pretty young woman with her salmon hair weaved into dreadlocks. At the center of her greenish-yellow eyes were irises in the shape of crosses. Instead of her normal uniform, she wore a tank top and her gym trousers. Excuse me? Izuku cleared his voice. Huh. Power Loader glanced over his shoulder. Oh, you must be Midoriya Izuku. Welcome. The principal said that you would stop by during lunch. Did you eat? Izuku showed the empty rations wrapper. Why yes. Good. Take a look around. I'll be with you in a minute. Power Loader turned his attention back to Hatsum. Izuku glanced around the workshop. Various stations were covered with cloth and pieces of metal. Part of him wanted to investigate further, but he didn't want to get in the way of anyone's projects. As such, he found a free space and pulled the impact gloves out from his bag. The quirkless teen wanted to examine his inventions in order to make sure that none of the parts had been broken during the exams. Nothing appeared off at first glance, but there was plenty within the devices which could malfunction at any moment. What are those? Hatsume's voice suddenly sounded much closer to him. Izuku turned away from his impact gloves, spotting the girl within centimeters of his face. Hatsume, leave the boy alone. That doesn't have anything to do with you. Power Loader chastised his student. But just look at them. I've never seen anything like them. Hatsume's eyes grew wide. Izuku recognized a visual quirk, allowing her to examine the impact gloves in greater detail. Here are my eye impact G gloves. Izuku trembled as her face grew closer. Not even Achiko had gotten this close to him before, and he had helped her with her quirk. What do they do? How do they work? Hatsume got even closer to him. Her cheek pressed against his face. The softness of her chest rammed into his arm. It felt like she was trying to fuse with him as she examined his work. Izuku shook in anxiety and embarrassment. His face was a deep crimson as an uncomfortable heat surged through his body. Hatsume. Personal space. Power Loader pulled her back. I'm sorry about that, Midoriya. This might be the first day, but I've been bickering with this one all morning. She's a handful. Izuku turned back to his gloves. Sorry, but I don't have time to explain everything. Wait. Hatsume seemed to realize something. How come he gets to work during lunch? He had a rations bar I recognized, Power Loader noted. He seems to take care of himself better than you. Not fair. Hatsume glared at Izuku. Give me one. I only had one, Izuku flinched. Well, bring 2 tomorrow. Hatsume demanded. Hatsume, we're here to support the hero students. Not the other way around. Power Loader shouted. What? Why would someone in the hero course be here during lunch? Hatsume's eyes sparkled with curiosity. I'm Quirkless. Izuku lowered his head in shame. I invented these T to BBH hero. Wait, Hatsume gasped in amazement. So, you made your own equipment to mimic a quirk? That's the most amazing thing I've ever heard. You must be a genius. Huh. Izuku blinked. Even Achiko had paused when she learned the truth. Hatsume didn't seem to care at all about his quirkless status. What do they do? What do they do? Hatsume pushed her way past Power Loader. She straddled Izuku in his seat. Her soft curves were pressed against him. Their faces were close enough for their noses to touch. He felt her hot breath against his lips. The girl stared at him as though he was the most interesting thing to ever exist. Izuku bit his lip, allowing the pain to distract him from the pleasant sensations. He held his arms away from her to demonstrate that he wasn't touching anything inappropriate. For once, his stutter disappeared in his excitement. They absorb and expel energy bursts. Oh, God, Hatsume was drooling now. Let's make babies together, Einstein. What? Izuku screamed. Hatsume, that's enough. Quit sexually harassing him. Power Loader once again yanked her away from Izuku. I'm so sorry, Midoriya. She calls everything she invents her babies. It has already led to a lot of incidents. It's fine. Izuku tried to calm his rapid heartbeat. He never thought that a girl would ever touch him like that. Please, let me be. Your support from behind the scenes, Einstein. Hatsume desperately pulled against Power Loader. My name is Hatsume May. I'll help you make those babies even better. By the time we're done, you'll be doing laps around the other students. Izuku cleared his throat. He thought of someone destroying his invention to sabotage him. A stern expression spread across his features. I don't let anyone touch the impact gloves. Just me. It will be fine as long as I'm the only one who touches it. May seemed to have no clue how provocative she sounded. I swear. I'll sign a confidentiality agreement. I'll give you my soul. I'll even let you touch these. Hatsume. Power Loader groaned as she pointed to her BRSS. What? Guys are supposed to like them. May cried desperately. And I need to make use of them. Do you know how often they get in the way while I'm working? Alright. Izuku just wanted this to stop. Why you don't HFT to do ANEO of T that? J just P promise and not T to S share A anything IIT tell YU, and IIL let YU H help me. MG going T to BBB busy WT the H hero C course A anyway A and W will N need T to W work WT the S support C class. Thank you. May stopped struggling. B but YU HFT to L listen T to Yura sensei, or IIL C cut YU O off, Izuku warned her. Midoriya, power loader stared at him in admiration. Izuku had saved his first person as an official heroic student. Deal. That means I have to eat, right? Come on. May rushed to the door. Let's go to the roof. The lunchroom will be too busy right now. I'll eat my bag lunch up there. B but IIHFT to C check F for D damages, Izuku pointed at his gloves. I can do that while you explain everything, Einstein. May pointed at her eyes. These are better than a magnifying glass. If anything is wrong, I'll find it immediately. Come on. Let's go make babies on the roof. Izuku turned to power loader. You, sensei, C could wait. I will clear up anything if a member of the staff gets confused by Hatsume's odd way of speaking, power loader sighed. He desperately wanted a break from his new problem student. You have my thanks, Midoriya. She was never going to let this go. Don't worry. She might be eccentric, but Hatsume got into UA because she's brilliant. If anyone can help you keep up with your classmates, it's her. Make babies. Make babies. Make babies. May was jumping up and down in excitement. Power loader observed as Izuku's face grew even redder. Thankfully, he could tell the quirkless teenager was a good person who wouldn't take advantage of May's tendencies. Of course, he wasn't certain the opposite wouldn't happen, you know. If she doesn't kill you first. Disclaimer. I own nothing. Chapter 5. Be proud. Izuku trudged tiredly out of UA at the end of the day. May had been an endless burst of energy during lunch. She wanted to understand everything about the impact gloves but struggled to comprehend how the device functioned. The cores were Izuku's pride and joy. They were energy converters which transformed kinetic energy back into potential energy. All of the wires spread the power through the device before Izuku released the bursts from the origin point. May not being able to comprehend how the machines worked was expected. He had read through enough material to earn several PhDs before he finished the design. That didn't stop her from trying. She was excited by the challenge, throwing out different ideas about how to improve the design. May's first thought was to make more of the impact cores, but that would take some time. They weren't easy to replicate. Unfortunately, they couldn't discuss the concepts in detail because the girl had the unfortunate habit of mounting Izuku. His entire brain went into a meltdown upon feeling her pressed against him. After lunch, he had spent the rest of the school day in a haze. May exhausted Izuku in a way that he couldn't explain. He wasn't a social person due to his status as being quirkless. The boy had no choice but to become extremely introverted. Her lack of boundaries pushed him past his limits. Now, all he wanted to do was go to sleep, but Izuku knew that he needed to complete his daily workout routine before bed. How was the support classroom? Tenya surprised Izuku by placing a hand on his shoulder. Oh, good. IIF found another S student T to H help me, Izuku mentioned. He was well aware that May would have no interest in a quirkless Deku if he didn't have the impact gloves. That's great. Your invention is amazing. Tenya adjusted his glasses. I don't know anyone who could create something so remarkable. I feel so terrible for chastising you at the exam, and you beat almost everyone today as well. I truly admire you, Midoriya-san. Izuku's eyes widened. Really? Indeed, Tenya nodded seriously. Although, I don't know how I feel about a teacher who lies to us. Hey, Midoriya-kun, Ida-kun. Achiko surprised them by running after them through the courtyard. It is Ida-kun, right? I'm Uraraka Achiko. Yes. Infinity Girl, Tenya nodded sagely, much to Izuku's shock. Achiko did score infinity on the softball throw exam, but that seemed like a strange way to remember her. It's a pleasure to formally meet you, Uraraka-san. You too. And Midoriya-kun. Achiko gave Izuku a curious gaze. Why did Bakugo-kun call you Deku? Izuku grew stiff at his hated nickname. This was it. Everyone would learn the term and start calling him a worthless Deku. The thought made him want to cry. He was enjoying Achiko's company, even if she was only pretending to be his friend for quirk ideas. It's a nickname K Kaken G gave MEWNWEW were G growing you up T together. Ida means I'm the for and nothing B because I am Q quirkless. So, he's a bully? Tenya scowled in displeasure. Oh, I'm so sorry. Achiko clapped her hands together in apology. I just thought it was kind of cute. It sounded like, do your best, to me. Izuku didn't know if she was saying that to trick him, but he blushed and nodded nevertheless. Then why you seekin'? Hey, Einstein. Mei surprised them by literally jumping into the scene. She tackled a surprised Izuku to the ground, straddling him. I forgot to get your number. I might think of questions about our babies late at night. Achiko gasped, babies? She means I inventions. Izuku's face was crimson as Mei's chest pressed against him. Hatsum-san. Please get off me. Oh, Tenya hit his open palm with his other fist in understanding. She must be the support student you mentioned. Yep. Mei's gaze was locked on Izuku. Come on. Give me your number. And call me Mei. Hatsum is too formal for someone I'm making babies with. Hatsum-san. Please. People are staring. Izuku cried. He could have thrown her off, but the quirkless teen didn't want to hurt her. Excuse me, but Izuku-kun asked you to give him some space. Achiko used her quirk to easily pull Mei off of Izuku. Hey! Mei pouted. Izuku hopped up, pulling out his mobile. Don't jump on me again, I'll give you my number. Deal. Mei cheered. As Achiko reactivated Mei's gravity, Tenya realized something. Uraraka-san. You seem to have known Midoriya from before school. Yet you didn't know about his childhood nickname. Oh, Achiko eyed Mei as Izuku told her his phone number. She had decided to drop the Deku nickname. He didn't seem to like it. Izuku-kun has been helping me with quirk ideas. Maybe he can help you too. He's super smart. Quirk ideas? Tenya was intrigued. Izuku turned to Tenya after Mei was satisfied. Why? I was curious. Why your calves T-transform into E-engines? Are they set in one direction? Tenya tilted his head. What do you mean? They don't seem to be anchored, Izuku fidgeted. Can you rotate them at W will without moving the rest of your leg? Oh, my family never thought of that. But I can definitely try, Tenya nodded. My engines do feel a lot different than normal muscles while transformed. Good. That might help you stop and change D directions easier, Izuku noted as they walked through the gates of UA. The three hero students chatted as Mei skipped around them in glee at obtaining the number of her Einstein. Throughout the interaction, the quirkless teen didn't realize that he was walking home from school with friends for the first time in his life. The next day brought about their normal curriculum. Izuku was almost shocked by how normal their classes were. They were all subjects that he could easily handle. He had memorized the textbooks not long after the school list had been provided to him. English wasn't difficult after having learned the language earlier for hero lore and research for his impact gloves. Science and math classes were years behind what he already knew. The hardest subject ended up being art. That wasn't because the topics were difficult. Midnight simply made focusing extremely difficult with her clothing. Izuku's face was red for the entire class. Lunch brought about surprises. That morning, Tenya had been excited to announce that the experiments had worked. If he concentrated hard enough, he could pivot his engines. The young man couldn't turn his quirk all the way around yet, but thought there was a possibility of achieving full mobility. After all, he felt no pain when he reached his limit. Tenya asked Izuku to help with ideas to train the newfound ability and develop techniques to surprise his family. As such, Izuku found himself in the lunchroom at a table with Tenya, Achiko, and Mei. Each of them were desperate to gain his full attention. Balancing quirk theory and invention discussion proved difficult for him, especially with his nervous stutter. The experience made him wonder if this was what being popular felt like. Oddly enough, his group drew the attention of a few of his classmates, especially when Mei repeatedly glommed onto him. Achiko immediately responded by dragging her away. The female attention caught the mischievous gaze of Ishido Mina and the jealous leer of Mineta Minoru. When afternoon classes started, the universe presented Izuku with the greatest gift imaginable. All Might stepped through the door. I am coming through the door like a normal person. Izuku couldn't hide his glee upon seeing his favorite hero once again. All Might was even wearing his Silver Age costume. The teenager cried out in joy like all of the other students. All Might. Today, you start basic hero training. All Might announced. This class will put you through the ringer in order to make you the best heroes possible. Don't expect it to be easy. In fact, we're diving into the deep end with battle training today. Battle? Katsuki leaned forward eagerly. That's right. And to do that, you'll need to suit up. All Might gestured at the wall. Rows of numbered suitcases were released into the classroom. The school has followed the designs you submitted when you registered. I hope you took your quirks into proper account. Costumes. The entire class cheered at the reveal. Everyone change and come out in rank order to training ground beta. All Might headed towards the door. Izuku leapt to his feet with everyone else. He tried not to push anyone but was antsy to leave quickly. When his costume was in his arms, the quirkless teen raced towards the door with his bag. Instead of turning towards the changing room, Izuku rushed the other direction. He sprinted at full speed to catch up to his idol. Sensei. All Might turned around, giving Izuku a beaming smile. Young Midoriya. Is something wrong? No, sir. Izuku gave his favorite hero a deep bow. I just wanted to say thank you. You were the first person who said I could be a hero. It meant a lot to me that why you believed in me. All Might eyed Izuku for a moment before giving a thumbs up. Well, you're welcome. I'm always happy to help. I remember that day clearly, and I kept a special eye on you during the exam. You blew away everyone's expectations. Really? Izuku gasped. Of course. But don't take anything away from yourself. I can tell that you worked yourself to the bone to be ready for this opportunity. You earned this, and you could have done it even if we never met. All Might laughed. Stand tall. Plus ultra. Now go change. We have training to get to. Why, sir? Izuku stood and saluted the hero. Oh, and young Midoriya. All Might's words caused Izuku to pause. You did well. I'm proud of you. Izuku felt tears forming in his eyes. This was now the new best day of his life. All Might was proud of him. Normally, he would have basked in the feeling for days, but he needed to change. Plus, he didn't want to sob in front of his idol. Thank you. All Might watched Izuku rush away to catch up to the other students. When the teenager was gone, his smile wavered for the briefest moment. He wondered if he would have been as resilient as Izuku if Nana-sensei hadn't found him. For a brief moment, the hero wondered if he had found his successor but decided not to jump the gun. All Might needed to test all the students. Plus, Night Eye was insistent that Mirio was the right person to take all for one. But still, Midoriya Izuku. A brilliant mind. A heroic heart. A strong, sturdy body. I've got a good feeling about this one, All Might decided, placing Izuku at the top of his list. Originally, Izuku had considered basing his hero costume on All Might. His original design had mimicked the hero's hair and smile. Eventually, he decided against the idea. The last thing he wanted to do was mock the greatest hero to ever live. Having a worthless Deku dressing as him would only bring All Might shame. As such, Izuku decided to request a simpler concept that was more practical and more worthy of a worthless Deku. He wore a green bodysuit coated with black armor. Knee and elbow pads covered his joints. A Kevlar chest protected his torso. His boots had been designed to match his impact gloves, even if the footwear didn't have the ability to absorb energy yet. Izuku finished the costume by placing an emerald helmet over his head. The protection curved down to hide all of his features besides his eyes, allowing him to wear his scanner glasses. Hopefully, the covering would keep civilians from being scared by his face. Almost everyone in middle school had loudly told him how ugly he was. Izuku took their words to heart. In comparison to his classmates, his outfit was rather mundane and practical. He even had a utility belt filled with tools he had calculated that he would need for his job. His simple costume didn't matter to Izuku. The Greenette was simply happy to be in the hero program at all. Being number one, gaining popularity, or becoming rich wasn't his top priorities. Simply becoming an authorized hero was all that mattered to him. Izuku could spend every day saving cats from trees, and he would be satisfied. Part of him had been expecting All Might to set them up in one-on-one matches to distinguish their strengths and weaknesses. After all, the number one hero usually worked alone in the heat of battle. To his surprise, their sensei explained that they would be teaming up with random people in the class. Such an idea made sense. Heroes didn't get to choose who they teamed up with in the field. Learning to work with others was important, and they needed to have the lesson ingrained into them from the start. They were going to be assigned hero and villain roles. The villains would hide a fake bomb in an empty building designed for training. At the same time, the heroes would be trying to retrieve the paper target within a set time limit. Izuku could understand the basic exercise and was actually excited for the training. He wanted to watch all of his classmates and learn more about their quirks. Unfortunately, his enthusiasm fell slightly when he was assigned as a hero fighting against the pair of Katsuki and Momo. Despair surged in his heart. No matter what happened, Katsuki seemed to revolve around his life like a terrible illness. Izuku wished he had been placed in a different class than his old bully. Simply being around together created a ticking time bomb. He could have taken this moment as a challenge to beat Katsuki into SBMSN. The quirkless teenager trusted his impact gloves enough to defeat the explosion user, but All Might's words echoed in his heart. His idol was proud of him. Izuku didn't want his ego and grudge to hold him back during the trial. All Might was watching him. He had to act like a true hero, not like a brat with a score to settle. As such, he decided to use Katsuki's rage to his advantage. The only problem was the partner Izuku had been assigned. Mineta disliked Izuku, but not because the other teenager was quirkless. That didn't mean anything to him. Many people had mocked his own quirk for being weird. Judging someone else for how they were born felt wrong. He also didn't care that Izuku was a giant nerd with more anxiety than the entire class combined. Being passionate heroes and science was fine. Being nervous made sense when Izuku had no powers. The true reason Mineta disliked the Greenette was simple. Midoriya Izuku was popular enough to have two girls hanging off of him. That made no sense to Mineta. Izuku was plain looking. Izuku was a dork. Izuku could barely speak. Sure, the quirkless teenager was smart. No one could deny that, but Mineta didn't think intelligence could overcome a generic face and a total lack of charisma. Nevertheless, the Uraraka girl and the support class chick were constantly touching Izuku during lunch. After watching that disgusting scene, Mineta had to team up with the nerd. His luck was rotten. There were so many cute, attractive girls in his class. He should have been teamed up with one of them instead of this plain guy. To add insult to injury, the hottest girl in their class was their opponent. Mineta wanted to bang his head against the wall, but he stopped himself. At the very least, he could use Izuku's intelligence to his advantage. So, Mineta glanced at Izuku as they waited for their chance to enter the building. What's the plan? Mineta was not a prideful young man. He was at the bottom of the class. If he wanted to rise up the ranks and avoid being expelled, the pop-off user would take any advantage he could. Luckily, Izuku seemed ignorant of Mineta's jealousy. There's a 100% chance that Kaken will put the bomb on the top floor. Huh. Mineta blinked in surprise. Izuku's nervous attitude shifted in the blink of an eye. He had witnessed a similar change yesterday. When put into action, Izuku's stutter fell away. Confidence rolled off the quirkless teenager in waves. For a moment, Mineta even thought the nerd sounded cool. I've known Katsuki since we were kids. He always wants to be on top. To be the best, Izuku explained. He will insist that the bomb be put on the top floor. Yaoyorozu-san will try to argue, but she doesn't seem like the type who can talk Kaken down. He'll force her to set up on the top floor and then rush down to stop us as soon as the timer begins. Mineta tilted his head to the side. Are you sure? I'm 100% positive. No one knows Kaken better than me. Unfortunately, Izuku grimaced behind his helmet. Based on what I saw in class today, Yaoyorozu-san is smart and humble. She won't abandon the bomb. That would be dumb or arrogant. So, is Bakugo stupid? Mineta asked. No. Brilliant. His ego just gets in his way, Izuku clarified. We'll wait on the first floor and set up a trap for him. I have a few ideas, but I need a rundown of how your quirk functions. Mineta nodded. He explained how pop-off worked to Izuku. Normally, people would sneer at his ability, but the quirkless teen simply nodded in understanding. By the end of the discussion, Izuku clenched his fists in excitement. That's such a brilliant quirk. It's perfect for subduing villains and saving people. Really? Mineta was surprised. Izuku didn't seem to be faking his enthusiasm. Yes. And it's perfect for stopping Kaken and for taking Yaoyorozu-san off guard, Izuku declared. Does that mean I'll get to grab hold of her? Mineta groped the air. Izuku paused. He took off his helmet and gave the shorter teenager a confused look. What? I mean, have you seen her melons? Mineta was close to drooling as he explained exactly what he wanted to do to Momo. To his surprise, his words caused Izuku's confusion to shift into disgust. By the time Mineta was finished, the quirkless teen was sneering in revulsion at the pop-off user. Oh, Izuku looked at him like he was a stain of feces smeared across the floor. Well, I guess that changes things. You'll, stay away from Yaoyorozu-san. Why are you looking at me like that? Mineta had no idea why, but the disgusted expression directed at him by a pure soul hurt him more than any slap ever could. Tears were running down his face. I'm sorry. Yes. You are. But you can still be a hero if you overcome that, Izuku encouraged him. Mineta didn't know why, but those words pierced his heart with dismay. Suddenly, his distaste of Izuku shifted into a desire to impress the quirkless teen. Katsuki had been ignoring the know-it-all girl right as they took possession of their fake bomb. Despite her annoying complaints, he carried the target to the highest point in the building. She tried to create a strategy with him, but Katsuki saw no point in listening to her. Just stay here and guard the bomb, to her girl. I'll go kill Deku and Ballhead. Momo was offended. I'll have you know that I need to expose skin to the air to use my creation quirk. Yeah, Katsuki rolled his eyes. There were tons of female heroes who used their bodies to become more popular. Whatever you say. Our girl continued to rant at him until All Might announced the beginning of the training exercise. Given the green light, Katsuki raced towards the exit and flew down the stairs before his partner could stop him. Now was his chance to put Deku in the proper place. The quirkless teen was supposed to be in the support classroom with that pink-haired girl. He was going to break those fancy gloves and make sure Deku understood that fighting the inevitable was impossible. After a minute of descending the stairs, Katsuki found Deku in a hallway. The quirkless teen seemed to be waiting for him. Deku? Kaken, Deku growled. His impact gloves flared with energy. A single, opened doorway stood halfway between them. Oddly enough, Katsuki couldn't spot Ballhead anywhere. Your time playing pretend is over. Katsuki used explosions to launch himself towards his rival. Die! Deku used a similar tactic, releasing bursts of energy behind him to rush towards Katsuki. The duo met in the middle, right in the doorway. Bakugo swung his palms forward, releasing explosions towards the greenette. Deku responded by raising both of his gloves. To Katsuki's annoyance, the machines absorbed his fiery bursts. His attack had been completely neutralized. That was when Deku's plan came into action. Katsuki's attack had stopped his own momentum, halting him in the air. Meanwhile, the impact gloves did not slow Deku in the slightest, allowing the greenette to continue moving. Instead of ramming into his rival, the quirkless teen slid across the ground on his back. He was right below the explosion user. They both had their palms raised to attack each other once more. Got you, Deku. Katsuki was momentarily stunned by a purple sphere ramming into the back of his head. As Izuku planned, Ballhead had hidden himself on the ceiling right behind the doorway. The purplet had used his pop-off to cling to the corner where Katsuki couldn't see. As promised, Ballhead had tossed a single pop-off at Katsuki when the rivals were about to have their second clash. The split-second delay provided Deku with the advantage. The green net released a burst of energy at Katsuki. While the surge was powerful enough to lift Katsuki high into the air, the attack wasn't capable of destroying the ceiling. Katsuki rammed back first into a collection of orbs placed onto the roof by Ballhead. Before he could recover, the pop-off user reached over, attached 2 sticky orbs to the back of Katsuki's hands, and glued the palms against the explosion user's chest. "What the hell?" Katsuki screamed. He wiggled and flared about, but he was stuck against the ceiling. His normal strength couldn't free him from the trap, and he couldn't use his quirk without harming himself. As Mineta dropped to the floor, he recalled Izuku's strategy. "Kaken will underestimate me, but that's the problem when you look down on someone. You can't see what's above you. You'll use pop-off to camp out above a doorway and lay a trap for Kaken. All you need to do during our fight is to distract him when I get below him. I'll blast him up into your orbs. Then glue his palms to his body. His hands are immune to his explosions, but the rest of his body isn't. Maybe the bottom of his feet are, but Kaken never listened to my ideas back in middle school. So, he'll be completely stuck." "That worked like a charm." Mineta cried. "Young Bakugo has been neutralized." All Might's voice echoed to them through the hallway. "Leave him. I'll have robots retrieve him." Izuku glanced up at a nearby speaker. "Are you going to tell Yaoyorozu-san about this?" "Nope. The lack of communication is their fault." All Might explained. "Continue on with the training exercise." "What? This is bullshit." Katsuki raged. "You didn't beat me in a fight, Deku. You hear me? You set up a nasty trick like a villain instead of facing me like a hero. Fight me for real. Then, I'll show you your place, you support character. The assignment wasn't to beat you in a one-on-one fight, Kaken." Izuku turned away from Katsuki. "It's to secure the bomb using the most efficient method possible. All Might is watching and I want to make him proud." "Deku!" Katsuki raged as Izuku walked away from him. "Get back here, Demenit. Take your butt kicking. You know you can't beat me. You don't even belong in the hero class." "Deku!" Mineta glanced back in concern. "Are you sure you don't want me to cover his mouth or something?" "No. I don't want you to hurt your scalp using your quirk too much." Izuku did not turn back. His helmet hid his pained expression. He would have loved getting some revenge on Katsuki, but making All Might proud was far more important than his own pride. "We need to focus on the bomb." Momo couldn't believe her luck. Theoretically, Bakugo Katsuki should have been an ideal partner. His quirk was amazing, but his attitude proved to be atrocious. He didn't listen to a word she had to say. Plus, he even insulted her outfit. She didn't choose the limitations of her quirk. Katsuki had done what he wanted, putting the bomb on the top floor and racing off to fight the enemy on his own. The creation user wanted to smack Bakugo, but that wouldn't help her situation. At the very least, there was only one direction the enemy could come from. She had done her best to create defenses to stop whoever entered the room. Momo knew that Katsuki would distract at least one of their opponents, leaving the remaining enemy for her to hold back or defeat. Using the limited time she had, Momo had created a collection of traps. Electrical panels dotted the floor between her and the door. If anyone touched the footholds, they would be shocked. Automated net guns were placed across the floor. She had even made a rifle that fired beanbags and a taser to stun her opponent. Considering their abilities, Midoriya and Mineta couldn't get through the chamber without being electrocuted, hit, or stuck. Momo was surprised when the entrance swung open, revealing no one until Midoriya peeked around the corner of the doorframe. He eyed all of the traps. Oddly enough, his glasses flashed with numbers and data. The quirkless teenager must have more inventions that she didn't know about yet. "Surrender, villain. I will stop your evil plot and disarm the bomb." His commanding tone surprised her. She raised her beanbag rifle. "What?" "Yaoyorozu-san, we're doing an exercise," Midoriya noted. "We should be in character." "We should?" "That's right. We should." Momo nodded in understanding. Excitement surged in her heart at the idea of playing along. Foolish hero. You'll never stop me. But how did you escape my loud, annoying partner? My partner is distracting him, Midoriya explained. And now, I'll put an end to your evil deeds. To Momo's surprise, he lunged into the room without an ounce of caution. Midoriya used a burst of energy to destroy one of the net guns. He landed on an open spot between the electrical panels. The remaining turrets fire multiple mesh traps at him, but the Quirkless team knocked some of them away with surges from his impact gloves. Midoriya dodged the rest by leaping between the remaining sections of the electrified floor. Momo raised her rifle, firing beanbags with bruising force. Instead of dodging her attacks, Midoriya raised his gloves, absorbing the energy of the projectiles. Each of the sacks collapsed to the floor uselessly once their momentum was stopped by the impact cores. She was stunned by his maneuverability. Even while hopping between the panels, avoiding some of the nets, and blasting away the rest of the traps, he was able to block all of her shots. His hands moved on instinct to shield him from each of the blows. It was as though his arms could move on their own without his input. As he drew closer to her, Momo switched to her taser. Her electrified shot forced him to retreat. So, his gloves couldn't absorb electricity. That was good to know. She continued pushing him back, silently counting down the remaining time, but he was enduring her constant barrage as the ammunition burned away from her creations. Momo didn't have time to make another weapon, but she was confident that she could hold Midoriya back until the exercise was over. At least, that's what she believed until All Might announced, "That's it. The exercise is over. The heroes win." Momo and Midoriya froze. She dropped her weapons in confusion, but the Quirkless teen simply smiled behind his helmet. He pointed behind her. She glanced back, spotting Mineta on top of the bomb. 4 sticky spheres hung from the ceiling above him. Her eyes darted across the room, spotting an opened window. "You came in from outside?" Mineta leered at her revealing outfit. In the back of his mind, he remembered the rest of Izuku's plan. Once Kaken is defeated, we'll have to deal with Yaoyorozu-san. She'll be the more dangerous foe. Her quirk's versatility is mind-blowing. I bet that she'll place a bunch of traps between us and the bomb. We might be able to force our way through the blockade, but it will take too much time. Instead, I'll distract her. Meanwhile, you use your pop-off spheres to climb out the window from the floor below. Sneak into the room while I distract her. Remain on the ceiling. Like before, people don't look up a lot. Just drop onto the bomb and we win. Mineta had gained a perverse look. Can do. And don't you dare drop onto Yaoyorozu to assault her. Izuku gained a disgusted sneer once more. If you do that, I'll throw you into her traps before we leave. Mineta had tears rolling down his face. Why does your judgment hurt so much? I completely lost, Momo realized. Her quirk, which was often praised as being perfect, had been beaten by someone born without a special power. It's okay, Yaoyorozu-san. Izuku's confidence disappeared the moment the hero training had finished. He was back to being a nervous, worthless Deku. W is T2A against O1. YUP probably W would H have B beat US I if K Kaken W worked T together W with YU. Momo stepped to the side as Mineta slid off the bomb. She didn't want to be close to the pervert. He looked like he wanted to cop a feel the moment he saw her in her costume. While she had dismissed the pop-off user, her interest remained locked on the quirkless teen. His intelligence put her to shame. She couldn't help but feel inadequate and intrigued at the same time. Somehow, I doubt that, Midoriya. Disclaimer: I own nothing. Chapter 6, Targeted. Alright, time for feedback. All Might crossed his arms. His eyes scanned the crowd of students in front of him. Who do you think was the MVP of that exercise? Oh. Kaminari Denki raised his hand. His spiky golden hair had dark lightning bolt symbols. On the sides. It has to be Mineta. His quirk was the one that beat both of the villains. Yeah. Kirishima Ijiro punched his own palm. His teeth were as sharp as his red hair. He was super manly. Mineta puffed his chest out at the praise. He relished in the victory after being set in last place the previous day. The pop-off user waited for the ladies to gush over him. Aizawa tapped her chin and tilted her head. The green-haired girl had a somewhat froggy appearance, Karo. His quirk was MVP, but was he? Yeah. He didn't touch Yaoyorozu at all. Or even go near her. Jiro Kyoka glanced sideways at the purple-haired boy. Her long earlobes were ready to lash out at the obvious pervert. It clearly wasn't his plan. No way. Achiko huffed. That was totally Izuku-kun's plan. It did seem like Midoriya was in the lead, the invisible Hagakure Toru mentioned. Only her gloves and boots signaled where she was. Hey Aizu. Did you come up with the idea? Ashido Mina giggled. Aizu. Izuku had no way to respond to such informality. Hey. Mineta was dumbfounded by the lack of respect he received from all the female students. He did come up with the plans, but I did everything perfectly. The plans wouldn't have worked without Mineta's traps, Hantashiro suggested. He had a naturally large grin glued across his features. You shouldn't take that away from him. Indeed. All Might flexed his muscles. Young Mineta was invaluable. His teamwork was top-notch, but I wouldn't say that he was the MVP. No, Momo shook her head. That title definitely belongs to Midoriya. His strategies were what led to their perfect victory. He knew that Bakugo-san would rush away. They have a history, so it makes sense that Bakugo-san's actions were predictable. Midoriya used that to his advantage, setting a perfect trap that took Bakugo-san out of the equation. He also acted as the bait both times, meaning he had the more dangerous role. Mineta-san was the key to victory, but he wasn't the leader of the team. Due to his planning, Midoriya was the MVP. Second place goes to Mineta-san. As many have said, his quirk was the key to victory during both confrontations. There really isn't a lot of feedback I can give them for this exercise. If I may be so arrogant, I think that I would be in third place because I prioritized the objective and tried to cooperate with my partner. My issue was that I didn't consider all possibilities. I should have protected the windows. Bakugo-san was in last place, though, because he rushed ahead without thinking, falling into the trap without contributing to our team at all. Everyone stared at Momo with wide eyes. All Might coughed. I couldn't have said it better myself. Young Midoriya and young Mineta capitalized on young Bakugo's mistake. They made the most of their situation. That is the key out in the field, and as young Yaoyorozu said, you need to be aware of your surroundings at all times as well. Deku was just lucky. Katsuki spat. I would have won in a real fight. I think it's ironic, Todoroki Shoto stated. Half of his hair was white while the other section was red. A neutral expression was spread across his scarred face. That you're calling the quirkless student lucky. What did you say, Scarface? Katsuki hissed. Shoto shrugged. He made the most of what he had. Most of us wouldn't have thought to use Mienta's quirk like that. It wasn't luck. He just made the most of his circumstances. Quite right, young Todoroki. All Might intervened before an argument could break out. Make the most of what you have. Do your best when working with people you may not know well. That's the key. Now, let's move on to the next teams. Izuku was thankful when the focus shifted away from him. He had never had anyone praise him so much. The entire situation was almost ruined when his quirkless status had been mentioned. Shoto had a neutral expression at all times, but he was the only one besides Katsuki who brought that factor into the equation. Thankfully, All Might shifted the topic before anyone could insult him for being a worthless Deku. The rest of the afternoon was enjoyable for Izuku. He was able to sit back, watch the other teams, and analyze their quirks in silence. His pen blurred across his notebook as he wrote down the information he observed from everyone. All of his classmates had such amazing quirks. They would make excellent heroes, but he was surprised by how they didn't utilize the true potential of their powers. Mineta had never tried to climb using his pop-off spheres. Tenya didn't consider shifting his motors. Achiko didn't adjust her gravity until meeting Izuku. He could say the same thing for everyone. Mina didn't use mild acid as a lubricant to move around the area and trip her opponents. Denki only ever released electricity instead of using the energy to empower his own body. Toru couldn't seem to turn visible at all. Shoto only utilized half of his quirk. The list continued for everyone. Ideas rushed through his mind as he analyzed their abilities. He had done this with all pro heroes, but the quirkless teenager doubted that he would have a chance to offer his notes to them. The people currently spending time with him were bound to grow tired of the worthless Deku. Izuku was preparing to be alone again. As such, he didn't offer any feedback between the different matches, even when Okao dominated her team's exercise by stealing weight and distributing the force at her opponents. By the time classes concluded, Izuku walked across campus with a full notebook. Achiko and Tenya were next to him, discussing the exercises. Tenya's team with Shoto had dominated their match, but Tenya was frustrated that his partner didn't allow him to help. Instead, Shoto froze both of their opponents right as the heroes entered the building. Achiko had also dominated as a villain. She subdued both of the heroes with ease. Her partner Tsu had acted as a perfect distraction by jumping across the walls. Oh, that reminds me, Midoriya. Tenya stopped when they reached the crossroads leading to the support classrooms and the school gate. You're meeting with Hatsum-san today in the workshop, right? Why? We are going to go over our ideas, Izuku nodded. Achiko frowned in jealousy. Do you want any company? Oh, why you 2W will be super bored. Izuku rubbed the back of his neck. I won't stay for long. Jay just want to share my ideas so we can make blueprints soon. May would probably spend all night working on the blueprints for improving the impact gloves. He was thankful for the help. Izuku also needed to work out and finish his notes from the training exercise. Keeping up with his classmates would require a significant amount of work. All right, Achiko huffed. But make sure to push her off if she gets too close. I'm sure as she'll be fine as soon as I put the G gloves on the tea table, Izuku reasoned. He said farewell to his classmates before walking away. The quirkless teenager silently thought about his work, not expecting anyone to pull him out of his own mind. After all, May was waiting for him in the support workshop. No one else talked to him outside of class. That was why he was surprised when someone stepped next to him. Midoriya? Momo tilted her head at him. Oh, Yaoyorozu-san. Izuku jumped in surprise, trembling before the curious gaze of the beautiful girl. Sorry. I was lost in thought. I saw that Uraraka mentioned that you helped her with ideas for her quirk. I was wondering if you had some feedback for me, Momo noted. His mind intrigued her more than anyone else in their class. Oh. Izuku relaxed. She wanted to use him for his quirk ideas. That made sense. There was no other reason to talk with a worthless Deku. Sure. IIW wrote B bunch O of N notes D down. He handed her his notebook. Momo flipped open to her page. She raised an eyebrow at the rough sketch of her in her hero outfit. For a quick doodle, the drawing was impressive. To her delighted surprise, he spent more time on the details of her face than her body. You're quite the artist. Jay just draw a lot of B blueprints. Izuku rubbed his arm. I see, Momo read through the notes. Wow. This is impressive. You theorized about the amount of lipids I need for creation. How many calories I need for each thing I make. It's surprisingly accurate. Jay just did the energy C conversion M math B based on the mass O of Y your C creations. Izuku's face flushed. Should keep a bunch of high-calorie, high-fat snacks with her, Momo read out loud. That's smart. How much do I need to know about what I'm making? I need to know the molecular structure. W about H how IIW works? Izuku inquired. Do you need to memorize B blueprints? No. Just a general idea of how things work. Push a button. Something happens. Creation fills in the gaps. Momo shrugged. Izuku gasped. So why you can make T thinks you up A and C create T them? I guess. Momo blinked. I never thought of that. W about A absorbing Y your C creations B back I into YU? Izuku fidgeted. That sounded weird to say. He felt a bit like Mineta. I've never tried that, Momo admitted. I believe it might be possible. Considering that my inventions do come from me. The energy conversion rate wouldn't be perfect though. Do you think that you could help me? And maybe later. Izuku took his notebook back. HFT to meet MAT to W work O on B blueprints. Oh, that sounds perfect. A support classroom would be a great place to experiment, Momo decided. May I join you? I can make equipment you might need for your inventions. Izuku paused for a brief moment. Creation would significantly help him with his impact gloves. I at W will be pretty boring. It's okay. I have to study a lot for my quirk, Momo announced. I won't be bored, and I think that we can help each other a lot. You unless you think that I'll be a burden or something. I don't want to get in your way. No. Izuku panicked at her saddened expression. I don't think that at all. Oh, good, Momo smiled slightly. Then lead the way. Okay, Izuku nodded. She must want to finish associating with him as quickly as possible. He led her towards the support classroom. Mei didn't even notice Momo until the creation user offered to make materials for the duo. At that point, the Pinkette hugged Momo, demanding permanent friendship in exchange for machine parts. The sight of them pressed against each other caused Izuku to blush and turn away in embarrassment. Katsuki stomped in a rage as he made his way to school the next day. Memories of the previous day were still flooding his mind. Those DMN gloves were a fantastic way to counter explosion. Deku was always like that. Even when they were kids, he made tiny inventions to entertain the other kids. Katsuki had assumed Deku had an intelligence quirk before the truth had been revealed, but the reality was that Deku was just smart on his own. Bakugo respected that fact. Building equipment made Deku the perfect support character. Of course, Deku didn't understand his role. He was pushing himself far past his limits. Eventually, the truth would catch up to him. Katsuki was certain of that fact. In a one-on-one fight he would beat Deku. Those gloves didn't matter. Deku's brain had beaten him because he had been too overconfident. Of course, Deku had planned around him. That made perfect sense. The quirkless teenager always made the most of every situation. He was ready to shove Deku out of the way and prove himself as the best heroic student. Once the support character was in the proper place, he could focus on the real heavy hitters in the class. Scarface, Estevar, and Roundface were the most impressive people by far. That ice would be difficult to handle. Estevar could make things to get in his way, and Roundface could beat him with a single touch if she could endure his explosions. Attracting the best made sense, but Katsuki hated that he didn't have a chance to blow everyone away yet. He might have to wait until the sports festival, and that fact set him off even more. Katsuki was ready to knock all of the extras out of the way, taking his place as number one. The explosion user didn't like to wait patiently. That was not his way. For example, he didn't stop for a second even as reporters met him at the gate of UA. They bombarded him with questions, but he wasn't in the mood to talk with spares. Get out of my way. Katsuki snarled. He didn't care how the other students reacted. Most of them ignored the reporters. Roundface and Eyebrows answered the questions. Meanwhile, Deku became a stuttering mess while surrounded by the press. Aizawa had to rescue the DMN nerd, ushering the quirkless teenager through the gates before dismissing the journalists with a wave. Katsuki chuckled when the metal doors slammed shut on the annoying extras. That was what they deserved, just like how everyone in his class deserved to be knocked away as he trained to be the number one hero. When class started, Aizawa dropped a stack of papers onto his desk. Good work with yesterday's battle training. I've looked over your grades and evaluations. Most of you are already showing signs of improvement. But Bakugo, grow up already. Stop wasting your talent. Think before acting rashly. Katsuki scowled. He didn't argue with the criticism. Deku's big brain created the perfect strategy to trap him. If he had taken any sort of caution, he was certain that he would have won. The explosion user wouldn't underestimate his childhood friend's planning abilities ever again. Got it. Good, Aizawa nodded at the resolve on Katsuki's face. Now, on to homeroom business. Sorry for the sudden announcement, but today you'll pick your class representative. The entire classroom erupted at the announcement. Almost everyone raised their hand, requesting to lead the rest of the students. Their representative would be the face of their group. In many ways, that person would be in the lead for becoming a top-ranked hero. Izuku was the only one who didn't raise his hand, shocking the people around him. Achiko blinked at him. You don't want to be class rep, Izuku-kun? You. And no, Izuku fidgeted before everyone's gaze. I have a lot O on my P plate with T training and W working on my gloves. Understanding spread through the classroom. That made perfect sense. Izuku was at a physical disadvantage to everyone. He would need to exercise more than normal students and improve his equipment constantly in order to keep up with his peers. His lack of desire to lead did give Tenya an idea. Quiet down everyone. Leading the class is a heavy responsibility. We should be cordial about this. We should put it to a vote. Tsuyu tilted her head. We haven't known each other long enough to build any trust. Ijiro agreed. Everyone will just vote for themselves, dude. That's precisely why we should have an election. Anyone who gets more than one vote is obviously suited to lead the class, Tenya argued. Aizawa-sensei, will you allow us to hold a vote? Aizawa reclined on the floor, covered by a sleeping bag. Fine. Just do it quickly. The class anonymously wrote down their votes and slipped them into a bag. They counted through the names. Most of them received 1 or 0 recommendations, but there were 2 students with multiple votes. Tenya had 3 supporters, and Momo had 2 people advocating for her. Izuku nodded at the sight. He had voted for the overly serious teenager. Ida seemed like he was suited for the role, but Momo must have impressed people with her analysis the previous day. I'll do my best to represent all of you. Tenya saluted from his position at the front of the classroom. A defeated Momo stood beside him. Her eyes darted to Izuku and Achiko. She could guess who had voted for Tenya. There were benefits to making quick friends in school. Oh well. Vice rep isn't bad. Good, Aizawa muttered. Now that's over, sit down. We have a lot to cover today. Mina was curious about Midoriya Izuku. He didn't seem like much at first glance. His green hair, anxious behavior, and plain face reminded her of steamed broccoli, and she wasn't a fan of that particular vegetable. The fact that he was quirkless in a hero school was odd, but she could tell that he had a big brain. Mina couldn't even begin to comprehend how she could invent her own quirk. How he handled the exams so far showed that he could graduate from the school. Although, she originally doubted that he would ever be all that popular in the real world. Her opinion started to shift as she watched him. She was used to being the popular person in class. Mina's bubbly personality attracted attention in her middle school days. This was true in UA too, but someone else was proving to be even more popular than her. Such a fact didn't bother her. Mina wanted everyone to be friends, but she was stunned that the plain, nerdy Midoriya Izuku was the center of the focus. His table was already packed with people, and 3 of them were girls with obvious interest in the greenette. Uraraka Achiko could only be described as adorable. Hatsume had an obsession, workaholic charm. Yaoyorozu Momo was a beautiful bombshell. All 3 of them had gravitated towards Izuku, and that caused Mina's interest to surge. She wanted to know what was so interesting about a guy who looked like he was about to have a heart attack every time someone spoke to him. I can't believe it. Mineta banged his head against the table. I wanted to be class rep and make the girls' skirts shorter. Izuku gave Mineta a disgusted sneer. You'd abuse your power to harass the girls? Not very hero-like. Why does your judgment hurt so much? Mineta cried. His heart ached at Izuku's disapproval, making him want to be better. Sitting with Izuku made sense. There were 3 beautiful girls already there, but the greenette's condemnation kept Minoru's usual behavior in line. At least Mineta didn't win, Momo whispered to Achiko, who nodded. Thank you for voting for me, Midoriya-san and Uraraka-san. Tenya adjusted his glasses. I will do my best to meet your expectations. Who cares about that? Mei shoved a wad of cash at Izuku. Give me the good stuff, Einstein. Izuku grimaced as he traded energy bars for the money. I only got you enough for 01 a D-Day. And I won't be buy more F for you until next W week. Boo. USEK. Mei gave him a thumbs down and scowled. She wanted to eat a bar for every meal, but Izuku insisted she eat a balanced breakfast and dinner. The bars were only available for lunch. Hey there. Mina dragged her childhood friend Ijiro towards them. They moved another table close to them. You're an interesting group. Ashido-san. Kirishima-san. Tenya blinked at them. How are you two? Great. But are we seriously not going to use our first names? We're going to be together in the same class for 3 years. Then our careers will revolve around each other. There's no need to be so formal, Mina grinned. What she said, Ijiro puffed his chest out. He didn't know why Mina had dragged him towards this group, but he was simply happy to be close to the pinkette. I suppose that makes sense, Momo acknowledged. She spoke their names as though tasting the words. Mina. Ijiro. There you go, Mina snapped her fingers. So, Aizu and Oka voted for you, Tenny? Izuku blanched at Mina, shortening his name once more. Achiko giggled at his reaction. Meanwhile, Tenny accepted the nickname without complaint. Yes. Their support is much appreciated. You seem to have formed a friend group pretty quick. Mina's eyes darted from Tenya to Izuku. Friends might be a strong word for some of us. Momo grimaced at Mineta. What did I do? Mineta shouted. Be a pervert. Izuku judged him without stuttering. Your words hurt so much. Menta clutched his chest as though he had been stabbed. The pure, quirkless teenager's condemnation was worse than any slap. I'm here for making babies. Mei's words caused everyone to choke on their food. SCM means I inventing. Izuku blushed, clarifying for the newcomers. His stutter returned with a vengeance. Well, I wanted to ask Midor. My apologies. Izuku about more ideas for my quirk, Momo explained. You need ideas? Ijiro scratched his chin. Can't you make anything? There are limits, Momo clarified. Izuku agreed to help me if I make parts for his gloves. Limitless supplies. Mei drooled at Momo. The creation user was used to lustful looks, even from other girls, but this kind of desire made her feel like a production factory. Are you helping everyone with their quirks, Aizu? Mina eyed the quirkless teen. Tenya answered for the shaking Izuku, yes. He's already given me plenty of ideas. The same thing with Achiko. He helped me yesterday too. Mineta wanted to make a perverted joke about grabbing ball, but he could only take so much judgment from Izuku in one sitting. So manly. Ijiro cracked his knuckles. Helping people before you even become a pro hero. Do you have any ideas for me? He has a full notebook, Momo noted. He even sketched us. The pictures were quite accurate. Oh, did you like drawing me, Aizu? Mina teased Izuku. I didn't, I do ida for every H hero. Izuku trembled in stress. Mina's grin grew, but I bet you pay special attention to the female ones, right? Izuku looked like he was about to die from a heart attack. As such, Achiko decided to help him. He's not like that. I can tell. I'm just teasing. Mina giggled. Can we see your notes? Sure. Izuku pulled his notebook out from his bag, passing the papers across the tables. Everyone was shocked by the accuracy of his drawing and the details of his descriptions. He had perfectly analyzed their quirks within days of meeting them. Concentrating hardening at a select points to save energy? Ijiro had never thought of such an idea. Changing my acid to be slippery and sticky? Mina cackled. I knew your mind was in the gutter, Aizu. No. Izuku's face couldn't grow any more crimson without bursting into flames. Haha, you're so easy to tease. Mina laughed. Why does she get to do perverted jokes? Mineta lowered his head at the double standard. Dude. Because she doesn't act like she's about to assault someone when she does it, Ijiro clarified. Izuku was mortified. He was used to people mocking him, but no one had ever accused him of being a pervert. Thankfully, Mina didn't seem to believe her own words. She simply liked watching his reactions. That made sense to him. This was the closest to how people treated him in middle school. Izuku was reminded that he was sitting at a table of people who would drop him the moment he stopped being useful to them. There would come a time where he had no more new ideas for their quirks. At that point, they would treat him like the worthless Deku he was. Before Izuku could sink too far into despair, alarms blared across the school. Everyone jumped in surprise. They looked around in confusion. UA was known for having some of the best security in the country. Intruders were kicked out within seconds. Fires were put out instantly. Injured students were taken to Recovery Girl by pro heroes. 4 sirens to sound, something major must be happening. If Izuku was being honest, he expected more from the students of UA than to panic. Of course, they were all teenagers, but they were still representing the best school in the country. They should have followed protocol and calmly marched in straight lines towards the emergency exits. There was no reason to be scared. After all, they were in the exact same building as All Might. Any danger that approached UA would be crushed within seconds of entering the campus. Despite knowing this, a wave of people charged towards the doors, carrying Izuku and his companions with them. Izuku grimaced as multiple people bumped into him. If they weren't careful, someone would be trampled in the chaos. He could see Tenya at the window examining what was happening outside. To the Greenette, it didn't matter if the emergency was real or not. This reaction was embarrassing for students of a hero school. His normal shyness faded away. Determination burned his eyes. Before he could yell at people to remain calm, something odd happened to him. No one else noticed as he was surrounded by a strange green glow. Izuku didn't know exactly what happened. One moment he was among the wave of fleeing students. In a blink, he was teleported somewhere else with a green flash. He slipped his impact gloves on without a second thought. The quirkless teenager took a defensive stance and glanced around in alarm. Izuku recognized the alleyway. Someone had moved him half a block away from the school. "So, you're the bonus target Sensei mentioned." The only person in the alley spoke to Izuku. "Gonna be honest. I expected more. But I guess disappointment is inevitable for a quirkless little bug. Are you the one who caused the alarm in the school?" Izuku quickly glanced around, wondering if there were more enemies nearby. The school staff would have encouraged him to run, but he didn't know how far he could get if someone could teleport him with such ease. That weird green energy had worked without the quirk user even seeing him. Duh. The man had his face hidden behind the darkness of his hood. "Although, you got more guts than the other footage I've seen. Are you the type of boss who becomes serious in his second phase?" Izuku readied himself. "I can handle myself." "We'll see," the stranger waved at him. "Calm down. I'm not going to kill you yet. I just wanted to see you face to face before the game starts. I need all might to see you die. Hold you as you bleed out. As your heart stops and the light fades from your eyes." "This is about all might?" Izuku raised an eyebrow. "Of course it is. Did you think that you were actually important? The only reason you matter at all is because All Might will shatter the moment he sees the quirkless kid he encouraged to be a hero die before his eyes. I'll break him mentally before I break him physically," the stranger cackled. "How do you know about that?" Izuku's eyes narrowed. He hadn't told anyone about his first meeting with All Might. Not even his mother knew about the #1 hero encouraging him to join UA. "Good question. Sensei's been paying attention to you for a while, Midoriya Izuku. No idea why, but he's a brilliant man. He must have seen that you were a useful bug to crush at the right moment," the stranger mentioned. "I'm glad I decided to meet you. It will make it so much more fun when I turn your windpipe to ash." "Hey! Wait!" Izuku shouted as dark smoke surrounded the stranger. He wanted to rush forward but stopped himself. There were obviously multiple enemies involved in the emergency. His training was limited. Rushing in without thinking would get him killed. The situation would be different if someone was in danger before his eyes, but right now he was the only one who needed help. All of his teachers would have told him to focus on escaping. "I'll see you soon, quirkless bug," the stranger cackled as he disappeared in a swirl of smoke. Izuku watched as his enemy vanished. Slipping on his quirk detecting glasses, he scanned the area. His device didn't detect any enemies. The quirkless teenager was alone. Slowly, he took off his impact gloves, slipping them back into his bag. He turned to head back towards UA. Izuku was shocked to find that the front gate had been turned to ash. "Midoriya!" Aizawa rushed to meet him. "What are you doing outside the school?" "Sensei," Izuku's eyes flashed with determination. "I was teleported out here. I think it was the guy who did this. He said a lot of things. I have a full report for you and the principal. Aizawa glanced at the nearby present mic. They shared a silent conversation before the underground hero turned back to Izuku. Are you okay? I'm not hurt. He didn't attack me, and I only stood in a defensive stance. I didn't try to run because I would have just been teleported back, Izuku explained. When the villain teleported away, I immediately returned to the school. Very well done, Midoriya-kun. Nizu approached the scene. You handled the situation perfectly. Why don't we all head towards my office so we can talk in private? I don't think this information should be shared. Yes, sir, Izuku nodded. But I think that you should invite All Might too. Nizu raised an eyebrow. Why do you say that, Midoriya-kun? Because the guy who captured me mentioned him a lot. Izuku clenched his fists. I think they're planning on using me to hurt All Might. I realized that I forgot to update on this site. So, here's 3 new chapters. Next update will be after the holidays on January 2nd, 2026. Disclaimer: I own nothing. Chapter 7, School Days. I see. Nizu crossed his arms and leaned back in his raised office seat after Izuku explained what had happened. You said that you were teleported in a burst of green energy? All Might seemed especially interested in that fact. Why yes, sir, Izuku nodded. His anxiety returned with a vengeance now that the chaos had settled. The teachers had guided him to the principal's office for the debriefing. Aizawa pointed a remote at the nearby television screen. He rewinded the security footage to when the panic started. In the back of his mind, the underground hero made a note to chastise every student who panicked. It's hard to notice. But you do disappear. There was some green energy, but from this angle it could easily be mistaken for your hair. But the second teleportation was dark smoke, Nizu hummed in thought. So, that makes 3 villains. One destroyed the gate, allowing the journalists in. The other teleported you. The third teleported the man talking to you away from the scene. Why yes, Izuku bowed. I'm sorry for the inconvenience. Nonsense, young Midoriya. All Might smiled. You did a perfect job. For once, Aizawa agreed with All Might. Yes. You kept your cool during the emergency and when you were teleported away. We'll get the security footage from the alley, but I'm sure it will back up your story. You handled everything logically. I have no criticisms. Thank you, Izuku blushed. We're simply glad that you weren't injured. Nizu clapped his hands. Thank you for your excellent report, Midoriya-kun. Let us handle everything from here. Go back to your classroom. I'm sure your friends are worried about you after disappearing like that. Izuku flinched. He doubted the other students really cared much about the class's worthless Deku. Weiss, thank you. Giving another bow, Izuku exited the room. The mood shifted when the door closed behind the greenette. All 3 men exchanged serious gazes. Nizu was the first one to speak. It seems as though someone wants to use Midoriya-kun to hurt you, All Might. Indeed, All Might clenched his fists. Our first Quirkless hero candidate was bound to be targeted eventually, Aizawa admitted. It was inevitable. Whether it be from villains, the press, or the public. You weren't wrong to encourage him. I know, but I hate knowing that I put him in danger, All Might grunted. He chose to be a hero. He knew the risks, especially while being Quirkless, Aizawa insisted. All we can do is guide him and protect him the best we can while he's under our tutelage. There's no denying that we failed him today though. I will update our security to deal with teleportation quirks on school grounds, Nizu commented. And when we take the students on trips, we'll just need to keep a special eye on Midoriya-kun. And what about when he's off school property? Aizawa inquired. More than a few heroes owe me a favor. I'm sure they'd be willing to keep an eye on Midoriya-kun for us until the villains are captured, Nizu insisted. Fine, Aizawa was placated. He turned to exit the office as well. I'm going to go talk with my students. They need to be briefed about what happened and to understand the importance of staying calm during emergencies. Once Aizawa shut the door behind him, All Might sighed. That green glow was definitely all for one. Well, you would know better than anyone, Nizu acknowledged. I suppose that means he survived. He's alive, but he must be hurting to remain out of the action, All Might reasoned. He's using other people to do his dirty work for him, but that green glow was his favorite quirk during the last time I faced him. He called it reality warp. It claimed that it could do almost anything he set his mind to. Teleportation, telekinesis, telepathy. I've never seen him train one quirk so much. Usually, he just combines a bunch of simple quirks in a giant burst of power. Fascinating, Nizu tapped his paws together. But why directly intervene if he had someone else with a teleportation quirk? Maybe he wanted to be a part of the mission to corner young Midoriya, All Might guessed. But why? Midoriya Izuku is a fascinating young man. Brilliant, dedicated, heroic. But quirkless, Nizu hummed in thought. Normally, All for One would have no interest in him. No quirk to steal. No way to manipulate or corrupt him. He wants to use young Midoriya to hurt me, All Might argued. Maybe the hooded man thinks so, but I don't believe so, Nizu scowled. We're missing vital information. You don't value any one young person over anyone else. Killing another student would achieve the same result. Midoriya-kun's quirkless status hits home for you, and you did know him before UA, but still. To know all this. To use this information against you. To target Midoriya-kun personally despite his injuries. He has an invested interest in Midoriya-kun outside of you. All Might stroked his chin in thought, but why? I have no idea, Nizu admitted. I made sure to do as much research as possible on Midoriya-kun before accepting him into the school. There isn't anything absurdly abnormal about him. The odd aspects about him are that he's quirkless, that he's a genius, and that his father is overseas. But I researched Midoriya Hisashi too. There is not one single connection to All for One. It must have been young Midoriya's brain then, All Might insisted. He can develop technology which mimics quirks. And how would All for One know this? There was no record of his invention until Midoriya-kun applied to our school. Nizu scowled. We're missing some key information. How and why does All for One have an interest in Midoriya-kun? Well, we'll just have All Might's muscular form disappeared in a puff of smoke, shifting into a skinny man who looked to be on the verge of death. Out of time. Nizu chuckled. For now, we'll keep an eye on Midoriya-kun. I have no doubt that we can keep him safe, and I can already tell that he has zero interest in helping villains. Even if theoretically they captured him and tried to force him to make weapons for them, he would refuse. All for One will show his hand eventually. Until then, we need to prepare. That way, we can take him down once and for all. When Izuku returned to the classroom, he decided to make up a lie for why he had disappeared during the emergency. No one had noticed him being teleported out of the hallway. As such, he told them that a few teachers had pulled him aside after the chaos to ask him a few questions. Nizu hadn't specifically told him to keep what happened a secret, but Izuku felt as though he shouldn't tell heroes in training about the danger. This was especially true when none of them were likely to be targeted like he had been. Because of his lie, no one gave him a second glance except for Aoyama Yuga. The sparkly blonde always seemed to glare at him. Izuku was used to such a reaction when people knew he was quirkless. Yuga seemed to really dislike having a classmate without powers. They hadn't interacted yet, but Izuku could tell it was only a matter of time before the tension escalated. Of course, the same thing could be said for the entire class when they eventually turned against him, but he would deal with the hatred when that day arrived. He would become a worthless Deku in their eyes the moment he couldn't help with their quirks anymore. Despite knowing that they would eventually harass him like his middle school class previously did, Izuku still wanted to help the future heroes. As such, he suggested training after classes were over. The students in the hero curriculum were allowed to use the gyms freely in order to help their development. He offered a free opportunity for anyone to look over his notes and hear his ideas. May hadn't been happy that he wasn't going to work with her that day, but she was pacified by a promise to perform maintenance on the impact gloves with her tomorrow. Oh, Izuku blinked at the surprise arrivals. That's more tea than I expected. Karo, Mina mentioned that you had some ideas for everyone's quirks, and that they were well thought out. Tsuyu explained. Yeah. Minoru told me all about it, Denki lightly elbowed Mineta. His eyes darted to the various girls in the group. There was no way he was going to miss the opportunity to spend time with the fairer section. Okay, Izuku pulled out his papers. He had assumed most people wouldn't want to spend time with him. As such, he had prepared spare pages to help anyone who refused to speak with him. IIM made C copies O of MIN notes F for A all O of YU. While most of the participants had already seen his ideas, the newcomers were surprised. Tsuyu nodded. Water does make me stronger, and an internal heater in my costume would help if it gets really cold. Use smaller bursts of electricity to enhance my muscles? Denki blinked. His thoughts on pretty girls were momentarily forgotten. I never thought of that. It would definitely keep me from overexerting my quirk as much. I also had some ideas on how to use your TT tongue in B battle, Ajui-sen. Izuku's face burned in embarrassment. Call me Tsuyu. Tsuyu responded. Why didn't you write that down? Izuku's cheeks grew even more crimson. It felt inappropriate. And maybe you can work with Ojiro-san and Shoji-san to develop an extra appendage fighting style. Tsuyu scrutinized Izuku. His embarrassment told her that he didn't have a perverse bone in his body. Normally, she would have been skeptical about a teenage boy telling her how to use her tongue, but Izuku was actually trying to be helpful. That sounds like a good idea. I'll invite them to our next joint training session. There will be another O1? Izuku asked. Dude, I need you around to capitalize on your big brain. Denki swung an arm around Izuku's shoulders. I will not be able to get this stuff on my own. In exchange, I'll do whatever I can to help improve your gloves against electricity. Izuku glanced around the gym, spotting everyone training by implementing his ideas. That W would be helpful. What's this? Hagakure Toru took the paper from Izuku. The greenette had approached her. Before class started the next morning, I made N notes F for everyone in C class. Izuku bowed to her. Oh, that's right. Aizawa-sensei could help me deactivate my quirk. Toru sounded excited. I just need to use gloves to point to where my eyes are. Then you can W work O out how T to deactivate I invisible A at W will. Izuku nodded. Turning different parts of me visible and invisible at will during a fight to confuse people? That's brilliant stuff, Izuku. Toru had already heard the agreement in class for everyone to use their first names. And this stuff about using my hair to help make an invisible outfit is so smart. Izuku's face flushed. That's N not W what you already do? Nope. I have to go full commando to be unseen, Toru giggled. Izuku fidgeted in discomfort. Why you get C cold? Not anymore, I won't. Thanks. C was right. You're far from a perv if you didn't know that a girl was naked in front of you. Toru giggled in amusement as Izuku stammered unnecessary apologies. I can't really stand bugs, Koji muttered, peering down at Izuku's notes. He was a towering, muscular figure who seemed to be made of peach-colored stone. Oh, sorry, Izuku bowed his head. They were speaking during the break after homeroom. What about bee butterflies and ladybugs? Oh, those are okay, Koji mumbled shyly. He had never met someone more nervous during conversations than him. Izuku always looked like he was about to die of a heart attack during casual chit-chat. And maybe raise them? Lots of people like them even if they don't like other insects, Izuku fidgeted. I could try, Koji admitted. He liked the concept of having butterflies with him all the time. What about this idea of using a voice on people? Humans are technically animals. We just evolved to gain sentience, Izuku noted. Your quirk P probably can't control humans, B but you might be able to stun them for a bit as they fight off your commands. Oh, Koji smiled. Maybe. It's worth a shot. Hey, Izuku. Kyoka Jiro approached Izuku when the bell rang for lunch. Mina mentioned that you've been helping everyone with their quirks. Izuku squeaked at being cornered at his desk. He pulled out her paper. Here you go. Jiro examined the page for a brief moment. Her long earlobes scratched the top of her head. She gained a frustrated expression. An electric guitar? Why, I know it takes a lot of effort to learn, Izuku lowered his head in shame. I know how to play, Jiro clarified. I'm just mad that I never thought about it. Thanks, Izuku. I'll work on it tonight. Gobstoppers? Sato Rikido stroked his broad chin in thought as he read the notes. That would make sure the sugar rush doesn't run out quickly. It would be a constant supply of power. I can't believe that I never thought to use Spider-Man comics as inspiration for my quirk. Zero Hanta smacked his own forehead. I suppose carrying weapons for Dark Shadow to use when it's light out could help, Tokoyami Fumikage admitted. And attacking with it at the same time would overwhelm our opponents. Gee, glad I see could help. Izuku noticed another classmate walking by their group. Kaken? Get bent, Deku. Katsuki growled. Needless to say, Izuku did not give his childhood friend any of his notes. So, I'm last, huh? Todoroki Shoto glanced up as Izuku approached his desk after the final bell rang. Izuku fidgeted. Don't think that why you'd like MIA advice. It's fine. Sorry if I intimidate you. I'm willing to hear helpful advice. Shoto took a piece of paper from Izuku. A list of books? Tether sculptures and Quirkless shaping tips. Izuku glanced at the other students leaving the classroom. No one was waiting for him because they knew he was going to work with Mei. These are helpful, Shoto admitted, eager to research how to better use his mother's quirk. Thank you, but I'm confused. Everyone else seemed to get regular notes. Nearby, Tsuyu, Mezu, and Ojiro were planning on how to work on their new fighting styles together. Everyone other than Katsuki was excited to experiment with their quirks. Toru was the most eager, showing pictures of herself when Aizawa deactivated her invisibility. In a few days, the class seemed to have bonded into a united force. Shoto was impressed by Izuku's ability to bring people together. Izuku's eyes darted to Shoto's scar and left side of his body. I don't think that why you'll appreciate my tips. Shoto's eyes narrowed. He knew Izuku was the smartest person in their class. If anyone could figure out the second half of his quirk and his relationship to Endeavor, it would be the Greenette. No. I don't think that I would. I see, Izuku bowed. Sorry. Tell Jigo. Shoto watched Izuku run out of the room. He felt slightly bad for intimidating the quirkless student. Izuku was simply trying to help everyone, and the Greenette probably couldn't comprehend why someone wouldn't want to use their quirk. The half-cold, half-hot user didn't hold anything against Izuku, but nothing was going to make him utilize Endeavor's flames. Shoto could see why Izuku was especially apprehensive about approaching him. Still, he was now looking forward to learning how to manipulate ice better. Izuku had even left some tips about how to warm himself up when overusing the cold side of his ability. He's a good guy, Shoto mentally decided. He had no doubt that his father would hate Izuku for every possible reason imaginable, and that made him even more fond of the Greenette. Oh, wow, Einstein. That's brilliant. Mei slid into Izuku's lap, eyeing the blueprints on the desk. That would definitely keep you from hurting your arms too much. Izuku's face was red. He desperately glanced around, asking anyone for help. Everyone gave him looks of pity, but no one intervened. By now, all of the support students knew how Mei acted. They didn't dare involve themselves with the eccentric Pinkette when she was hyper-focused. Thanks. If YUG get you up, I'll let YUH have MIS seat. This is fine. Your lap is surprisingly comfortable. Mei leaned over the desk, examining his notes. Repeated uses at 100% capacity might injure arms. This new idea will neutralize that, but this super move is stupid. Sure, it would push you way past 100%, but it would totally destroy the gloves after one use. Izuku gasped as her but wiggled in his lap. He wondered if she was doing this on purpose. The sight and sensations were driving him insane. Your super moves are your own to make, but don't you dare hurt our babies in the process. Mei's next move surprised him. She spun around, twisting in his lap. Her legs swung over his head in a shocking display of flexibility until the Pinkette was fully straddling him. She wrapped her arms around his neck. Mei pressed her body flush against him. Their noses rammed against each other. Izuku could feel her hot breath on his lips. Of course, that would just mean we would have to make some more. So, I guess it would be fine. Izuku had a few options on how to react at that moment. He could have pushed her off. He could have played into her embrace, accepting the pleasant sensations. He could have even cried for someone to help him. Instead, the quirkless teen chose the safest option for his already overheating brain. Huh. Why'd you pass out, Einstein? Wake up. Someone call recovery girl. He must not have eaten enough today. Mei called to the other students, not understanding why they were blushing like Izuku. The entire time, she never thought to stop straddling him. The next day, Izuku still had a light blush on his face as he walked to school. His mother had questioned why he seemed so embarrassed, but he had just said that it was a misunderstanding with the support department. Inko assumed that his costume had been torn, and that was fine with him. He had yet to tell her about being kidnapped. She would panic, and the last thing he needed was a new obstacle in becoming a hero. Mei obviously didn't mean to tease him or be so provocative. Perhaps he was the bad person for being overwhelmed by a girl twisting in his lap. Shame surged through him at the memory. He had almost kissed her when she was so close to him. Izuku needed to remember that he was a worthless Deku. Mei simply had no understanding of personal space. No girl would ever actually see him in a romantic light. Hey, Izuku. Momo's voice surprised him. Izuku glanced to the side, seeing his classmate sitting in a limousine with the window rolled down. Why, Rosa-san? I thought the entire class agreed to use our first names. Momo pointed at him. Do you want a ride? I in a limo? Izuku's jaw dropped. Yeah. I spotted you on the way to school. Hop in. We're both going the same way, Momo clarified. I'm fine W to the subway. Izuku rubbed the back of his neck. Nonsense. This will be simpler. Besides, I have some ideas for my quirk that I want to discuss with you. Momo opened the door. Izuku wanted to argue further, but her insistence overwhelmed him. He slid into the vehicle, gaping at the lush interior. Wow. Do you want a drink? I have a few sodas and iced coffee if you would like it. Momo pointed at the mini fridge. Did you eat breakfast? We can stop somewhere if you want. My treat. Yao, Momo-san. Why you are rich or something? Izuku stared at the girl. Momo blushed. Yes. My parents are quite wealthy. Does that bother you? And no, Izuku admitted. Her entire existence seemed slightly unfair to her. Momo had a perfect quirk, excessive funds, and gorgeous looks, but Izuku had long since decided against judging someone based on attributes they couldn't control. Tenya's family was wealthy as well, and he seemed to be a good person. He would treat Momo like everyone else. Really? Momo clapped her hands together in glee. Most people tried to use her for her funds, appearance, or quirk. Izuku was one of the first people who saw her as an individual rather than attributes to abuse. That's great. Thank you. Why are you so popular? Mineta cried after Izuku entered the classroom with Momo. Yao, Momo-san just spotted me on ORWAT to school. Izuku lowered his head in shame. Perhaps we can all carpool? Momo suggested. My limo can hold everyone. Pass, Katsuki grunted. I don't want to be in your SR bus. But I do. Denki raised a hand only to be smacked by Jiro's earlobe jack. Don't be gross, Jiro muttered. Why do I get smacked when Katsuki gets to say what he wants? Denki exclaimed. He was being mean, but he didn't have dirty thoughts when he said it, Jiro sneered. Personally, I believe that class bonding would be a wonderful idea, Tenya bowed. But I think I speak for everyone when I say that I would hate to place this burden on you, Momo. It's no bother, Momo insisted. My driver has been bored lately. Driver? Karo, Tsu tapped her lips. We really live in different worlds. It would help us if we accidentally train too long in the evenings. Mizo crossed his many arms. You mean it will be both in the mornings and the evenings? Toru gasped. We can't ask you to do that. I'd be happy too if it means we all get more training, Momo insisted. The idea of using her family's money for friends instead of the other way around filled her with childish glee. You're going to be training with everyone today, right, Izuku-kun? Achiko approached the greenette. She felt slightly jealous of all the time he had spent with Mei and Momo. You are? Sure, Izuku nodded. Great. Aijiro punched his open palm. I want you to use your glove on me to practice hardening in specific spots. Hey, dude. I need him to help me adjust my electricity. Denki insisted. I need him to test if my acid is sticky enough for his tastes. Mina gained a teasing smile. Izuku sputtered in response. Why is he popular with girls? Mineta beat his head against his desk. Probably because he's helping with our quirks without being a creep. I can't think of anyone else who has a girl mount him and he keeps his hands to himself. Jiro raised her phone, showing footage of him and Mei the previous day. How did you get to that? Izuku shuddered in shame. Someone in the support class posted it. Jiro nodded in sympathy. Sorry you have to deal with that perv, Izuku. You were obviously uncomfortable. I would kill for that type of attention. Mineta groaned. Hanta smirked as a prank formed in his head. Maybe you should try? Maybe that handsome girl would be into you. Later, Mineta approached Mei. No one knew what he said to her, but they witnessed the response. Mei punched him in the ball, and not the ones on the top of his head. Almost all of the class laughed at the interaction, except for Izuku. The greenette gave Mineta a scathing sneer which almost hurt Minoru even more than the blow. Almost. Izuku approached the one member of the class who refused to speak with him even less than Katsuki. Aoyama-san? Would you like T to J join us? Yuga paused as he walked across the lunchroom. He turned to see Izuku gesturing at the tables pushed close together by almost the entirety of Class 1A. The only people who didn't join the rest of the students were Katsuki, Shoto, and himself, Nan. I think not, Midoriya-san. See, Izuku rubbed his arm nervously. Did you look over the endnotes? Nan. I tore them up. Yuga glared at Izuku. Oh, okay. Izuku lowered his head. Oddly enough, this type of treatment felt more natural than the friendliness from the rest of the class. I do not want or need your help, inutile. Yuga gritted his teeth. Izuku did not know much French, but he understood when he was being called a worthless Deku, ise. They'll turn on you. You know that, right? Yuga whispered. It might not be today or tomorrow, but they will. There's a novelty to you right now. That will wear off. You are quirkless. You shouldn't be here. Izuku fidgeted in place. Why's? I do. Nan. You don't, Yuga hissed. Quirkless are worthless in this world. That's an undisputed fact. Even if you have temporary use, they will throw you away eventually. You'll run out of ideas. Your machines will fail. You'll get kicked out of this school. No one will remember you. All you're doing is setting yourself up for pain. Drop out now while you still have your dignity. IIW won't. Izuku shook his head. I earned my spot. I'd rather DIT than G give you up. Then, it will be your funeral. Yuga whipped around to walk away. Disheartened, Izuku approached the rest of his group. They noticed his dismayed expression. Achiko placed a hand on his arm. Are you okay, Izuku-kun? Why? Aoyama-san J just p pointed out a flaw in my endnotes f for him. Izuku lied. Well, everyone has a swing and a miss sometimes, Aijiro shrugged. What's that? 19 out of 20 is still pretty good. 17 out of 18, so you mentioned. Izuku didn't analyze himself, and Bakugo refused his help. Still bad at math, Aijiro? Mina winked at the redhead. Shut up. It's not like you're any better. Aijiro argued. The class went back to their normal dynamics with Katsuki and Shoto isolating themselves from the crowd. Yuga couldn't judge the other two. He was doing the same thing. His eyes locked on the downtrodden Izuku. Regret surged in Yuga's heart at the sight. Long ago, he had experienced similar pain before he had been given his own quirk. Yuga wished he could be even a tenth as strong as Izuku. Someone with no quirk had pushed through a broken system to achieve their dream. He could never come close to what Izuku had accomplished. His quirk was what made him great. Without it he was nothing, and his master would take back his gift if he didn't obey. The USJ trip was tomorrow, and Izuku was one of the main targets. Yuga hated that he was about to see a beautiful, defiant flower about to be killed before his eyes, but what other choice did a worthless, quirkless loser like Yuga have? Happy New Year! I hope your holidays were merry. Next chapter will be updated on January 9th, 2026. Disclaimer: I own nothing. Chapter 8. Tactical Assault. You're an idiot, Aizawa muttered as he printed the grading papers for the USJ trip. I apologize, All Might bowed. He was in his shrunken, injured form. I overdid it a bit. You're a teacher now. Your top priority is to the students. Aizawa scolded the number one hero. Those small issues in the city can be dealt with by other heroes just as easily. I can't just ignore people in need. All Might lifted his head. You're not ignoring anyone. You're trusting in your allies to handle minor situations. They were trained for moments just like that. Aizawa leaned back in his seat, scrutinizing the empty teacher's lounge. You only have a few hours a day where you can maintain your full strength, right? You need to save those precious moments for the top emergencies and for your students. It's only logical. I suppose you're right. All Might scratched his chin. But I still have about an hour left today. It should be enough for everything I need to do with the trip. Not because you planned it that way. Aizawa's eyes drifted to All Might's midsection. Recently, the number one hero had informed him about the near-fatal injury and the true reason All Might was teaching at you. Well, you've had some time. Have you found the student you want to be your successor? No. Not yet. All Might shook his head. I need to feel it in my gut. When I see my successor, I need to be moved almost to tears. I need to know in the deepest part of my heart that I can trust him or her with this power. And you're still saying no to Togata? Aizawa thought highly of the third-year student. It's not that he's not a brilliant student and hero. All Might rubbed the back of his head. It's just that I don't have the right feeling with him. He would be a good successor but not great. Not the best. Not the symbol of peace that will bring everyone together. The person who can crush hate and make everyone feel safe just by being there. If you say so, Aizawa shrugged. This wasn't his decision to make. Just know that the sooner you pick someone, the more time they'll have to train that unwieldy and dangerous power of yours. That's true. All Might stared down at his hands. The burden will be great. Someone can't just have the brawn or the right attitude. They need to be able to use their brain as well. Maybe some of the students today will impress you. If not, Vlad's been bragging about his students. Keep an eye on 1B as well. Aizawa turned to the door. Perhaps, All Might agreed, but for some reason, he felt a special pull towards the students of 1A. His instincts told him that he was missing a diamond in the rough. Karo. So, Izuku, you designed those gloves with Katsuki in mind, right? Tsuyu mentioned as she sat next to the Quirkless student on the bus taking them to their field trip. Oh, kind of. Izuku squirmed as various eyes turned to him. Sorry. I generally say what I think without sugar-coating it. Tsuyu turned to him. Did he blow you up a lot or something? That seems like something that he would do. Izuku squirmed in his seat. Keep your thoughts to yourself, Demon Frog. Katsuki snarled back at her. Yep. Definitely the type to blow up easily. Karo, Tsuyu nodded. Kaken and never hurt me t2m much. Izuku lowered his head. Enough for you to get the idea to absorb his explosions. Momo glared at the explosion user. He does I it W with everyone, Izuku muttered. Dude, that's not cool. You have such a flashy and powerful quirk, but using it on people is lame. Not manly at all, Ijiro grumbled. You'll never be popular with your attitude, Denki pointed out. We've only known you for a short time, and it's clear what a steaming turd you can be. Don't forget that hero rankings are also based on if people like you. Some people can be JRKS and still be popular, Shoto mumbled. You remind me a lot of my father, Bakugo. I'm going to be number one, not number two. In half and half. Katsuki roared. That's something Endeavor would say. Shoto stared out the window. Izuku marveled as his classmates teased Katsuki. He had never seen anyone actively antagonize his former friend like this. Most people rushed to get on Katsuki's good side. Even teachers used to SCK up to the explosion user. No one could ever deny that Bakugo's quirk was perfect for hero work or that he was a brilliant student, but few dared to call out Katsuki's aggression. The only person who had ever chastised Katsuki was Mitsuki Abakan. Everyone continued to banter until they arrived at their destination. USJ was exactly like the online pictures illustrated. Izuku stared at the various disaster zones, ranging from floods, to landslides, and to fires. This was the perfect place for them to learn about rescues, and they had the exact teacher necessary for their lessons. Oh, it's 13. She's my favorite. Achiko clapped her hands in delight. Welcome everyone. 13 waved at them. She wore a spacesuit outfit as her costume. It's good to see you all here and ready to go. All Might flexed his arms. Today, we're going to be focusing on the importance of control. Exactly. As you all probably know, my quirk is Black Hole. It can tear almost everything apart. I mainly use this for rescues, but don't underestimate how dangerous it is. 13 wagged a finger. It could easily kill someone. I'm sure many of you have similarly dangerous quirks. In our superpowered society, the use of quirks is heavily restricted, because it would only take one wrong move for everything to go horribly wrong. My test taught you your hidden potential, Aizawa mentioned. My test put you through the danger of real conflict. All Might laughed. And my test will show you the new perspective of using your quirks to save people instead of hurting them. 13 crossed her arms. As the teachers continued to explain the circumstances of their training exercise, Izuku blinked. His glasses flashed in front of his eyes, alerting him to the use of a highly powerful quirk. All of the beeping and alarms turned everyone's attention to him. He followed the arrows directing him to the source of the power surge. Before anyone could ask him what was wrong, dark smoke began to swirl near the fountain at the center of USJ. The smog rapidly grew until a wave of people were able to exit the cloud. Everyone get back. All Might was the first to react. He, Aizawa, and 13 jumped between the students and the invaders. This is not part of the training exercise. Aizawa slipped dark glasses over his eyes. These must be real villains. Are real villains? Mineta gasped. Most of the other students joined him in taking a step back. Only Izuku, Katsuki, and Shoto remained firm as they observed the invaders. 3 heroes, glowing eyes appeared in the smoke. 13, Eraserhead, and All Might. All according to plan. Finally. I've been waiting for this. It's time that we finally kill All Might. The young man who had kidnapped Izuku stepped out of the portal. Then, the world won't have their precious symbol of peace anymore. Haha. Kill me. All Might placed his hands on his hips. All this just for me? I would be flattered if you didn't put my precious students in danger. As the others continued to speak, Izuku scrutinized the situation. The enemy had brought dozens of foes with them. None of them looked like they could come close to defeating All Might, even if they worked all together. Only the villain made of smoke and the enemy covered in disembodied hands posed any sort of threat. Even then, Aizawa and 13 worked as perfect backup for All Might. Izuku frowned. This didn't make a lot of sense. Such a fighting force wasn't powerful enough to defeat All Might. Despite this, the planning behind the assault wasn't terrible. They must have taken out the cameras and the security system. At the same time, they had attacked when they knew All Might would be isolated from possible backup. The true problem was that the number 1 hero could easily crush them. Of course, Izuku knew they planned to use him as a tool against All Might. Killing him would hurt All Might's spirit, but such a task wouldn't be so simple. After all, 3 heroes were protecting him, and he was surrounded by his fellow students. Even Katsuki would defend him against villains. The chances of them getting to him were close to non-existent. Ha! Izuku's glasses flared with another alarm as a dangerous assortment of quirks appeared in the area. What is that? All Might raised an eyebrow as a monster with inky skin, a mouth shaped like a beak, and massive muscles stepped out of the portal. Oddly enough, its brain was on display outside its skull. Nomu, kill All Might, the leader of the villains commanded. Roaring, Nomu lunged at All Might. The number 1 hero was prepared for the sudden charge. He punched the attacker across the jaw with enough force to knock most people out. In fact, all of the students were pushed back by the wind rushing through the area from the raw might of the blow. To their shock, Nomu was completely unaffected by the strike. There wasn't a single sign of damage as it tackled all might and wrestled the titan of a man away from the students. 13. Take the students and evacuate. Eraserhead shouted before lunging at the remaining villains. Come on, kids. 13 directed the students away from the fight. As he ran with the others, Izuku glanced back, watching as Aizawa fought the villains. The underground hero easily slipped through the invaders. He used his quirk to weaken his foes before wrapping them in strands of cloth and knocking them away. There wasn't much footage of Eraserhead in combat. Such, Izuku was stunned to see his teacher move with the combined grace of a dancer, gymnast, and a martial artist. Aizawa was easily dispatching the enemies with calculated blows. Excuse me, the dark figure made of smoke materialized in front of the fleeing students. But we have not given you permission to run. Your presence and demise aren't necessary for our plans, but it would be inconvenient if you sounded the alarms and brought backup to help All Might. As such, you will have to die as well. You really think that it will be so easy? Katsuki roared. He and Ijiro were about to leap forward and attack before Izuku got in their way. What the hell, Deku? He has a teleportation quirk, Izuku explained. He might just be able to send your attacks away. In fact, he might be able to turn us against each other. We don't have enough experience for him. Let 13 handle this. Staying back and doing nothing? That's not manly at all, Ijiro muttered. Midoriya's right. I'm the teacher here. 13 agreed. I'll protect you all. You should not write checks you cannot cash. The smoke creature unleashed a wave of dark smog at them. Izuku tried to push some of the surrounding students away, but he couldn't shove them out of range. The attack had been too fast and wide. Not even 13 could save them. Somehow, their opponent could teleport even her black holes away. They all screamed as they were transported to different locations. Izuku's vision spun until gravity overtook him. Only his years of training with his impact gloves prevented him from falling on his face. He shakily landed on his feet and tried to regain his bearings. Warnings flashed across his glasses, signaling that he had to roll away. He managed to move right in time to avoid a punch to the head by a villain. Midoriya, what are you doing back here? Aizawa snarled as he kicked an opponent away. Really? Did you actually think I'd let one of my targets get away? The leader chuckled behind the disembodied hand covering his face. We even gave you all a warning. All Might will be crushed when he sees the quirkless kid dead at my feet. That will give Nomu the upper hand. The powerless freak isn't going anywhere. Deepen it. Aizawa flipped backwards to avoid an attack. At the same time, Izuku unleashed a small energy burst from his right glove to push an opponent away and slide across the ground until he was next to his teacher. We don't have a choice. Midoriya, stick close to me and try not to get in my way. I'll do better than that, sensei. Izuku adjusted his gloves. Energy sparked across his palms. I'll back you up. You're too wet behind the ears to say something so illogical. Aizawa watched as the enemies circled around them. But I guess this will be trial by fire. Whatever you do, don't get yourself killed. Do you understand? Yes, sir. Izuku shouted. It does feel kind of wrong. Like going back to the starting area when you're ready to take down the final boss. But it can't be helped. Tamura scratched his chin, taking special care to keep his pinky finger away from his flesh. Whoever kills the quirkless freak gets double pay. And I'll even add more of a bonus if you make his death as painful and graphic as possible. We need All Might to be devastated by the sight of the corpse. Shoto gritted his teeth in frustration. Flames surged around him in the conflagration zone. His ice was severely weakened by the intense heat. Normally, he could flash freeze anything in front of him, but his foes either dodged his assault or broke free from the verglas. There was always the option of using his father's fire, but the idea sickened him. Shoto tried to make the most of his circumstances by creating frost shields, but his constructions melted almost instantaneously. His allies weren't faring much better. Tsuyu was completely overwhelmed by the heat. Her amphibian quirk made her even more sensitive to extreme temperatures than most people. Without moisture, she was weakened in the raging flames. She looked ready to pass out from dehydration at any second. Fumikage was struggling as well. His quirk relied on darkness. Surrounded by the light of the blaze, he could barely bring his shadow out to help him. At best, the summoned creature could unleash a single blow before retreating back below its master. His abilities were as limited as both Shoto's and Tsuyu's while in the conflagration zone. They were all coated in sweat and were breathing heavily. Bruises already coated their bodies from the numerous attacks they had endured. Their opponents were chuckling as the villains circled them. Shoto scowled at the glee that the invaders were demonstrating at their weakened states. He didn't think that the attackers would rush through their job of killing him and the other two students. "This is bad," Shoto panted. "They did their homework on us." Tfu drooped forward in dehydration. "But how? We've only been students for a week," Fumikage asked. Shoto nodded in agreement. Fumikage was right. They had only recently been tested on their quirks. He doubted that the exam results leaked or that the notes were stolen. Only someone who knew all of them could reveal the truth of their quirks to these villains. "That doesn't matter. We have to find a way out of this." "I hope the others are doing better," Tsuyu mentioned. "What the hell? They just had to drop me into this goddamn water." Katsuki roared as he tried to blast another villain away. While he did manage to knock his target away, the water absorbed most of the heat from his blast. He had yet to defeat a single opponent in the flood zone. "Come on." Aijiro punched another villain as he tried to scramble into the rowboat made by Momo. His hardening was limited in the water. He sank like a rock with the extra weight. "A little help here?" "I'm a little busy," Momo exclaimed. She smacked another villain upside the head with an oar. They were all scrambling to capsize or board the boat she had made with creation. Her quirk use made a tear in her costume, and the lecherous villains were leering at her body. Momo knew exactly why they wanted to get their hands on her. The solution to the problem was clear to Momo. She had to create some sort of electrical weapon. One surge would instantly incapacitate the surrounding invaders. Unfortunately, she and her allies would be hurt as well. Momo was soaked, and both of her peers were still in the water. Neither Katsuki or Aijiro were able to fight at their full potential while submerged. Momo couldn't think of a worse situation for the three of them. Creation had few limits, but she didn't have the breathing room to use her quirk fully without harming herself or the others. Aijiro was trying to join her in the boat, but defending himself only weighed him down in the water. Meanwhile, Katsuki wouldn't listen to a single suggestion she made. This was the worst combination she could conceive for the flood zone. The only way this could be worse would be if Denki was with them. His quirk would be completely useless in these circumstances. Such a thought made her wonder why their opponents hadn't placed the electrification user in the flood zone. Between bouts of hitting the invaders back with her Momo glanced at the hurricane zone. Perhaps their opponents wanted Denki to be a hindrance to someone else. "This is the worst." Denki ducked under a kick aimed at his head. He was completely soaked from the downpour of the hurricane zone. Wind flew wildly all around him, carrying debris through the air. The electrification user could barely see through the storm. Keeping track of his friends proved to be difficult while fighting against nature and villains at the same time. As far as he knew from his limited perspective, he was joined by Mina, Toru, and Kyoka. Like him, they were all soaked from the downpour. There could be more members of his class around, but he couldn't be sure. Normally, he would have been thrilled to be surrounded by such gorgeous girls, but now was not the time to enjoy the sights of the fairer section. They were all being overwhelmed by the surrounding villains. He couldn't unleash even the slightest sliver of electricity. Denki knew the limitations of his quirk. Accidentally shocking an innocent person was far too easy for his liking, and the girls could be hurt if he used even a fraction of his energy. This left him basically quirkless in the rain. Such a feeling of powerlessness made him sympathize with Izuku. His friends weren't faring much better than Denki. Mina was unable to properly utilize her acid with rain and wind bombarding her from all sides. Most of her less deadly attacks were instantaneously washed away by the storm. Unfortunately, more dangerous acid could easily be carried off course by the gale, threatening to splash the other heroes. Like him, she had no way to unleash her quirk without hurting innocent people. Toru's quirk had been completely neutralized. Seeing through the rain was difficult, but Denki could make out her outline with countless beads of water rolling down her. All of the surrounding villains could see her form as well, and she wasn't helped by the storm impairing her own vision. For the first time since unlocking her quirk, Toru stood on equal ground with everyone else in terms of visibility. Kyoko was probably the most well-off compared to the rest of them. She still had her quirk, but her sound attacks were limited due to the deafening storm. They could barely communicate with the roaring wind and the screaming villains. Each of them were completely overwhelmed, and Denki had no clue how they could escape this mess. Tenya stumbled for what felt like the 100th time. Drat. This is impossible. The smoke villain had teleported him, Mashireo, and Rikido to the collapsed zone. Tenya had no problems with these specific classmates. They were probably the most well-behaved members of Class 1A. Theoretically, they could be a functional team as long as they had enough practice together and the right location to utilize their abilities. Unfortunately, their quirks relied on one aspect of their bodies more than anything else. Each of them required a solid stance with their feet firmly planted to fight properly. With the debris from the crumbling buildings and loose dirt beneath them, they weren't able to secure a solid foothold to regain their bearings. Tenya couldn't make the most of his engines. His every step was uneven and shaky. The ground beneath him shattered and shifted constantly. He had no way to make the most of his superior speed. Even dodging proved difficult as he stumbled across the rubble. Mashireo and Rikido had similar problems. The tail user couldn't properly utilize his martial arts at the moment, although he was faring better than Tenya. The same could be said for Rikido. His strength was still superior due to sugar rush. Unfortunately, they were stumbling on top of each other, just like him. They needed to reorganize, but none of the villains were giving them a chance to catch their breath and work together. Their opponents were determined to wear them down and defeat them quickly. Someone must have informed the invaders of their weaknesses. Tenya could only hope that everyone else was doing better than they were. Mineta was sad, terrified, and disappointed all at the same time. He never expected to be attacked by real villains before he could even truly begin his hero training. Being surrounded by enemies made his legs tremble in terror. The situation could be worse, though. At the very least, he had an official hero by his side. Unfortunately, he was saddled with his least favorite hero in all of Japan. Honestly, why would a heroine wear something as unflattering as a spacesuit? Mineta couldn't see her figure at all. Latching onto her didn't help either. All of the padding from her costume prevented him from touching the treasure underneath. Of course, he had been knocked away by the woman and told to hide as 13 held off the enemies by herself. All he could do was slide behind a fallen tree and watch from the sidelines. I would have just preferred a dude, Mineta muttered. At least then I wouldn't be teased by a girl covered head to toe. Of course, 13 could at least fight well. Her black holes were slinging her opponents across the battlefield. She easily handled the waves of enemies coming at them. So, Mineta supposed the situation could be worse. The only problem was that he lost track of Koji and Yuga through the chaos. Not that he wanted to look at the animal guy or the sparkling dude when the real threat of villains was right in front of him. Stop or the kid gets killed. A villain roared. 13 glanced to the side, spotting an invader holding a knife to Yuga's neck. Let him go. He's just a student. I don't think so. And if you make a single move, I'll slit his throat. The attacker shouted, filling Mineta with even more dread. He really wished Izuku was around to help. The greenette always seemed to know what to do. I wish Izuku-kun were here, Achiko muttered. Would know what to do. Things could be worse, Mezu mentioned. Really? Hanta snorted. How so? Mezu glanced around the mountain zone. Actually, I don't know. I was just trying to sound optimistic. Achiko glanced back and forth across the narrow path. They were surrounded on both sides by villains. The teleportation smoke dropped all of them onto the middle of a rickety bridge between two large cliffs. There was a devastatingly deep drop below them. Every movement they made caused their foothold to shake, creak, and rock. Luckily, the villains on the bridge were fools. There was an easy way for the invaders to kill the students. All the attackers needed to do was to slowly back up to the ends of the bridge. If the villains cut the ropes, the students would fall. Achiko could steal the weight from the tumbling pieces, but concentrating on so many separated parts would be difficult. She would collapse from the dizziness after only a few precious seconds. Meanwhile, Hanta wouldn't be able to reach any of their enemies with his tape. He wouldn't even be able to latch onto the edges of the cliffs before falling to his death. At the same time, Mizo wouldn't be able to fight with his mutated arms. His superior mass caused the bridge to groan and tremble with his every movement. They were completely stuck. Considering that their attackers weren't smart enough to take them down quickly, Achiko assumed the plan had originated from the leader of the villains. The man coated with disembodied hands was the brains of the operation. Without him, the pawns would scramble at the first sign of bad news. Somehow, the leader of the League of Villains must have gotten his hands on their information from the school. Everyone else in Class 1A was probably placed into the worst possible situations for their quirks. After all, the bridge in the mountain zone held no heavy objects for her to use. Fortunately, he didn't know all of her tricks. Training with Izuku had helped her unlock plenty of useful skills that would throw the villains off their guard. "I think I have a plan," Achiko muttered. "Will the two of you trust me?" "Well, I can't think of anything," Hanta admitted. "So, I'm all ears." "Same," Mizo agreed. "Hold on to each other and be prepared to do what I tell you to." Achiko took a deep breath. "Because this is going to seem a bit crazy." Izuku had never faced a real threat before now. He had trained himself in artificial scenarios until he collapsed. All of the robots from the entrance exam were programmed to avoid killing him. Even while fighting Kaken during All Might's test had been safe in comparison to facing real villains who wanted to murder him. Thankfully, his years of preparation had prepared him for this day. Izuku didn't even need Eraserhead's help to take down a few thugs who didn't know how best to utilize their quirks. Raising a palm, Izuku blocked an attack aimed at his head. An invader had swung a metal pipe at him. Absorbing the force, the Greenette unleashed the energy back at his foe, ramming the steel weapon into the other man's face. The villain was unconscious before he hit the ground. Meanwhile, the Quirkless fighter used the momentum from the burst to flip backwards. He planted both of his feet onto another aggressor's chest and stomped the assailant's spine first onto the ground. Once he landed, he pointed his palms in the opposite directions on either side of him. Izuku unleashed energy bursts from his palms which knocked two aggressors away. They landed onto the floor in groaning, frustrated heaps. Meanwhile, a group of 4 men rushed him all at once. Each of them threw punches at him. Izuku moved on instinct from years of training to block the incoming assault. His palms moved as though they had minds of their own. His enemy's fists were all stopped by the core of his impact gloves. Just as quickly as he defended himself, Izuku struck out with open-hand strikes of his own. Energy erupted from his weapons, knocking all of the men to the ground. Considering that he had broken several of their bones, he doubted they would rise again anytime soon. Spinning around, Izuku brought his palms close together. He fired a combined beam at a larger opponent who had been hoping to stab him with a switchblade. The villain was sent tumbling back into 2 other men. They tripped over each other, falling into a pile. Izuku did not allow them to untangle themselves from the mess. He jumped over them, unleashing a barrage of bursts onto their vulnerable forms. Each of them were unconscious by the time that the Greenette landed on the other side of them. "Nice work, Midoriya," Aizawa praised him. Together, they had defeated all of the underlings. Izuku knew that his teacher had defeated far more enemies than him, but he was still delighted by the acknowledgement. Really? They couldn't handle 1 hero and 1 quirkless freak? Where did we find those weaklings, Kurogyri? Tamura tilted his head. "They volunteered," Tamura, Kurogyri mentioned. "Well, they're useless scrubs," Tamura decided. "No need to go out of our way to take them with us when this is done." "Be careful, Midoriya," Aizawa warned Izuku. He wanted to send his student away, but the teleportation quirk prevented escape. Erasing the smoke wouldn't work for long because of the other villain. The most logical course of action was to keep the greenette close to him until All Might returned. These two are different. Yes, Sensei, Izuku took a defensive stance. All right then, Tamura wiggled his fingers. He glowered behind the hand covering his face. Time for us to do this ourselves. Before the next phase of the battle could begin, a dark figure was sent flying into the fountain behind the villains. Everyone turned to see Nomu land into a pile of rubble. Before they could question what had happened, All Might rushed away from his previous battlefield, appearing in a blur next to Izuku. Fear not. I am here. Growling, Nomu pulled himself up from the debris. Izuku was shocked to see that the creature was unharmed. He had never seen anything take punches from All Might and remain unaffected. Is it like my impact gloves? Does it absorb kinetic energy but from all directions? Ding ding. Tamura tapped where his nose was hidden behind the disembodied hand. Got it in one. You're a smart brat, even if you are quirkless. Nomu is the perfect All Might killing machine. Please. That thing didn't even make me sweat. All Might bluffed. He was exhausted, and his torso ached with terrible pain. Nomu hadn't landed many blows, but unleashing repeated punches at full power had caused All Might's old injury to burn. Liar, Tamura chuckled. Get back, Midoriya. Aizawa ordered Izuku away. Now that he had backup, he could guarantee the student's safety. All Might and I will handle this. You're only delaying the inevitable. Sensei is trusting me to slaughter the brat. Tamura ran his index finger across his jugular. He'll join the other brats soon enough. Izuku scowled as he steadily retreated. What? Oh, they're all dead. For some reason, Sensei was very clear. Don't underestimate the brats, Tamura shrugged. So, I did some research. Found out their weaknesses. I made the perfect plan to deal with each of them. Izuku paused. Did you get the info when you invaded the school? Duh, Tamura sneered. Izuku surprised them by laughing. Then your information is out of date. Huh. Tamura turned to Kurogyri. Is that true? Kurogyri glanced away. His smoke swirled for a second. He's right. The tides are turning. You trained them. In a week. To be stronger than their previous stats. Now that is dangerous. I can see why you're on the top of the list. Tamura pointed a palm at Izuku. Kurogyri, time for planned lunar landing. Yes, sir. Izuku knew what was coming. He had already started fleeing as instructed. The heroes tried to intervene, but they couldn't stop the smoke villain from teleporting. Kurogyri was next to the greenette in a blink. This time, Izuku was ready. He used his impact gloves to blast himself away from the attack. That was fine with Kurogyri. After all Might was the true target. At the last second, the smoke rushed towards All Might's back instead of Izuku. The number one hero noticed the attack. He tried to dodge but was stopped by a punch to the left side of his torso. Nomu had used the momentary distraction to hit All Might's old injury. Spitting out blood, the titan of a man could do nothing as he was transported away from USJ. His vision spun for a second before he suddenly felt lighter. Blinking his eyes, All Might gaped as he looked around, spotting the earth floating far above him in the black void of space. Dusty, gray craters surrounded him. He had no air to breathe. His enemies had dropped him onto the surface of the moon. Most people would have died instantly from the cold, the lack of oxygen, and the change in atmospheric pressure. Of course, All Might was no normal man. He could easily survive such a trip. Tamura knew that Kurogyri's teleportation wouldn't be able to cut off any of the hero's limbs. All Might was too tough for such a tactic. As such, the most reasonable strategy Tamura could imagine for the teleportation quirk was to weaken the number one hero by dropping All Might at the furthest and most deadly location Kurogyri could reach. Well then, Tamura sneered as Kurogyri and Nomu returned to him. Time to put an end to this. Disclaimer: I own nothing. Chapter 9. Class's Heart. Izuku's eyes darted from the villains to the information flashing across his glasses. There were several dozen quirks in the area, but most of the enemies weren't anything impressive. Only Tamura, Kurogyri, and Nomu caused his sensor to flare in alarm. He was thankful for his opponent's oversight. This allowed him to locate all of his classmates. Fortunately, they were still alive and active. The bad news was that most of them seemed to be located in the worst zones possible for their abilities. Somehow, the enemy knew their weaknesses and planned accordingly. Someone must have leaked the information for the villains to know so much about the new students. Thankfully, there had been an oversight based on the flashes of energy spreading across his lenses. None of the invaders knew the tips that Izuku had given his peers. Aizawa-sensei, Izuku whispered. We need to survive for 3 minutes. Aizawa glanced at his student. He would have asked what the greenette was thinking, but the determined expression across Izuku's face made the plan clear. After all, the two of them weren't alone at G. All right. I think we can manage that. What are you whispering about over there? No plan will help weaklings like you. Tamura shouted. Nomu, kill them. Aizawa's eyes widened as the monster moved at speeds faster than most people could follow. Midoriya, look out. Shoto had been worried for the first time in his life that he would have to rely on Endeavor's flames. His ice wasn't enough to handle all of the enemies. At best, he managed to knock out a few of the invaders by smashing them over their heads with chunks of verglas. The only benefit to the surrounding blaze was the fact that his body temperature remained regulated throughout the battle, but that fact didn't help him defeat the villains. Thankfully, he wasn't alone in the conflict. His classmates surprised him by unleashing a few new tricks of their own. Tsuyu had brought several bottles of water with her. After chugging the drinks, she was able to temporarily gain her full abilities back. She kicked the villains with her powerful amphibian legs and used her tongue to smack a few of the aggressors onto the ground. At the same time, Fumikage made the most of the limited scope in which he could utilize his quirk. His shadow temporarily jumped out from below him to enhance his punches and kicks. The assault was still weakened by the surrounding light, but he managed to knock out several foes. In fact, Fumikage was the most efficient fighter in their group. Without him, the other teens would have been quickly overwhelmed. Within a few minutes, they had managed to defeat all of their opponents. They were breathing heavily as they hunched over in fatigue. Bruises and scratches covered their bodies. Each of them were thankful that the villains barely knew how to use their own quirks, let alone fight with their abilities. If the students were presented with a real threat in their weakened states, the invaders would have surely killed them. Karo, I'm so exhausted. Tsuyu collapsed from overheating. Shoto, can you please carry her? I apologize for burdening you, but you will keep her cooler than I will. Fumikage bowed his head. Sure. Shoto lifted the frog girl into his arms. Oh, nice and cool, Tsuyu muttered. The chill allowed her to hibernate and regain some of her stamina. We should get her to the flood zone, Shoto mentioned. That should help her. Right. Then we can look for the others. They're probably in a bind as well. Fumikage turned to lead them out of the inferno. Shoto closely followed his classmate, holding Tsuyu protectively in his arms. As they moved, he thought about the new tricks his peers had demonstrated. He had no doubt that Izuku's advice had helped them. Without the greenette, they would have been overwhelmed. Even worse, he might have had to use his flames. Such a thought caused a scowl to form across the half-cold, half-hot user's face. This was where Izuku was wrong. He didn't need the other side of his quirk to be a hero. Shoto would simply need to practice even more to make sure that he could defend others while surrounded by unyielding heat. God, that's he so much. Ijiro collapsed into the rowboat with water dripping off the tips of his spiky hair. Momo gave him an encouraging pat on the shoulder. She had already reformed her outfit using her quirk. Meanwhile, a grumbling Katsuki was pulling himself into the boat as well. Thankfully, his pride didn't prevent him from using her creations now that the battle had concluded. Unconscious bodies were floating across the flood zone. Momo had provided the villains with floaties to make sure they didn't drown. The way they had defeated the enemy had been rather unorthodox. Momo had luckily studied a bit of science fiction after receiving advice from Izuku. She had figured out how to create hover boots from her feet. This allowed her to fly overhead, out of reach from the enemy. Momo then provided Ijiro with a rope, allowing him to swing just above the water. He had kicked many of their foes with a hardened foot. Thankfully, he managed to figure out how to concentrate his quirk. If he hadn't, Momo wasn't sure she could have lifted his dense body with her flying machines. Their unorthodox teamwork had defeated most of the enemies, but Katsuki hadn't remained idle. While he was weakened in the water, the explosion user fought through his limitations. He had unleashed a rapid series of blasts, overwhelming the villains. By the time they were done, all 3 students were able to safely return to Momo's boat. "Let's get back to dry land," Katsuki growled. "I'm going to blast that DMN smoke freak to hell and back." "For once, I agree with your vulgar attitude." Momo glanced at the shore. She could see multiple people fighting, but none of them looked like All Might. "Should I make a motor?" I got this." Katsuki pointed his palm behind them. "Wait, let us catch our Ijiro was cut off when Katsuki used an explosion to send them flying across the water. Both he and Momo screamed at the sudden motion, but they couldn't argue with the results. They would arrive at the shore in mere moments. Denki punched the last villain across the jaw, sending the man sprawling over the wet pavement. He and his classmates had barely managed to defeat their enemies. Fortunately, Izuku had been right about using his electricity to empower his muscles. That had been the perfect way to fight in the downpour without hurting anyone else. In fact, Denki felt like a super cool hero while knocking most of the invaders away like they were flies. His female classmates hadn't remained idle. Mina had created jets of weak acid to fly through the air. She was able to race around her foes and knock them off balance. The pink-skinned girl had moved with such speed that even the electricity-enhanced Denki seemed slow in comparison. While she didn't defeat many of the invaders, she had distracted the villains enough to provide her allies with some necessary breathing room. Despite being bombarded by the artificial storm, Kyoka had managed to play her phone jack-enhanced guitar. Sound waves sent the villains flying. Meanwhile, Toru shifted her arms from invisible to visible at the right moments to confuse her foes. They weren't able to properly block her strikes as their brains couldn't keep up with the rapid fluctuations of light. "Is everyone okay?" Denki turned to his friends once all of the villains were defeated. "A little banged up," Kyoka huffed. "But I'll live." "That was actually a little fun," Mina giggled. "It was like I was using a jetpack to fight a storm." "I really need to get the support class to make me a proper costume." Toru's shivering outline hugged herself. "I'm freezing here." Denki gained a small grin, eyeing the curves of the invisible girl's body as she was pelted with cold rain. He only stopped when Kyoka roughly elbowed him in the ribs. "Stop it, perv. We've got more important things to worry about." "Right? We have to help the others." Mina used her acid to zoom towards the exit. "Wait." Toru chased after the acid user. "We should stick together, Mina-chan." Kyoka rolled her eyes. "Come on, perv. There's more villains to beat, and you're pretty tough and useful. Despite being a perv." "Oh, come on." Denki followed after her. "How exactly is my mind not supposed to wander?" "She's naked for God's sake." That was more difficult than I would have liked. Tenya felt his bruised black eye pulse with pain. "Yeah." Rikido nursed his injured arm. "Luckily we were ready. Izuku's jawbreaker idea was super smart. If we didn't implement his tips, we might have lost." Mashiroa grimaced as his tail ached from blocking numerous attacks. The 3 of them hadn't implemented any intricate tactics. They simply formed a triangle to protect each other's backs. Then, the trio fought off the approaching villains by standing their ground. Tenya had adjusted his leg engines for empowered kicks. Rikido's prolonged sugar rush allowed him to send his foes flying. Mashiroa had implemented his tail for unique strikes and grappling moves. They were worn out from enduring the barrage, but the trio had won in the end. Once the last enemy fell, they turned to see a massive fight in the center of USJ. Rikido's eyes narrowed at the familiar sight of green energy bursts. "Hey, I think that's Izuku. He's with Aizawa-sensei, and they're up against that monster," Mashiroa agreed. "But I don't see All Might." Tenya scowled at the sight. "No time for a break then. Our friend needs our help." Mineta didn't know what to do. A villain was holding a knife to Yuga's neck. There was nothing that he could do to stop the invader from slitting his classmate's throat. Even 13 seemed thrown off by the turn of events. She wasn't about to sacrifice a student to defeat her enemies. As such, she lowered her weapon and allowed the remaining foes to approach her. Over half of the opposing fighting force had been defeated by the pro-hero. The rest would have soon followed if Yuga hadn't been captured. Mineta didn't want to see the woman get hurt, but he had no idea how to help. Rushing in blindly would only get Yuga killed. Thankfully, he didn't need to make a choice as someone else had decided to act. Everyone was stunned when a butterfly landed on the villain's nose. This tickled the man holding Yuga hostage. He sneezed and swiped at the insect, but the butterfly immediately flew back to perch on him again. In fact, more flying bugs swarmed his head, crawling over his eyes, nose, and mouth. The villain screamed, loosening his hold on Yuga. Mineta normally wouldn't have charged forward into danger, but Izuku's voice echoed in his head, demanding he move like a real hero. Crying out in fear, the purplet lunged at the villain with one of his spheres in his hand. In one motion, he pulled the knife away from Yuga and latched the offending wrist to the ground. Mineta then pushed the other student away so that he could fling a few more orbs onto the shouting villain and trap the attacker to the ground. With her students safe, 13 was able to attack again. She lifted her weapon. Her enemies had surrounded her, but they were unable to stop her from creating a black hole above them. They were all dragged into the dark sphere. Screaming, they were sent flying away in defeated, broken heaps. Mineta gaped at the sight. This was the difference between a pro-hero and a student. "I am sorry I took too long," Koji surprised them by stepping out from his hiding spot. Mineta didn't even know the Ani voice user was still in the area. "I had to tell my butterflies and ladybugs what to do." Thank you," Yuga rubbed his neck. "Wow." Mineta finally broke down from the fear. He dropped to his knees with tears rolling down his face. "I was so scared." 13 turned to the students. "Well done, boys. Come on. We need to get you out of here." Achiko knew that her plan was insane. She could imagine what Izuku would say. He would be aghast at her thought process, but she didn't have his brain. The zero-gravity user had to make the most of what was available to her at the moment. Achiko tapped both of her classmates, stealing their gravity. They shouted in alarm when she lifted them into the air. "Hanta, release some tape." Hanta didn't need to be told twice. He unleashed a strand of tape at her. Achiko grabbed the string and swung the teenage boy to one side of the cliff. All of the villains gaped as the young men flew overhead. They would have tried to knock the students down if Achiko hadn't interrupted them. She unleashed the stolen gravity onto the bridge, causing the structure to dip lower. All of the wooden planks cracked from the increased force. Achiko then began to swing the structure side to side. This caused the surrounding men to scream in terror. They all fled back toward solid land. Everything was going according to her insane strategy. Tapping her fingers together, she transferred the gravity back to her classmates, who fell down among the crowd as they scrambled to safety. Unlike the invaders, the students were ready for battle and took their opponents by surprise. At the same time, Achiko chased the other half of her opponents towards the remaining cliffs. All she needed was a single touch to overpower the villains. By the time they were off the bridge, almost all of the men were being dragged around like they were balloons. Those who remained were shocked when Achiko threw the floating aggressors at them. Then, all at once, the girl returned the gravity to normal, creating a pile of men with broken bones, concussions, and bruised egos. "That was amazing, Achiko," Hanta called from the other side of the bridge. He and Mizo had defeated their opponents just as easily. Achiko smiled at them as she checked to make sure that her opponents were actually defeated. Izuku had once told her the statistics of how villains escaped once defeated. The leading cause was carelessness by the seemingly victorious heroes. "You did great too. I think that's all of them." Before they could continue speaking, they heard a large crash from the central plaza. Mizo examined the dust in the distance with eyes formed on his mutated limbs. "I think we should hurry to help the others." "Right." Achiko clenched her fists. Her gut was telling her that Izuku was at the center of the danger. He needed her help. "Let's go." Muscle memory was an odd aspect of the human experience. Repeated motions were ingrained into the body after weeks, months, and even years of repetition. Eventually, People would act even without conscious thought. Athletic movements could become as natural as walking or even breathing. Sometimes, people could even complete entire tasks without realizing what they were doing, as long as they had enough practice. Izuku's years of training were the only thing that saved him from certain death. He had long since adapted to using his palms to block incoming objects. There was no fear or hesitation in him anymore after practicing with baseballs flying at him with speeds over 160 kilometers per hour. His hands immediately moved to absorb incoming damage using the impact glove. As such, the quirkless teen was stunned when his left hand moved to the right side of his head without him having to think. For a moment, he was confused until he noticed the enormous figure next to him. Nomu had appeared beside him in an instant. His palm had blocked the giant fist aimed at his skull. The impact glove had absorbed all of the force behind the attack. To his shock, a single blow had completely filled the energy reserves. Theoretically, something would need to have enough force to obliterate a brick wall to achieve such a result. That would have killed me, Izuku realized before unleashing all of the collected energy at once. The burst didn't hurt Nomu, but that wasn't his intention. He simply wished to push himself away from the monster rather than hurt the creature. His attack had been right on time to avoid a second punch to where his skull had just been. "Don't forget about me." Tamura rushed forward to attack. "Stay back, Kurogyari. The two of us can handle this." Izuku was too busy blocking Nomu's third punch to dodge Tamura grabbing at the back of his neck. While skilled for his age, the Greenette had limits. Memories of the disintegrated front gate at UA flashed through his mind. Based on the way the villain moved, Tamura's quirk most likely dissolved anything the white-haired man touched. Izuku knew he would die the moment his foe's fingertips brushed his flesh. Thankfully, Aizawa wasn't about to let his student be killed. "I'm still here, brat." Aizawa appeared between Tamura and Izuku. The hero's erasure stopped Tamura's quirk, allowing him to make contact with the villain without fear. After blocking the offending palm, the teacher kicked his foe away and flipped over both Izuku and Nomu. His scarves lashed out, wrapping around the monster's drooling maw. He landed on the creature's back and pulled at the cloth as though Nomu was a reined horse. Roaring, Nomu stumbled back. There was a golden rule of combat that every living being had no choice but to obey. Wherever the head goes, the body has to follow. Even the powerful Nomu couldn't stop itself from stumbling back as Aizawa directed its skull away from Izuku. This allowed the Greenette to turn towards Tamura. The white-haired invader was lunging at him again. Deciding to test his theory, Izuku ducked down low. As Tamura's palm came crashing down towards him, he rolled away. Right as the villain's fingers brushed the pavement, the floor dissolved into dust. Izuku grimaced at the sight. Blocking wasn't an option, and that was one of the greatest benefits of the impact gloves. He would simply have to use offense as his defense. The two teenagers rushed at each other. They unleashed various palm strikes. Neither of them dared to block the incoming blows. Instead, they dodged and unleashed more attacks of their own. If any of the strikes actually landed, Tamura would dissolve Izuku, and Izuku would shatter Tamura. As such, they could only weave around each other's assaults. They moved in a blur of equally powerful and decisive movements, mimicking a martial arts sparring match more than a battle between good and evil. Kurogyari watched the exchange with interest. Tamura was no weakling. All for one had made sure that the decay user could handle himself. Despite this, some quirkless teenager was holding the villain back. While Tamura had the longer reach, he had to avoid being in the direct line of fire from the impact gloves. They were left at an impasse. Kurogyari could have easily turned the tides in favor of his young master, but Tamura's arrogant orders remained. He could barely imagine the tantrum the white-haired teen would throw if he helped to defeat a student with only a week of formal training. Nervous sweat rolled down Izuku's forehead. One wrong move would mean his death. His heart pounded painfully in his chest, but he refused to flinch. Instead, he steadily navigated their battle back until they drew close to the stumbling Nomu. The Titan had managed to reach up and grab the scarves wrapped around his mouth. It yanked Aizawa off and was about to toss the pro-hero away. Thankfully, Aizawa and Izuku were on the same page. One glance was all they needed to communicate. Eraserhead kicked off the back of Nomu's skull, flipping away. At the same time, Izuku released his remaining energy in order to throw himself to the side. The sudden disappearance from his foe caused Tamura to blink in shock. His most recent attack continued forward until his palm landed on the leg of the tripping Nomu. As both Izuku and Aizawa landed, they looked up to see as Nomu screamed in pain. His leg dissolved before Tamura's decay. Without both of its support appendages, the creature tumbled to the side. It landed on the ground with a light crash. Huffing at the sight of the beast in agony, Tamura shrugged. "What are you doing, Nomu? Hurry up and heal. Then kill the brat." Izuku blinked as Nomu's injuries healed faster than the decay could dissolve its flesh. The muscular leg had returned to normal in an instant. That was the third quirk demonstrated by the creature. Izuku had witnessed shock absorption, super strength, enhanced speed, and regeneration. He didn't know if the monster could even be considered human anymore with all those powers. Roaring, Nomu obeyed Tamura's second command. It jumped at Izuku with its arms raised. The creature swung 2 hammer strikes down at Izuku. Luckily, the greenette was able to bring both his palms up to absorb the impact. He then unleashed the gathered energy to slide away. None of his attacks could hurt Nomu, but he couldn't retain the energy without overloading his gloves. As such, Izuku alternated between blocking and dodging by absorbing and unleashing the energy stolen from his opponent. Tamura growled at the sight. Along with a lot of luck, the quirkless teenager's invention was the only reason Izuku was still alive. Those impact gloves were actually a decent counter to survive Nomu, especially because the greenette had a similar fighting style to Tamura. Nevertheless, Izuku was still destined to die. Tamura could see the other teenager growing tired despite the short exchange. Plus, the little twerp's arms were trembling and creaking more and more with each energy burst. No normal human could unleash Nomu's power back at the creature without devastating consequences. "Did you forget about something?" Aizawa appeared in front of Tamura. Bloodshot eyes gazed into his own. Tamura had been too distracted by the fight. He was about to react when the hero kicked his knee with enough force to shatter the joint. As Tamura collapsed to the ground in a screaming heap, the hero snarled down at the villain. "Did you really think I'd let you just walk away after threatening my students? Ignorant brat. Even heroes can have a brutal side. It's only logical." A burst of dark smoke forced Eraserhead to jump away. Kurogyri teleported Tamura back to his side. "You got careless." "Shut up." Tamura snarled, clutching at his broken leg. With one villain injured, Aizawa could now help Izuku with Nomu. He unleashed a barrage of attacks at the creature. Unfortunately, punches, kicks, and scarf slices did nothing to the beast, and none of his actions pulled the creature's attention away from Izuku. Tamura's orders were absolute. Nomu wouldn't stop until it was either unable to move or until it killed Izuku. Aizawa couldn't even tell his student to flee, because that would only leave Izuku vulnerable to an attack at his exposed back. 3. Izuku surprised them by counting down to the conclusion of his 3-minute time limit. He was unable to control his breathing anymore. Sweat coated him like a second layer of skin. His limbs were trembling from a combination of exhaustion and pain. 2. 1. Die! Katsuki roared as he threw himself from the shore towards Nomu. He unleashed twin explosions at the creature's skull. That, along with Izuku's own latest attack, sent the monster stumbling back. Despite how much he disliked Katsuki at times, Izuku smiled at the sight of his former friend, right on time. "Shut it down. Don't be such a know-it-all." Katsuki snarled. As Nomu recovered, he was struck by 2 more attacks. Ijiro had rushed from the water as well, punching the creature in the stomach. At the same time, Momo fired a beanbag from a gun. This didn't do much against the Titan, but the assault stopped the monster long enough for more attacks to land against the beast. Sound waves, acid, ice, tape, and thrown rubble all crashed against Nomu, disorienting the behemoth. It was then tossed away by a concentrated black hole. "We're here, Izuku-kun," Achiko shouted as all the members of Class 1A returned to the central plaza. "I'm sorry, Eraserhead," 13 exclaimed. "That teleportation caught me off guard." It's fine. Everyone, head to the exit while we hold the villains back. Aizawa glanced around at the students. He scowled in displeasure at their wounded states. The pro-hero had failed to protect them as their teacher. Senseis. Izuku surprised them with the panic in his voice. His glasses were flaring in alarm. Look out. Before the pro-heroes could react, Tamura finished his attack. He could no longer move on his own, but Kurogiri could compensate for his lack of mobility. The Decay user had reached through 2 separate portals. His palms grabbed onto Aizawa's and 13th's leg. Shouting out in pain, the adults collapsed to the ground as their knees began to dissolve. You didn't think that I would pay you back? Tamura screamed hysterically. I'll cripple you all. And then when you're on the ground crying and begging for your lives, I'll rip your throats out. To further intensify the danger, Nomu jumped back onto the battlefield. The monster roared in rage. Izuku scowled at the sight. Shoto, freeze Nomu. Shoto didn't need to be told twice. With a wave of his hand, he coated the monster in ice. For a moment, the area grew calm. Most of the students were sure that the beast had been defeated, but they were disappointed when cracks spread across the verglas. It would break free in a few short seconds. Kakin and Kyoka, get the smoke villain. Izuku ordered. Don't you dare tell me what to do. Katsuki roared but still threw himself at the villains. He knew that Izuku was right. They had to handle the teleportation freak before they could win. Unlike him, Kyoka didn't argue. She simply obeyed, unleashing sound bursts at Tamura and Kurogiri. As the duo distracted Kurogiri with explosions and Shoto unleashed more waves of ice, desperately holding Nomu in place, Izuku examined his teacher's wounds. Luckily, Tamura hadn't touched them long enough to decay the limbs completely, but they wouldn't be able to walk or stand until someone with a healing quirk helped them. You all need to run, Aizawa hissed. Sensei, you know that's not an option, Izuku argued. They'll kill you in seconds and then come after us. It's better if we stay together for the next 5 minutes. That's all the time we need to buy. 5 minutes? Aizawa questioned. Here's my plan, Izuku whispered to his teacher. Aizawa's eyes widened. What's? That's insane. Sorry, Sensei. But that's the way it has to be. Just be ready. Izuku turned away from his teachers. Everyone. I'm the monster's target. It only listens to orders from the white-haired guy. I need your help holding it back. Wait for me to call your name and then tag in. What? Minetta's eyes were wide. Are you crazy? Maybe, but we have to try something. Izuku took a deep breath. Shoto. Let him out. Not like I can hold it much longer, Shoto muttered as he shivered from the cold. He almost missed the heat of the burning zone after overusing the ice side of his quirk. Like he said, Noma finally broke free from the verglas. The behemoth immediately rushed towards Izuku. All of the students gasped as the villain moved with greater speeds than they could follow. Thankfully, the creature wasn't intelligent enough to attempt new tactics. It had to rely on old strategies. Izuku was able to block the punches unleashed at his head. Mina, left leg. Hanta, right leg. The duo did not need further instructions. Mina unleashed acid at Nomu's left leg. Hanta wrapped up the monster's right leg with tape. The combination caused the monster to temporarily stumble. Achiko, make it weightless. Achiko obeyed. She lunged forward before the creature could recover. Her fingers brushed against its back before she retreated. Having its gravity stolen, Nomu couldn't prevent itself from floating into the air. Ijiro, Mashireo, Mizo, Rikido, hold each of its limbs. Koji, blind it. Fumikase, have your shadow strangle it. Izuku commanded. Turamomo, come over here. Everyone rushed to their stations. The close-range fighters each grabbed onto a limb. They struggled against Nomu's superior strength, but they managed to hold the weightless foe in place temporarily. Koji's bugs helped them by covering the monster's face. At the same time, Fumikase's shadow latched onto the creature's back and choked the titan. Toru and Momo slid next to Izuku. He gave them hushed commands, and they quietly agreed. While Momo began making Kevlar for him, Toru slipped away unseen. This allowed Izuku to usher Mineta, Tenya, and Denki to him. They nodded at his orders. Denki slinked in the direction of Tamura and Kurojari. Mineta created 2 sticky orbs for Izuku. Meanwhile, Tenya remained next to the Quirkless teen's side. As expected, the distractions were eventually overcome. Nomu broke free of the zero-gravity and pushed all of his opponents away simply by flexing his muscles. None of the students tried to latch onto the monster again. Instead, they scrambled back in exhausted heaps. At the same time, Kurojari eventually managed to push Katsuki and Kyoka away. While the explosion user still had energy, Kyoka collapsed from fatigue as she slid across the ground. Before Nomu could turn back to Izuku, 13 once again caught the beast in a black hole. She didn't try to toss the monster away. Instead, she held the Titan in place. This turn of events infuriated Tamura. Enough. Kurojari. Let's take out the heart. He's their weak spot. Kurojari agreed. He created a small portal next to his young master. Tamura reached through the fog, latching onto the side of Izuku's head. When all of his fingers wrapped around the greenette's skull, the villain smiled in victory until he realized that his quirk had been erased. Aizawa was staring directly at him. Not only that, Izuku had been expecting him to use the teleportation trick a second time. Before Tamura could pull his hand back, Izuku latched onto his wrist. I'm sorry about this. Everyone winced as Izuku yanked Tamura's arm to the side of the portal. When the limb reached the edge of the smoke, there was nothing left connecting the 2 sections of the limbs anymore. Tamura's hand was sliced off at the wrist. The invader howled in agony as Izuku wrapped the dismembered fingers in Kevlar. My arm. You demented brat. I'll kill you. Ilgak. Kurojari blinked as his young master gagged from an invisible force. With his quirk still erased, Tamura clutched his throat with his free hand. He acted as though he had been punched in the Adam's apple. Before Kurojari could realize what had happened, Toru shoved him away from the decay user and into the waiting arms of Denki. How dare you hurt my teachers? Toru finished her assault by kicking Tamura in the groin. She then slipped away before he could grab at her. Meanwhile, Denki unleashed his full electrical power, stunning Kurojari and preventing the smoke user from creating any more portals. With the brains of the assault defeated, all Izuku needed to do was deal with the muscle. He climbed onto Tenya's back and allowed the class president to carry his exhausted form around the monster. Yuga blasted in the face. Oh wee. Yuga nodded, unleashing a laser at the beast's eyes in order to stun it. This allowed Izuku to jump from the weary Tenya's back and take aim. Kaken. Shoto. Full force on it. Izuku commanded. You're not in charge. Katsuki raged but still unleashed one final massive explosion at the Titan. At the same time, Shoto froze it from the other side. Both of them used the last of their remaining stamina to hold Nomu in place and allowed Izuku to slide behind it. Izuku raised both of his gloves with the bundle still in his palms. Decay impact. Both of his weapons unleashed the full power of Nomu's previous attacks at the creature's unprotected spine. For a moment, the beast didn't react. Its absorption quirk didn't allow the impact gloves to harm it, but after Aizawa stopped using erasure on Tamura, the behemoth howled in agony. Tamura's disembodied hand had eaten through the Kevlar, allowing the decay to spread directly onto the creature's spine. Meanwhile, Mineta's spheres held the wrist in place. Normally, such a tactic wouldn't work, but Tamura had yet to control or awaken the full power of decay. While in its weakened state, the rules of the quirk remained constant, even if his limbs were separated from his body. Anything his 5 fingers touched was turned to ash. Noma dropped to its knees. It tried to reach over its shoulders and peel off the hand, but the beast could not reach the center of its back with its wide muscles. All it could do was thrash about in agony as the decay ate away at its spine. Only its rapid regeneration prevented it from collapsing without its nervous system. Nevertheless, the monster was left in a squirming, stasis position. The only move it could make was to widely swing at anyone close to it. Thankfully, there was still one more person left to help Izuku. Tsuyu! Izuku cried. Immediately, the frog girl reached out with her tongue to grab him and pull him to safety. She had just managed to recover from her hibernation at the edge of the water when he needed her. All of the students collapsed to the ground in complete exhaustion. They were all covered in wounds and had overused their quirks. Their teachers remained wounded, and the villains lie defeated on the pavement. Only Nomu remained active as it thrashed about wildly to free itself of the pain. "Thank you, Tsusen." Izuku glanced tiredly at his classmate. "Karo, don't mention it," Tsu nodded. Before they could relax, everyone else gasped. The duo looked up to see the dark shadow of Nomu standing over them. Tamura's orders had yet to change. Izuku was still the target, even if the monster was in unbearable pain and couldn't move well. It still stumbled towards them and punched down at their weary forms. Izuku automatically blocked the strike. His arms burned in agony. Every one of his nerves felt like they were being stabbed with hot pokers. Even after years of training, there were limits to the impact gloves. He had unleashed too many fully powered pulses. One more burst would break his arms. As he blocked the second punch, his eyes darted to Tsu. She wasn't the target. Being close to him would only get her hurt. Her eyes widened when he gave her a beaming smile. "I'm sorry." Tsu yelped as a small energy burst pushed her away. At the same time, Izuku used his other hand to unleash a fully powered pulse at Nomu's latest punch. He achieved both of his goals. His classmate was shoved away from the danger, and he slowed the impact of his opponent's punch. Unfortunately, shock absorption limited how much he could slow Nomu. The strike which rammed into his torso still shattered all of his ribs, caused internal bleeding, and cracked the ground below him. "Izuku!" Everyone cried in despair, but no one was able to do anything anymore. They were too exhausted and injured to use their quirks or even crawl. All they could do was uselessly observe the end of the battle. "Ha ha ha." Tamura cackled in glee as he finally recovered. "Stupid quirkless freak. Did you really think that you could win?" Izuku could not respond. His arms were bent in the wrong directions. He was unable to breathe through his shattered torso. Blood bubbled at his lips. The ground had dented into a crater below him. Both of his eyes trembled through the darkness at the edges of his vision as he stared up at the center of the ceiling in desperate expectation. "Ha! What are you saying?" Tamura sneered at the defeated Izuku. "3. Izuku finally managed to say. 2. Wait. Tamura's eyes widened. What was the kid counting down for this time? Izuku watched as Nomu's final punch descended upon him. He observed as the blow moved in slow motion towards his skull, despite the monster's unbelievable speed. The quirkless hero would not be able to survive any more injuries, but he never once gave up hope that he would be saved. 1. Before the killing attack could land, the ceiling above them shattered. Nomu paused, glancing up right in time for a blur to punch it across the jaw with so much force that it skipped across the lake of the flood zone and rammed into the water slide at the far end of the studio. The entire structure collapsed. Before the righteous force of the strike. "Fear not. I am here." All Might knelt next to the wounded Izuku. Returning to USJ had taken a significant amount of time, even for him. He had to jump all the way from the moon to the earth. All Might had used his punches to direct his fall and control his speed, preventing himself from becoming a deadly missile which obliterated the entirety of USJ. Because he had descended through the atmosphere at speeds no normal human could endure, his costume was torn and covered in scorch marks. Izuku knew his favorite hero would come. He had heard the name of Tamura's plan. Using his extensive knowledge about how powerful All Might was, he had calculated exactly when the man would return. "You did brilliantly, young Midoriya." All Might smiled at the student. "I am so proud of you. You can rest now. I'll handle the rest." Hot tears rolled from Izuku's eyes. He tried to speak again. The quirkless teen wanted to tell All Might that he never lost faith in the hero, but his injuries and the pain were too much for him to bear. Izuku could only give the hero a bloody smile as he finally fainted, entering the blissful land of slumber. With the quirkless teenager finally resting, All Might stood. Across the water, Nomu pulled itself out from the rubble. It roared in rage, but the hero didn't care. There was not an ounce of fear or caution in All Might as he glanced around at his injured and exhausted students. He grinned at each of them reassuringly before turning back to the beast. Then, for the first time any of the students could remember, the unthinkable happened. All Might stopped smiling. What followed could not be described as a fight. They all gaped at the power of All Might when he was angry. His punches disintegrated Nomu and destroyed various sections of USJ. He beat and pummeled the monster without mercy. No matter how many times Nomu regenerated, All Might turned it back into a red paste. By the time he was done, Nomu had been killed more times than any living brain could endure, leaving it an empty, drooling husk on the floor. And at that moment, Tamura realized that All for One had been wrong. He could only imagine how All Might would have reacted if Izuku had actually died.